Look at the further freaking folks. So good, that works.
housing affordability. Fucking girls, dudes, aliens, all of it. The general public's life. It's all just that's who gives a fuck, really. It doesn't affect you, Eric. It doesn't affect you, Chris. We know they're bad people. Lower the fucking lower inflation. Nobody cares. I completely agree with what Brendan's saying right now. I understand that. But if the person that's supposed to be in charge of doing these things that you're saying, I think that is in the public interest to make sure this person's not whatever this is. No, a president who hasn't had, because they're politicians, they're all corrupt, they're all bad people. You don't go with Biden, terrible person. Obama, we have some issues there. JFK's horrible issues. You fucking kidding me? You can go through, they're not good people. We're looking at them like they're not leaders. They're all scumbags. I know it's going to affect your life. So, what you're saying. So, what you're saying is, we want the known scumbag to do right by the people. That's what I'm saying. We think we're going to do right because we vote them in. You're making the lesser of two evils, and it'll never help you out. I know, but Brendan, that's what I'm trying to say. So you're saying, hey, all that stuff's a distraction. Fine, right? Just do all these things. And I'm saying I find it ridiculous that I'm not saying you, I'm just saying that most of this is how we think. Hey, why aren't you helping us? I mean, it's because you're not a good person. That's why they're not helping us. The housing market is the way it is because the government doesn't care. So, and this is why these kinds of things come up. We find out about corruption, we find out about character issues. This is where we're talking about the housing market and inflation stuff, the gas prices, all the promises. And Epstein Island or Biden, let's say, whatever the fuck it is, like killing people with drones, all that stuff. I can forget all that. I can enjoy that. If you just get inflation out, that's what would help everybody in America. We know you're going to do more shit. We know you're going to take money and do fraud. That just comes with the territory. You're all pieces of shit. We're just doing so solid, and they don't need to do that. This is $9 billion in fraud does affect other bodies. Of course, that's where inflation, that's where all that comes from. And here we are. Well, super smart. I feel like Nick would have a lot of this. Yeah, we have. No, Nick just did the right thing. Said it was Christmas. It would have been better if inflation was my kids, not even. Quick trip. Oh, yeah, that's cool. My kid, nothing. For real? Yeah, for real. Oh, that's cool. Fuck all you. He doesn't remember. My cousin said again. It was like, it's great. We were decorated. We had a party. You know what I'm saying? It was great. Why did you guys show up? We had a thing. So what I'm saying is we did our thing, but I'm saying it wasn't Brian a bunch of shit. He's just gonna break. Plus he had 64 footballs. Yeah. Set him back. I got a pair of, all I got for Christmas was a pair of green sweats. I thought, man, those were comfortable. And I started laughing. I went, wow, we're getting more, man. Certificate. I told them don't get me, but they got me to get certificate to one of my favorite restaurants in Santa Clarita. Fridays? No, it was $1,000. It was great. The party was great. Christmas party and a Jewish guy shows up. That is broke. Yeah, I get credit. It's a holiday, dude. Just doing that fucking, Jewish guy came. Yeah, two Jewish guys. Don't do that. got you. Yeah. I slept greatly. Said, no. It keeps track of my stuff. So fuck y'all. It was the one. I read the Garmin. The Garmin's like this for bitches. Yesterday, I woke up at 2:30 a.m. I went to the gym. Didn't matter to do the work. But no, that's I understand. There's a level where I just the trees kept inside of the house. Sleep. I just went. Fuck it. Then what did you do? Then I make some coffee. No, that's all. So I wake up 3 nicotine pouches, 6 milligrams each. 2 cups of coffee, work out, and then you fucking hit the gym. Okay. I get that. So I have a few questions. You went to bed what time? 10:30. I got like 30. So then after the workout, what did you do? I come home. I mess with the kiddos. I went back to the gym with Tiger. He's a gym rat now. I went back to the gym with him. Okay. This week they have off, right? Yeah. And it's mostly Tiger working on that. Okay. I had to flex with him because we kind of looked at the game because they saw him doing 225. I'm like, oh, you think that's better than that? It's really, you think I can do it, Buskers? I don't think so. Interesting. I'm going to put that on every time you guys think I can do it, Buskers twice. I understand 5. Prove your man. Okay. And then I'm very interested in this one. And then I come back. I come back and then I do a Tiger and Boston wrestling practice. Okay. And then wrestling practice. And then we went to dinner with that afterwards. Wow. Guaranteed. Yeah. All the other kids this is where we're going to get because these people just it's a break. They're not going to show you. Yes, even though they're supposed to. I said, so usually there's 20 people around it. There's a variety of things. That's how you can get that. That's going to be about mindset and wherever exactly. No, that's what I'm saying. You're going to excel at it. This is great. It's not even, this is their Dress up as a sometimes it's like frustrating when they're doing something. It's like such a stage where it's like, it's really like that. You know, so you can even be there. Yeah, now. And he just doesn't go to the so it's fun with something more. I don't. And it's like, no, don't do that. Because then you go. So far from it. I think it has more to do with the singing. You know? There's. And they keep. You're gonna do it, yeah.
Look at this. I'm really going to try to summarize this for you. This is motherfuckers. Kinetic and like fuck. Oh, so look at this. Look at this. Oh,
What do you
yeah.
It's like options. Not so much positive. It's like painting them. This guy. Different when you was counting, or you gave yourself something. That ain't the same. No. Oh, I know that guy. Yeah, I follow that guy too. Oh, yeah. Bro. Love that guy. I found that like to you or something. Recipe. It was bananas. He'll like repost Lizzo or some shit. His reposts are hilarious. This I thought this episode was going on. Saying that Jake Paul. Car accident. I didn't know that's great. What lead to Tommy Fury stop boxing and fucking scary. My kids. The money, just a guy. Stuff and something Mike gave this one. We're gonna get to the point where that documentary made an adjustment for the you can now made AI now there. There will be the time. And then just make it small. In the near future, we're going to do documentaries that are real. And that's stuff like there's a one really a different video and it's like you know that documentary even these days is fine job opportunities. That's what you tell me. It's weird, man. Money on me. It's just smart to share with our audience. Join the house. Looking like this. It's like my and he's easy. Her husband. Man, what? Christmas project. Right. Yeah, shit. You're in Texas tomorrow. First things first, fly the bomber 620. He looks like a air traffic controller in a lab. I can't see Marcus. Stayed there for Tuesday night. We didn't shoot. But it's also so it's New Year's Day. Last year. You're like, how? He's basically spoilers and whatever. That's not the spoils.
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. Thank you first and foremost for the opportunity to be here. I've done my best to follow as many people I can in this space. I'd appreciate it if you would do the same. Also, you need to ensure that you are a member of the Big Steppers Discord, discord.gg/Big Steppers. Be there, be square. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral when I do. I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life at 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube streams, they're available in the link in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all exceptionally wealthy and wanting to promote, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, water greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, if you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Be like Rabbi Rothschild, show up daily. Every single time.
Dog, I wasn't expecting to do the show right now. All right, so this is about boot camp day 11. Oh man, shit. Dog, I'm really disappointed. We talked for an hour. Rabbi, Shimon, Ben, uh, Yochai, or Shimon Bar Yochai. And that was all tight and everything. Like he is the how did we describe it? He's like communistic age, but what else? He was like the guy who learned from Rabbi Akiva. He was one of the five like of Rabbi Akiva's. He, after the 24,000 guys, I remember that they didn't die from Roman persecution. They died from plague. You remember that, right? And then we have like that was like second century CE, so that's like now it's like five, it's like 57 Hebrew calendar, century calendar, 2026. So that was like 1900 years ago. All right, so it's like a long time. Then 1,000 years after Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, we have Moses Daly, who is the first guy to publish the Zohar. And I figured out when I talked about this motherfucker, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, like for an hour yesterday, there's got to be a lot of information on this motherfucker. On Moshe didn't know, and he's more recent, like 1,000 years more recent. And there's not. So Moshe Daly, I've even known he was Moses Daly, born around 1240, lived 1305. All these guys, sometimes I guess if you die younger, they're not going to have that much about you. Known in Hebrew as Moshe ben Shem. So that's was a Spanish rabbi and Kabbalist, the first publicized Zohar. Modern scholars believe the Zohar is his own work, despite his claim to have copied it out of an ancient manuscript of Shimon Bar Yochai. His other works include the Sefer HaMamon, written in Hebrew, and hundreds of pseudo-epigraphic responses, commentaries from Kabbalistic texts, which he falsely attributed to early authority. I kind of think this. No offense, if he would be right now, I'd be like, "Dog, we got a lot of questions about some of these works." And when he was born around 1240, died 1305, or wow, he's known for Kabbalah. Life. Moshe Leon was born in Leon, King of Leon, modern-day Spain, and then united with the crown of Castile. He might have been born in Guadalajara, and his surname that comes from his father, Shem David. He spent 30 years in Guadalajara and before moving to where he spent the rest of his life. Moses de Leon died at Arvalo in 1305. That's it. I mean, it's a little longer, but Moses de Leon was the first to advance the ballistic theory of biblical as a Jewish adaptation of the fourfold method of biblical exegesis for medieval Christianity. The term, sometimes rendered as curious, is tortured when taken literally, but is used in context as a figure acronym formed from the initial of following purpose. Pesha structure straight in the literal direct meaning. Remez hints with a deep outward or symbolic meaning behind, just the literal sense of the Zohar, right? After the book of the Zohar was printed in Tuna and Pergamum in June 53, 1853, 1558, many more manuscripts were found that include paragraphs pertaining to Zohar, which had not been included pertain also to all parts of the Zohar. Some were similar to Zohar Torah, some were similar to the inner parts of the Zohar, citrate, and some pertain to the life of Zohar. Some 30 years after the first edition of Zohar was printed, the manuscript was gathered and arranged according to Horatio of the Torah and the Apparently, the arrangement was done by Halevi and were printed first in the Salonika in 1557, around 1557, and in Krakow 5363, and afterward. Doug, I so there's Darash from Hebrew Darash and Piracy. It's a creative Midrash that's given through similar occurrences. So, secret mystery or the Egyptian must be given through revelation. That's it. That's everything. And maybe I get up all night basically and do wild, but um, I'm not. I mean, it must also be. And you know, that's not maybe it's so much about time. Who knows? But I think that there's some issues with the consistency of his portrayal of Kabbalah. All right, so we're going to go now into the review. So the Zohar makes one of the foundational work of Kabbalistic literature. It's a group of books including commentary on the aspects of the Torah, scriptural interpretation, as well as material on mysticism, mystical cosmology, and mystical psychology, discussions of the nature of God, the origin and structure of the universe, the nature and relationship of ego, of darkness and true self, and true self to the light of God. So the Zohar was first published by Moshe de Leon around 1248-1205 Common Era. It was linked as a Tanaic text recording the teachings of Simeon Bar Ben Yochai, Simon Bar around the hundreds. This claim is universally accepted by modern scholars. Most of them believe that was also an infamous forger of geotic material. He wrote the book himself between 1280 and 1286. Some scholars argue that the Zohar is the work of multiple medieval authors and are contains a small amount of generally antique novel material. Later additions to the Zohar, including Ibn HaZohar and Mahayim, composed by a 14th century imitator. So it's like Kabbalah is, for lack of sounding offensive, like built on a throne of lies. And maybe I'm wrong, but Zohar said, according to Gershom's Skull and other modern scholars, Zohar makes artificial dialect mostly based on linguistic fusion of Babylonian template and archaeology, but continues by alien simple and perfect grammar. His limited vocabulary and reliance on models, including contemporary language. The author further confused the text with original string of Aramaic and Hebrew in order to give the impression of knowledge. Like Zohar Hebrew, the original text of the Zohar is cited by various beginning around the 14th century. Isaac Ben Samuel Walker, David B. Judah, Israel, um, Alfonso de Zabor, was partially in Hebrew and partially in Aramaic. By the time of the first edition, the text was entirely in Aramaic, with the exception of the Midrash where Hebrew words and phrases are often included as part of the Babylonian Hebrew of Midrash Hanilam is similar in its overall form to the language of Midrash, but its specific vocabulary, idioms, and stylistic characteristics are different than the Hebrew Midrash of daily that uh, By the way, when you were learning about Moshe Leon earlier, a few days ago or whatever, it's like in the last 11 days, uh, he said like his girl, his wife or whatever, after he died, his widow, how whatever you want to call it, and we should refer to women, but I'm just being funny. And if you don't think it's funny, okay, then we have differences of opinion on it. But some people that this shit is hilarious. Anyway, when I say bitch, I don't that means beat, like you don't feel sick on the coach. Anyway, so she said my man was strapped for cash and had to do accomplice and shit. They don't talk about that in biography. I understand why. And initial view. Authorship of the Zohar was purchased from the outset due to the claim that it's discovered by one person and referring to historical events of the post-Talmudic period, while purporting to be from an earlier date. Abraham goes to me. So, read it slowly, swallow it. Read it through. Or Abraham was 1504 words. Was Isaac Ben Hawker's 13th century Israel laws, which claims that the widow is the daughter of that he had written himself a English prophet to Simeon Ben Yochai, personal prophet. And this was the Spain to investigate how it happened that the book of Noah was found, which Simeon Ben Yochai and his son Eleazar had made in the cave. And some say that it is fortunate among his children. But Isaac later said that the Aramaic, such as were generally written by Simeon Shimon and Yochai. And Isaac wrote, because I had faith that these words were wonders and that they ran from from a well high above which is beyond those uninitiated in his secret of the divine. I chased after it, and I asked the scholars, and some said he had fallen into the hand of sage Moses and Gideon, whom they call Moses of Baal, and some said so. Shimon and Yochai had not written the book, but that Moses had written wondrous words and falsely ascribed them to Shimon ben Yochai and his son Eleazar, in order to sell them for sums of money. And I went to Spain, the capital city of and presented myself to Moses, and was received favorably. And he swore to me by Hashem, the ancient book of Shimon ben Yochai was that day in his house with me, and that he would show it to me when I visited him. And Moshe parted from me to return home, but he sickened in Araval on the way, and he died there. And when I heard of this, I was long pained. I took to the road and came to a village where I found a great old sage named called Corvo. And he received me favorably, and I demanded he explain to me the secret of the book of the Lord, about which men were into the hands of this Moses that there's no book of Zohar except that of which Moses himself wrote everywhere. Know that this Moses was a great spendthrift. One day his house was filled with treasures that the wealthy Muslims had given him in exchange for protection. And the next, his wife and children were starving, making no exchange. So when we heard that he is fighting on the fellow, I went to the palace of the richest man in the city, Joseph de Avila, and said to him, now time has come for you to earn the priceless Zohar if you will do what I advise. And he followed my advice, and he set his wife to help the Moses' widow. She said to her, know that my wish is to marry your daughter to my son. I have nothing from you except the book of Zohar, which your person excerpt, excerpted for many people. And Moses' widows were to Joseph replied, Jeff, my husband never had such a book except in his mouth, and everything he wrote came from his own intellect. When I saw him, I asked him why he claimed to be accepting from it. I knew he did not have, and he told me that it was well, for his own words, they would not give a penny. For the divinely inspired work of Shimon and Yochai, they will pay him. And Moses' daughter said exactly, didn't ask for better. I don't know why we don't just consider the Zohar garbage. I really don't. Like, my Kabbalistic study should end here. This is done. I mean, you can say it, but this is the end of the story. And I just don't understand the mixed evidence of Zohar authenticity from other scratch Kabbalists, but the fragment answer properly mid-sentence without any. So Isaac is willing to quote it in his Rothschild Ephraim, in his Mayat, Mirat, and Yayam. He does so rare. Isaac's testimony was censored from the second edition, 1580, remained absent from all editions thereafter until its restoration made 300 years later in 1857 edition. By the way, Moshe De Leon's wife, she is amazing for like telling the truth. But on her, I don't know what that bitch's name is, but I knew her very positive. In 1243, a different Jew had reportedly found a different ancient mystical book in a cave in Toledo, which was near the mosque you heard about, which may have been De Leon's free. Within 50 years of its appearance in Spain, it was quoted by some, including the Italian mystical writer Visconti and Todos Benjamin Abolati. However, Joseph and Walker harshly attacked the Quran, which he considered inauthentic. In some Jewish communities, such as George Ryan, and Joe, and the Sephardic or Spanish and Portuguese Jews, and some Italian communities, never accepted it as authentic. Only early Kabbalists accepted David B. Judah, the pious Abraham B. Isaac of Granada, the pious guy was around 1500, the 1500 Abraham Ben Isaac of David B. Ben Aden, around 1350. Like, why are we abbreviating that with D? I mean, it's like not that, not like one word. Anyway, whatever. So readily imitate it pseudepigraphy and describing contemporary statements to the art saving so that it is obviously understood its nature. The manuscript from the 14th to 16th century. This is a kick in the butt. I figured this would be all shit. Like, it's like by the 15th century, there's no hard authority in the Iberian Jewish community was such that Joseph drew arguments from his attacks against Rambam. With Joseph Ibn drew arguments from it in his attacks against Rambam. He represented some non-mystical Jewish thought began to assert its sacredness and invoke its authority in of ritual questions. In Jacob's and Freud's, they were attracted to its glorification of man, its doctrine of immortality, and its ethical principles, which they saw as more keeping the strict Talmudic Judaism than are those taught by the philosophers, and which was held in contrast to the view of Maimonides and his followers, who regarded man as a fragment of the universe's immortality is dependent on the degree of development of his active intellect. The Zohar instead declared man to be um, like like the creator of creation. His immortality is solely dependent upon his morality. Conversely, Eladay from 1450 around 1493 in his Behinat HaDat endeavored to show that the Zohar could not be attributed to Shimon ben Yochai by a number of arguments. He claims that if it were his work, the Zohar would have been mentioned by the Talmud, as has been the case with other works of the Talmud. He claims that had Ben Yochai known of divine, had Ben Yochai known by divine revelation his meaning of the precepts, his decision on Jewish law from the Talmudic period would have been adopted by the Talmud, and it would not contain the names and reference to them in a later period than that of Ben Yochai. And he claims that the Kabbalah were a pure doctrine. There would have been no divergence of opinion concerning the mystification of the creed. Believers in the authenticity of the Zohar countered that the lack of references to the Muslim Jewish literature was because Ben Yochai teaching were transmitted orally to his disciples over generations until finally the doctrines were embodied in the Zohar. They found it unsurprising that Ben Yochai would have foretold future happenings or made references to historical events of the post-Talmudic period. By the late 16th century, the Zohar was present in one-tenth of all private Jewish libraries in Yeshiva. The authenticity of the Zohar was accepted by such 16th century Jewish luminaries as Joseph Karl, who died 1575, and Solomon Luria, who died 1574. Wrote, nonetheless, Jewish law does not follow the Zohar when it is not contradicted by the Babylonian. I mean, that's just their. I'm not impressed with Zohar. Luria writes that the Zohar cannot even override a minhag. Moses uh, is Rabbi, died in 1572. Writes that he heard that the author of the Zohar is Ben Yochai. Elijah of the died in 1559, did not believe in its antiquity, nor did Joseph Scalander 1609 or Capel 16th or Johann David Ibn Zimra, who died in 1573, held that one can follow the Zohar only when it doesn't conflict with any other source. That you asked me about scribes modifying Torah scrolls to agree with the Zohar, and I was shocked. For how can they consider the Zohar better than the Talmud when which has come down to us? So I bent myself to the house of the scribe, three screens which had been edited, fixed them and restored toward his proper glory. So they were actually they continued over many generations. Well, Medina arguments were echoed by Leon of Medina, who died in 1648. In his Ari Noham by John Moore in 1659, so they 1648. By Jacob. Emden, who may have been familiar with Luna through more arguments, devoted a whole to the criticism of his art called Hypocrisy, and an effort against the rebellion of the Sabbatean movement, in which subtype raised Jewish apostate cited Messianic prophecy as himself on the sacred. And then argues in the book on which he based his doctrines of support his argument of the Zohar. Its close passages of scripture misunderstand the Talmud contains ritual observances that were ordained by later rabbinical authorities. Mentions are saying Muslims in the second century. Dog, are you fucking serious? Uses the expression as Noga, a Portuguese term for synagogue, gives a mystical explanation of the Hebrew vowel points, which were not introduced until long into the Talmudic period. Saul Berlin died 1794, argued that the purpose of the and if you hear me 1794, you know this is the I'll do my best to differentiate, but we're not all the information. Argue that the presence of the introduction of Zohar in the Zohar, unknown to some like the itself in the state. The Ashkenazi community of Eastern Europe religious authorities, including Elijah of Vilna and Schneur Zalman of Ladi, died in 1812, believed in the authenticity of the Zohar, while Ezekiel Landau died in his Sefer Derushim Hatzvah, argued that the Zohar was to be considered unreliable as it was made public many hundreds of years after the Zohar's death, lacks an unbroken tradition of authenticity among other ones. Isaac Satanow accepted Emden's arguments and referred to Zohar as a forgery, also offering evidence. By using President Samuel David Lozano, concluded that these books, the Zohar and the Zohar, are utter forgeries, in part because they repeatedly discuss the Hebrew translation, which were not invented until the 9th century. In 1850, Lozano published these arguments and treaties, giving many reasons why the Zohar could not be made. However, he did not publish this until 1852, when he felt it justified by the rights of the city. Moses this was not that long. Moses Landau died 1852. Ezekiel grandson published the same conclusion in 1892. Isaac Haber admits the vast majority of content comes from political figure, but argues that there was a genuine core. Solomon Judah Lowe report spoke of 1967, spoke against the Zohar's antiquity. Milzani, in 1854, accepted Emden's the influence of the Zohar in Yemen contributed to the formation of the Dora movement, led by in the later part of the 19th century. Among its objects was the opposition of the influence of the Zohar, as presented in Confucius Mill and Dot. Shlomo Zalman Geiger died in 1878 in the Divrei Kehilot of Frankfurt am Main, which was the United States in Frankfurt, which was the source to the Zohar, and the sages of Frankfurt reproduced to it. Say it. Okay, modern religion. In 1892, Adolf Neubauer called on the Orthodox rabbinate to reject the Zohar as a forgery and to remove the Zohar prayers from the liturgy. Two trials on Adolf Neubauer. However, Yamil Meko died in 1908, and Yisrael Meyer died in 1930. Both believed in authenticity of the Zohar. You should. Both believe in the authenticity of the Zohar, as did Meshach Kosher, died in 1983. Aryeh Kaplan died in dated very 1855. Time Nevsky died in 1822. Yeah. The foremost galactic authority of the 20th century, Rothschild stated unequivocally that the Zohar and Tikkun are words of the Tanakh, are words of the dog. Moshe Feinstein, come on, dog. R.A. Carmel died in 2069. Eliyahu was death in 1953, except the possibility that it was composed in the 15th century. Wait, what is what I mean? It was like that hard. Moshe Feinstein died in 1983. Then this is like finding like all your favorite baseball heroes or something. Like they're like bullshit. Iron Conrad did not a death letter, except for the possibility that it was composed in the 13th century. The Bible died in 2004. The church of Zohar was shared, but was sure that if it is acceptable to believe that but was sure that it is acceptable to was sure that it is acceptable. Obadiah died in 2015. Held that Orthodox Jews would accept the Zohar's antiquity and practice based on medieval precedent, but agreed that rejecting it is rational and religiously right. Joseph Hertz died in 1946. Public claim of Ben Gilpin's authorship and tenable that Gershom Schollem's evidence. Samuel Falcon died in 1970. Argued that the mystical midrash specifically predated De Leon. Joseph B. Sullivan, died in 1993, apparently dismissed the Zohar against him. Good on you. Good on you. 1939 wrote that the claim of Ben Clark's authorship was untenable, but that Moses didn't have compiled earlier. Meyer Moses accepts Amgen wrote that the claim of Ben Clark's authorship was untenable, but that Moses did not have compiled. Meyer Moses accepts Amgen. Who the fuck is what? That doesn't make any sense. Meyer Moses accepts. Who's at that? Uh, Shah Yaakov leads the Israel 1990 Moses De Leon composes Zohar in 270 certainly as Theodore Herzl composed their Judenstadt in the 18th. Zohar was influential because in every generation, the technology influence outpowered the Jewish faith. Shout out to Yeshiava Igor. What's up? My modern critical views. Early attempts included M.H. Landauer's Orlov, Pittsburgh, Barrick, Cooper, Maine, and Deckham in Ansaham, and Sohar, 1945, which fingered Abraham Abwalafia as the author, and Samuel Rosado's some 1852. The Zohar thing was important. But the first systematic and critical academic authorship of Moses Paleo was given by Adolf Schiller in 1851. Monograph Moses Ben Shem De Leon und sein Verhältnis Zohar. Jelinek, which combined previous analysis of Isaac of Acker's testimony and comparison of the Zohar to daily and Hebrew works, were accepted by every other major scholar in the field, including History of the Jews, Volume 7. Moritz Steinschneider, Burkhard Beer, Leopold Jones, and Christian David. Uh, Ginsburg summarized Graves and other scholars for the English Read World, including several novel prints, including that the Zohar includes a poem by Solomon ibn Gabriel, and includes a mystical explanation of a Methuselah style only introduced in the 13th century. Adolf Neubauer and Samuel Driver were convinced of these arguments, but Edward was held to a By 1913, the critical view had apparently lost its support. Israel Abraham's cause resumed like had little patience with the Zohar. At this stage, we are much more inclined to Kabbalah Mitzvah. Gershom Scholem, who was to found modern academic Kabbalah, began his career at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem in 1925 with a lecture in promising view grades and Hellenic. However, after years of research, he came to the conclusion similar to theirs. By 1938, good job, Gershom Scholem. The greatest thing, one of the greatest things you can do is admit you were wrong. Okay, so, however, after years of research, he came to a conclusion similar to theirs. By 1938, when he argued again that Leon was the most likely author. Scholem noted that Zohar's frequent errors in Aramaic grammar and suspicious traits of Arabic and Spanish words and scientific patterns, his lack of knowledge of the land of Israel, among other. Scholem's views are widely held as accurate among historians of Kabbalah, but they are not uncritically accepted. Scholars who continue to research the background of Zohar include Yehuda Leibowitz, who wrote the doctoral thesis for Scholem on the subject. And Daniel C. Mott, a student of Zohar, has published a critical edition of Zohar. Academic studies of Zohar show that many of its ideas are based in the context of various works of Midrash and Judeo-Jewish Scholem derived expert knowledge of the early material and often used it as a foundation for this position, putting into its variation of zone. His main sources are Talmud, the complete Midrash Rabbah, the Midrash Tanhuma, and two Pesachim, de Rav Hana on Sikta Rabbi, and the Midrash Psalms, Perkin, de Rabbi, Eliezer, and Targum Onkelos. Generally speaking, they are not quoted exactly, but translated into the peculiar style of it. Less use is made in the Midrash, the Jerusalem Talmud, and the Torah. More of the Midrash and Shririm, the Midrash on Proverbs, and the Alphabet de Rabbi. It is not clear what the author used the Yom ceremony, or whether he knew the sources of it does not separately. Of the smaller medallions used, the helicopter, the Haikal provided the alphabet de Bensira, and Sefer Baba, the Baraka de Masa'a Parish, and many others. At the same time, Sholem is often rejected a number of fictitious works that the Zohar supposedly quotes. For instance, the Sefer de Adam, the Sefer de Hanok, the Sefer de Shlomo, the Sefer de Rab, Rina, Sava, the Sefer de Rab, Sava, the Sefer de Agada, the Razid, and many others. The Zohar also draws from Bible commentaries written by medieval rabbis, including Rashi, Abraham, Israel, David Cameron, even authorities late as Maimonides and Maimonides, and earlier mystical texts such as Sefer and Bahar, and the medieval writing of Saint-Pierre Pascal. Almost another influence that Shulchan and scholars like Yehuda Leibowitz and Ryan Mazot have identified with the circle of Spanish Kabbalistic Castile, who dealt with the appearance of an evil side emanating from within the world of Scholem saw this dualism of good and evil within the Godhead as a kind of Gnostic incarnation of Kabbalah, and as the predecessor of other evil sides in God. The main text of the Castile Circle, the Treaty of Left Emanation, was written by Jacob Cohen around 1265. All right. Printing editions of English. Antonio Hazohar was first printed in Manjula in 1557. The main body of the Zohar was printed in Cremona in 1558 of volume in Mantua in 1558, 1560, volume edition, and in Salonika in 1597, volume edition. Each of these editions included somewhat different texts. When they were printed, there were many partial manuscripts in circulation. They were not available to the first printers. These were later printed as Zohar Kodesh, literally new greatness. Zohar Kodesh actually contains parts that pertain to the Zohar, as well as Chumanim, the full Chukan repairs. See also Chukan, that are akin to Chukanat HaZohar as described below. The term Zohar in usage may refer to just the Zohar collection with or without the applicable section of Zohar Kodesh, or to the entire Zohar in particular. Citations referring to the Zohar habitually follow the volume and page numbers of Mantua edition, while citations referring to Tiffany Zohar follow the edition of Article Constantinople, 1719, whose text and pagination became the basis for most subsequent editions. Volume 2 and 3 begin their numbering anew, so citations can be made by Karata and page number reference in Zohar. Also, one question may open volume and page number reference in Zohar 3. So, after the book of Zohar was printed in Mantua and in Mona in the 1553, 1853, 20, and 1558 to 1560, many more manuscripts were found that include paragraphs pertaining to the Zohar, which had not been included in printed editions. The manuscripts pertaining also to all parts of the Zohar. Some were similar to the Zohar on the Torah, some were somewhat the inner parts of the Zohar, Midrash HaNilam, Titrei, Otio, and many Edvar, and some pertain to Tiffany HaZohar. Some 30 years after the first edition of the Zohar was printed, the manuscripts were gathered and arranged according to the parashiyot of the Torah and the Megillah. Apparently, the arrangement was done by the Kabbalist Abraham Alek Rothschild, and were printed first in Salonika and Jewish year 5357, 1887, Khmer, and then in Prague, 1953, and academic printing stations. Structured According to Schwell's, Zohar can be divided into 21 types of content, of which the first 8 are the work of the original author, probably Daniel, and the final three, 2 through 3, are the work of the Lord. So, A. Entitled Torah Commentary. A bulky part is wholly comprised of discursive commentaries on various passages. B. Also consuming a short part of only 6 pages containing a commentary on the first 6 chapters of Genesis. It is highly oracular and obscure, citing authorities and explaining the things. C. Greater assembly. This part contains an explanation of oracular hints in the previous section. The Yochai's friends gather together and discuss secrets of flow. After the opening of the discussion by Ben Yochai, the sages rise one after another and lecture on the secret of divinity, while Ben Yochai adds to and responds to the word. The sages become steadily more ecstatic until the other die. Fulton calls this part architecturally perfect. Lesser assembly. Ben Yochai dies and the speech is quoted in which he explains the previous section. E. Assembly of the Tabernacle. This part has the same structure as Eva discusses that the mysteries of living prayer. F. Houses. 7 houses of light are described, which are perceived by the devout of heaven. The description appears again in the passage heavily enlarged. G. Secret. An anonymous discourse in physiognomy and a discourse on chiromancy by physiognomy and face reading. The practice of discussing a person's character and personality and how to present. The term physiognomy can also refer to general principles of portraying that reference to body characteristics as in the physiognomy of individual. Chiromancy is scientific practice also known as modern chiromancy, chirology, and the practice is spun all over the different relations. Those who practice palmistry are generally called palmists, and analysis are chirologists. Old man, narratives about a speech by an old Kabbalist on chapter story of mythology and his Kabbalistic K. Letter K, head of the Academy, a partist narrative in head of the selection of the speaks about the destiny of the soul, illustrations of Torah, allegorical and mystical interpretation of Torah passages and Mishnahs, imitation of mistakes without design, introduce commentaries in the style of and Zohar to the Song of Songs, Kabbalistic commentary to the Song of Songs. O. Standard of measure, profound interpretation of Deuteronomy 6:1. P. Sequence of letters, unlocked by Ben Yochai on the letters in the name of God used in creation. Q. Commentary to the Merkabah. R. Mystical Midrash, a Kabbalistic commentary on Torah, citing a wide variety of Talmudic sages according to the Lamaz. In its fifth of Midrash HaElam, because its topic is mostly of Shama, an upper level of the soul, upper level of soul, the source of which is the prince of Gan Eden, and is written in Pardes, that Josh is in Uriah, and revealed Midrash is the secret of externality, and Midrash HaElam is the secret of intentionality, which is the the secret of which is the Neshama. And this marriage is founded on the Neshama. Its name befits the language of Midrash is sometimes sometimes both ways. Unlike the body of the Zohar, Midrash are short and not long. Also, the topics it discusses, the work of combination of worlds. Mystic Midrash, a commentary on the book of himself. That was he is faithful. By far the largest book included in the Zohar. This is a Kabbalistic commentary on Moses and Moshe Rabbeinu's teaching, revealed to Ben Yochai and his friends Moshe Cordovero. Said, know that this book, which is called Anna, which Ben Yochai made with the Tzadikim, that who are in God, was a repair of the Shekinah. An aid and support for in the exile, where there is no aid or support for the Shekinah besides the secret of it. And everything that it says here is all with the intention of unifying and it. And of the Hebrew word of the divine presence of God and the concept of God. The Mirage, Rabbinic thought, and unlike other terms of divinity that gets at the word, the reality of God should be uniquely created the relational aspect of the experience, particularly in liturgical and revelatory perception, and its accompaniment of the Israelites during Babylon captivity, and its drawing among individual communities. According to the Bible Batra 25a 9-10, Rabbi Ishmael and Shechet, two rabbis living in the era of the Moraine, taught that the Shekinah was literally everywhere. The Shekinah is found in the Hebrew Bible only as Shekinah, the triliteral appears in numerous congregations, 120 times. Theme and this Sabbath life, right? Shekinah, Sabbath right, recurs in writings and songs of 67 Palestine, the Azamir, Shabbat, in Aramaic by Lyria, sung each make Shabbat. An example of this in particular in many cities in the section on Shabbat. Following. Let us invite the Shekinah with the newly laid table at a low lit menorah that casts light on all heads on the preceding day to the right and the succeeding day to the left, and amid them with adornment sheet on his vessel. May the Shekinah come out through the 6 loaves on each side, through the double 6 may our table be bound with the profound. The paragraph of the Zohar starts, one must prepare a comfortable seat with several cushions and embroidered covers from all that is found in the house, like one who prepares a canopy for a bride. For the Shabbat is a queen and a bride. This is why the master used to go out on the Shabbat to receive her from the road and used to say, "Come, O bride, come, O bride." And one can be choose at the table with many lighted candles, many beautiful clothes, and a house embellished with many divine tradition of the Shekinah and the Shabbat bride and the Shabbat Holiday continues to this day. Aspect Kabbalah associates the Shekinah with the female. According to Shalom, the introduction of this idea was one of the most important and lasting innovations of Kabbalah. No other element of Kabbalism won such a degree of popular approval. Feminine Jewish divine distinguishes cognitive literature from familiar Jewish literature. And the imagery of Shekinah is mostly over the female Sakura, the goddess of the
Sephiroth, referred to imaginatively as the daughter of God. The harmonious relationship between Shekinah and the sixth Sephiroth, which precede her, causes the world itself to be sustained by the flow of divine energy. She is like the moon, reflecting the divine light into the world's activity and light. The Zohar, the foundation presents Shekinah as in the central role of the conception of the birth of Moses. Later during the Exodus on the third moon in the desert, Shekinah revealed herself and rested upon him before the eyes of all the tenth sphere. In Kabbalah, the Shekinah is identified with the tenth sphere and the source of light below the second realm. The Shekinah is seen as feminine. The Shekinah is seen as the feminine aspect of God, descended to transform what uses is considered representative to the separatic and transcended the world as the bright of the All right. Rectification of Zohar. Keeping on the Zohar, this is you, which was printed as a separate book, includes 70 commentaries, including literally repaired and additional levels. In some editions, typically printed, some editions printed that were already printed in the Zohar, which in their intent and style most of the have Zohar. Each of the 70 Siddhuni of Zohar begins by explaining the word British and continues by explaining the verses, mainly in Parashat and Bereshit, and also on the rest of Tanakh, and also in the way of Sod, commentaries that reveal the hidden mystical aspects of the Torah. I can't believe I've been doing this. I was literally after like a 10, like 5 minutes drop. Zohar and Rahman are similar in style, language, and concepts, and are different perspectives of the Zohar. For example, the idea of four worlds found in Zohar and Raya and Renown, but not elsewhere, is true of the very use of the term Kabbalah. In terminology, that is called Kabbalah, and Kukanai, Zohar, and Raya is simply called Raven. In Kukanai Zohar, there are many references to Shipra, the Ma'a, refers to the main body of Zohar. Further, strategically, and other. Uh, for example, the four worlds, sometimes counted as the primordial world, Kadmon, or and called five worlds, are comprehensive categories of spiritual realms, Kabbalah, and descending chain of existence. The concept of worlds are not concept of worlds are not created life to the progressive and numerous or Kabbalah covers identified the world as Isaiah, from Isaiah 40:7, who are whom I formed for my glory. He is the Israel, it's 40, and to constitute. Yeah, ruler of the set, the name of God, Azul, domination, Raya, creation, Zero, formation, Asa, action, and Asaya. Lord, all the lowest spiritual worlds, Asaya, Asaya, Sia, Rashi, physical, or the physical universe, which encodes the lesson and not collectively, collectively the four worlds, collectively the four worlds are referred to as amida after the initial life. In addition to the functional role of each of the present region, it also provides dimensions of consciousness and influence. Judaism. On the one hand, the Zohar was lauded by many rabbis because it approached religious symbolism, stimulating music, imagination, and emotion, and for many people have reinvigorated the experience of prayer. Many places prayer between a leader and student religion for something, while prayer was supposed to be a means of transcending of humans and placing oneself in union with God. According to the Jewish Encyclopedia, on the other hand, the Zohar was censored by many rabbis because it propagated many superstitions and produced a host of mystical dreamers. These overexcited imagination people the group with spirits, demons, and all kinds of good and bad influences. Many Catholic rabbis, especially not viewed all such beliefs as a violation of Jewish religious faith. This mystic mode of explaining some commandments was applied by commentators to all religions and produced a strong tendency to substitute mystic Judaism in the place of traditional Rabbic Judaism. For example, Shabbat, the Jewish holiday, began to look began to be looked upon as the embodiment of God in temporal life, and every ceremony performed on the day was considered to have an influence upon the superior life. The moments of the Zohar kept into the liturgy of the 16th century and 17th century, and the religious thought only used the agorism and symbolism of the Zohar in their compositions. But even adapted its style, for instance, the use of derived terminology to question the relations between man and us in the language of some Jewish poets. The beloved one's calls indicate the mysterious sexual explosion and especially intensive typify the highest degree of divine love as ecstatic contemplation of the wide room that becomes merely the state through which human qualities work or are exalted to know God. The Zohar is credited with popularizing Gabriel Party clarification of Bible biblical exegesis. Uh, all right. So, another mysticism for like other religions. According to Jewish encyclopedia, enthusiasm, both of the Zohar was shared by many other scholars, not Jews, such as Barney, Pico Della, Johann Raphael, Al-Qadir, Jeffrey, etc. Often believed that the conclusion of the truth of himself. They were led to this belief by analogous instinct between some of the teachings of the Supreme and other doctrines, such as the fall of man and the Dalva, which seems to be expressed in Zohar. Each of these was three heads, and the result in three archetypes, all three forms of the and symbolizing the three of that adoration. He is thus symbolizing they were given him by the first secret hidden wisdom above that the whole nature of him, and the unknowable knows what he contains, whose above conception he is there for the not existing. According to the Jewish Encyclopedia, this and three similar doctrines are now known to be much older than other doctrines, but the other doctrines scholars by doctrine these teachings and the commentaries. The first commentary of the Zohar, Hidden Gods, by Simeon Lott, 1486. Another important influential commentary on Zohar 22 was written by Moshe Cordero of Spot Kabbalistic School in the 15th century. Going on the commentary on the Zohar, Hirsch of Crow commentary on the Zohar entitled Continuous Speed. The major commentary on the Zohar is the Summa written by Yehoshua. The translation of the Zohar into Hebrew was made by the late Daniel Hirsch under the title Mazak Vash. Boy, no, this is like getting kicked in the nuts spiritually. Because I thought this was to be tight. Like this could be the end of our Kabbalistic study. I just made this shit up in the 13th century. That's it. I wish I could tell you like there's some kind of secret. I was looking for some kind of secret. I don't know. Maybe I really have something for us, but it's like I don't know why. But let's look at what the modern Yoda, can you give me a list of the most prominent rabbis of the last 50 years and tell me yes or no, or maybe if they thought the Zohar was fraudulent, including the Lubavitcher Rebbe to Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and everybody else. Here's a focus list of rabbis on the Sunday, approximately 1875 to 2025, and something indicating whether they were known to. Okay, so yes, they publicly accept Zohar antiquity, authenticity as traditional authors considered Rashbi. No, openly rejected the Zohar antiquity and maybe not. Okay, so Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, yes. He stated unequivocally that Zohar antiquity are words of the Tanai. Rabbi Chaim Kanevsky, yes. Listed among those who believe in Zohar's authenticity, Rabbi Yeshua Meir time. Yes, believe in the authenticity of the Zohar. Rabbi Obadiah Yosef, maybe nuanced. Yes. Held that Orthodox Jews should accept Zohar's antiquity and practice, but agreed with rationally rejecting it. But agreed that rationally rejecting it is valid. Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik, maybe nuanced, leaning no, apparently dismissed Zohar's antiquity, which suggests skepticism about traditional authorship. Good job. Rabbi Gedalia, Rabbi Obadiah Yosef, Chaim Kenem, 1920, 2022, Rabbi 8 to 19. Rabbi Gedalia, I don't know, maybe I'm not sure if Zohar is genuine. I think it's acceptable to think it is. Rabbi Aryeh Carmel, maybe nuance, did not accept the traditional ancient authorship of the Zohar. Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler, 1892, maybe not accepted the possibility that 13th century, i.e., Rabbi Mazuz, yes, no offense, dog, but like there's a lot of evidence that happened. Listed as the argument against traditional authorship, suggesting means choice traditional. Come on, get your shit. Rabbi Yehia Coffee, the 15th century Yemenite chief rabbi. No, specifically, Zohar is not authentic and its attributes to be besmirched. Good shit to explain. All right, so historical figures we have like Yaakov Emden, no historic, but influential on the debate, archaeological Zohar, and Rashbi's writing, like Sofer, other guy, 1697 to 1776. That time, Sofer, 1762 to 1839, no, denied Zohar's authenticity, defended imposition, academic scholars, no, call the rejection of Zohar as forgery, not Rabbi Tzlaki, but no. Arab takes such dog. What about the Lubavitch? The Lubavitch Rebbe, clear unequivocal, yes. Bottom line, Lubavitch we fully sorry that it can originate from reflection Ben Yochai. That is medieval. Zero ambiguity. Calm down, dog. Rebbe is always part of the Torah of the mystical dimension, frequently quoted it so hard in the Arizona. So, my mind as authoritative sources, not as late as because it simply explicitly rejected academic claims that the Zohar was more than they would know. In successful Chabad fashion, the academic government may have been redacted later, but its content should trace back to the view follows earlier Chabad after Rabbi, middle Rabbi, upper Rabbi, middle Rabbi, Zimmer, who treated the Zohar as foundational knowledge. All right, so ones that some people to reflect how the Zohar is been, and then Rabbi or Yochai revealed later, but not in the medieval period, and categorically rejected claims that it was. I mean, okay, so Soloveitchik have disagreed then with the Lubavitcher Rebbe. Yes, very much the end subject, even though they would not have framed it as a column. Short answer, Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik and the Lubavitcher Rebbe certainly disagreed on the historical authorship of the Zohar, while agreeing on its religious significance in Judaism. How the disagreement actually looks, being precise. Lubavitcher Rebbe, the Zohar originated in Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, Rothschild model, revelation consumed figure redemption. Right? Attitude toward academic activities of medieval authors are mistaken and based on flawed assumptions set in Zohar. The authority of Kabbalah rooted in Tanai obtained to native Rabbi Soloveitchik position skeptical or dismissing the Zohar's antiquity as a Russian text model. Historical critical honesty is legitimate. Not everything attributed to Tanai must live in attitude toward academia. Comfortable accepting that the Zohar may be medieval. As a Zohar, spiritual, meaningful, but not binding. So, what would you do? I totally, you know, I hate to say it, but yo, can you tell me where the Zohar talks about like what it says? Quote it from. So, what would you say? Yeah, they're ready. Like, dog, I know that you're just following a line, but I got AI here, baby. Like this is smarter than well, your boy. I hate to say it, but it is. It's smarter than all. Except Winston, but like this would be a big error. If it talks about the Crusades, it'd be like, check me. Good question. Yes, the Zohar does speak about events that later Jews understood as the Crusades, but it does not say Crusades explicitly. It uses coded Kabbalistic language. And Rome, George Blood, and War the Holy Land, near the Jews living through the Crusades were living through the Crusades very clearly read these passages as describing what they were seeing. All are the main Zohar passages actual in translation, and then a short explanation of how they were understood. The Zohar 119a to 119b, Parashat Left, the most famous Christian text. When the children of Israel, that's that's I mean that's like I can tell you right there, that's like what the Muslims call it. So, awaken to wage mighty wars in the world, the sons of Edom, that's a Christian, will gather against them, and they will wage war upon one another. And the Holy Land will be shaken, and many nations will run. Great wars will arise in the world, and Israel will be caught between suffering great. That sounds like the Crusades, dog. Why this is a Crusade? Europe, standard rabbinic code. Ishmael is Holy Land is a battlefield. Exactly what happened during the Crusades. Christians multiplied over Jerusalem. His massacre between both sides. The passage was already cited by 13th and 14th century as describing what they were doing. Zohar 3:212, the Persia allowed explicit violence and religious war against Edom, so that Christianity of Rome will rise in great strength and will spill much blood, and they will say that they acted the same in the name of faith. They will slaughter and destroy, and the world will be filled with pride. Key phrase, they will say that they will act like faith. This is why the evil Jews immediately connected this to Crusaders who literally marched under God's God bless them. Zohar 116b, 117a, this defines society as text. Uh, they will say that so that Zohar 1:16, 1:7 religious violence as Ellen is text. Where did the world when Edom received power for they destroyed and killed under the cloak of righteousness? This language is very unusual. It's not generic war. Religious violence justified as holy, which Crusader idea, which fits the Crusader ideology exactly. Zohar prays to prevent a mass Jewish suffering during those wars. Translation: in those days, Israel will cry out from suffering, and their voice will rise before the Holy King, and they will be trampled among the nations. This is all in Roman Church 1096, for conversion, pogroms accompanying Crusader movements. Important clarification: the Zohar does not give the date, not in Christianity, does not in Islam. It speaks in symbolic prophetic language, but medieval Jews immediately identify these passages with crusade. Later Kabbalists, including the Rothschild circle, explicitly say so. This is one of the reasons why academic scholars argue that Zohar. Okay, so how different camps read this? Chabad, the Zohar foresaw these events centuries earlier in the spiritual code. Academic scholars, these passages reflect lived experience of Crusader violence, middle position, some literary thinkers. Ancient symbols were expanded or recontextualized later. One summary the Zohar describes violent wars between Edom, Christian Europe, and Ishmael, Islam, in the Holy Land, justified as holy warfare with Jews suffering in between passages that medieval Jews overwhelmingly understood, referring to the Crusades. I mean, look, why don't I just fucking use AI? Okay. Let's pretend I had the Lubavitcher Rebbe in front of me, and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein. Anyone else who believes in the veracity of the Zohar. 10 points, very simply, to be able to counter their beliefs in its veracity. that prove that it was written in the 13th century. Aside from the Jews' own wife, well, include in there that the Jews' own wife, Moshe de Leon, said that it was a forgery. Like, that's the biggest thing. And be like, Doc, did you guys know them? Okay, so here we go. This is not mockery. It's the strongest 13th century case. All right, so language. Aramaic is artificial. Like, guys, don't you know that the Aramaic's artificial? And then you're like, oh, Aramaic's artificial. The Zohar's Aramaic is not matched to the Theonatic Aramaic, Gemara Midrash. It makes it bad quality Aramaic plus Talmudic form Hebrew grammar. Linguists agree that reads like someone imitating ancient Aramaic, not speaking it naturally. Bottom line, Rabbini's Aramaic is not Zohar's Aramaic. Hebrew grammar unknown in the Talmudic era. The Zohar uses grammatical constructions that only appear in medieval Hebrew. Some phrases cannot exist in the 2nd century this area. Bottom line, the grammar fits Spain, not Rome and Judea. 3. Concepts that do not exist before the Middle Hebrews. Examples: tense zero system in its Zoharic form. Hartufin, Arik, Anton, Zer, Anton, Nukva, and full persona. Erotic cosmic symbolism developed far beyond early mysticism. These do not appear in Mishnah, Tosefta, Midrash, early Halakhot. You shit that. It sucks. What the fuck? This is the worst. All right, early erotic cosmic symbolism developed beyond early mysticism. These ideas don't appear in Mishnah, Tosefta, Midrash, early Halakha region literature. Literature. Theology is historically based. Geographic mistakes by Earth Israel. The Zohar confuses locations in the Galilee, describes travel routes incorrectly. Rothschild lived there, a medieval Spaniard did not. Bottom line, the resident doesn't make these mistakes. References to post-Semitic custom, mentions mythology that only developed centuries later, alludes to lots of debates that did not yet exist. Bottom line, you can't reference a future practice. The complete absence before 1280. No one, no Gam, no Rishon quotes the Zohar before the 17th century. Not Rab Hai Gaon, not Rashi, not Rambam, not Ramban, until very late and indirectly. Bottom line, a massive foundational text doesn't disappear for 1100 years. I think that's a great point. And I think these guys would be right. What the fuck is that? Done. Super weird. 7. Explosion, fully formed. The Zohar appears all at once, fully systematized, not fragmentary, not partially before it. Bottom line, ancient work emerged slowly. Medieval compositions appeared. 8. Internal anachronism. Zohar attributes statements to pages who lived centuries apart in different libraries. Sometimes reverses teacher relations. Online. This happens with writing historical fiction, not reporting lived reality. 9. Moshe de Leon's behavior. He sold Zohar manuscripts for money, clicked different sources at different times, never produced an ancient original. Every copy traces back to him or his circle. Bottom line, the transmission chain collapses to one man. 10. Testimony of Moshe de Leon's wife. You asked to include it, so here it is. But note, this is the weakest argument, not the strongest. Good. After this, he reportedly said, "My husband wrote it himself. Had he claimed it was his own, no one would have moved it. Even the defendants of the Zohar admit this testimony exists. It cannot be fully dismissed, but it's not the bottom line, it's corroborative, not important. What this does not claim, even if all 10 are accepted, this is not proof the Zohar is heretical. The Zohar is spiritually worthless. All its faults. It argues only the Zohar was comprised in the 13th century, likely by Moshe de Leon. Why defenders still disagree? Chris, when we bother Rabbi, will answer, redaction does not mean authorship. Mystical language doesn't follow linguistic rules. Oral esoteric tradition coinciding publicly. Prophetic texts can describe their realities. So the disagreement is epistemological, not intent. One sentence summary you consider based on language theology, historical references, geographic errors, and transmission history. Zohar fits the intellectual world of the 15th century Spain far better than the second century Roman Judea, even without relying on polemical testimony. Uh, and like just asking you AI, give me percentage wise, what percent? What are the odds that it was written in ancient times versus the 13th century? Is it like 99 to 1, or is it like 50-50? Straight answer, AI to kill no hedging. If we're talking historical probability, 13th century authorship, 95 to 99%. Ancient second century Rashi, 1 to 5. There's no controversial, that's not controversial at universities or among historians of religion. It's about as strong consensus as you get outside of hard science. That's actually true. And I'd say to these guys, I'd say Moshe Feinstein and Bobby already. Doug, this thing doesn't have a dog in the fight. They can tell you it's 50-50, so it's 50-50. If we're talking internal traditional Orthodox theology, ancient Rashi origin 90 to 100% by belief, and 13th century 0 to 10%, usually rejected. Right? But this is faith-based confidence, not historical probability. If we're being maximally fair and pure man to both sides, a reasonable blended breakdown might look like 13th century composition, most of the on the historical, 85 to 95%, ancient corpus, medieval redaction, 5 to 10%, fully ancient Rashi authorship, less than 5%. Yeah. Why it's not 50-50? 50 would mean mixed linguistic evidence, partial manuscript trail, some early citations. But instead, we have overwhelming lists of English match. 0 pre-13th century manuscripts, 0 citations for 11 years. Perfect fit to medieval Spanish witnesses. A single point of transmission. This pushes probability way past the point. Key distinction, this matters. Historical odds do not mean really defeat. Something can be historically medieval, theologically meaningful, spiritually authoritative to believers. Those are separate questions. One line, bottom line, historically, it's closer to 99 to 1 than 50-50. Religiously, believers treat it as 100 this year. I'm as innocent in this as anybody. I want to fucking think that the Lubavitcher Rebbe and Rabbi Moshe Fine seem like these motherfuckers are never wrong, but I'm like, this one, 99 to 1, dog. Okay, give me an argument why Zohar is of ancient origin. So there are early Midrash and Talmudic parallels to Israel Zohar in Midrash Rabbah, Talmudic Haggadah, Halachot, High literature. Defenders argue the Zohar is not inventing ideas, it is unfolding esoteric layers of causal to oral esoteric tradition or typically causal explicitly so. One does not teach Maase Merkava publicly Akida 38 and Kabbalah, which transmitted formally not written or cited, explaining the sign of the country. 3 redacted does not equal authors are traditional. Physician Rashbi, author of the core teaching, later sages redacted arranged on the reveal the text parallel Mishnah and Gemara, oral Torah, reading later, for internal self-identification of Tanakh. The Zohar consistently places itself in the Rashbi circle, reflects Tanaic modes of discourse, not geonic, vocal, claim. Forgers usually slip. The Zohar sustains the persona with remarkable consistency, but it like fucked up. Pride, depth, and coherence beyond one author. The Zohar contains symbolic, multiple theology, interlocking notions, and defenders argument. This is too eternally rigid to be the invention of white medieval mystics. It's early accepted by major authorities. Soon after emerging from Ramban, one of these treats topics of traditional ancient. Rashba, Rizva, Me'erim, selectively reference Semitic traditions. These were not naive people. They sensed and authentic ancient transmission. Seven, accurate knowledge of native personality of the Zohar. The psychological depth of Rashbi consistent with denying argument of medieval standard would not convince him to pick the world. Medieval standard would not convince me to recreate this inner world. Eight, descriptions of later history. Passages describing Edom versus Ishmael wars in the Holy Land, religious violence justified as holy claims. These read more like prophecy than reported. Spiritual power and transformational impact. Traditional claim the Zohar treats people for this Jerusalem, the Shiva, and the argument for Johnson and centuries of sustained spiritual authority. Then came the lowest the transmission of hard self-thought, Zohar each Rashi, consistent with ancient roots, claimed the entirely Aramaic framework assumes Zoharic antiquity, its coherence suggests it to be progressed in the state. How defenders came to the strongest objectives. In medieval Aramaic, mystical language breaks normal grammar, new manuscripts, esoteric forbidden, anachronism, symbolic time, historiography, and much daily reality revealed not author. Honest bottom line, these arguments do not propose swearing, but they are internally coherent within a traditional framework. Alright, so give me 10 points right now to just show that Zohar is BS. Just if it is fun, be aggressive. Alright, no hitting at diplomacy. There are 10 non-aggressive reasons why his Zohar is BS as an ancient text. Come on, you shit. Alright, the Aramaic is thick. Zohar's Aramaic is linguistic, not Talmudic, not from that area, not Babylonian, full of medieval Hebrew syntax wearing an Aramaic costume. No native second century speaker. This shit is such bullshit. Okay. Okay, no native century, no native second. Okay, so not Babylonian, full of medieval Hebrew syntax with an Aramaic costume. No native second century speakers conflict this alone kills Rashbi authorship. Zero evidence for 1100 years, not one. Violent Rothschild Midrash responsive manuscript into the Zohar before 12. A text supposedly written by one of the most famous Iranians somehow vanished completely over fun. 3. Appears fully formed out of nowhere. Each text fall fragment get quoted partially. The Zohar dropped suddenly. Mass is complete and theologically mature. That's how medieval composition appeared, not ancient tradition. 4. It knows medieval stuff and shows. The Zohar casually uses post-Talmudic customs and later adopting concepts of medieval mystical frameworks. This is like finding a Roman scroll referencing the printing press. Geographic errors local would never make. The Zohar uses a Galilean location, stream routes. Rashbi lived there. De Leon. Characters are treated like fan fictions, 9 from different generations, talk like contemporaries, hang out together, get misassigned teachers. That's not oral tradition, that's historical cosplay. So the theology is way too late. The Zohar system, full Sephardic, sexualized divine drama, Parthian as personality. None of these, none of this exists in Mishnah, Tosefta, early Midrash, Low text. This is peak medieval Spanish mysticism in Roman Judea. 8, 7, 8. Every manuscript traces back to one Jew. All roads lead to Moshe de Leon. No parallel transmission, no independent ancient copies, no alternative chains. That's not how ancient texts survive. That's how authors operate. 9. Moshe de Leon acted like an author, not a discoverer. He sold copies for cash, changed the story about its origins, never produced an ancient original, and guarded the text while alive. This is author behavior, not guarding of antiquity. His wife said he wrote it. Yeah, people have tried to match it, but it matters. She said he wrote it himself and attributed it to Rothschild, so people would buy it. Is it courtroom proof? No, because it's perfect like all the other evidence. A brutal summary. If this were a court case, linguistics, guilty, manuscript, guilty, history, guilty, definition, guilty, context, guilty. Restricted and so hard the ancient is not dead on the matter. One line nuclear version. The Zohar is after like a brilliant 13th century mystical masterpiece pretending to be ancient because that's what it is. What was his wife's name? Because this lady seemed like a true. Answer. We do not know. What is it? Sources from Rabbi Isaac of late 10th century, 14th century. He explicitly the wife of Moshe de, the wife of Moshe de Leon. No first name, no picture, no nothing. Why that's normal? Jewish sources never preserve books. Okay, but I did not. Why isn't Moshe de Leon seen as a forger? I mean, there's less evidence against people who are publicly known, named as forgers, and name a few examples like of people who forged documents. And Moshe de Leon is held to a different standard, it seems. But it seems like this is all propped up on falsities. And in reality, because of this, doesn't it seem like at least the Zohar and perhaps much of the Kabbalistic teaching is on a throne of lies? And a lot of emphasis is made on it, but its key discoverer may have forged it. This is actually a very good, serious question. And you're right to notice that Moshe de Leon is treated differently than many collection workers. Let's unpack this cleanly and honestly without collecting. Why Moshe de Leon is singled out? Moshe de Leon is labeled a forger because people need a villain. He's singled out because of rare convergence of evidence that almost never exists in medieval cases. Here's what makes him different. A single point transmission. Every early manuscript of the villain traces back to him or his immediate. There is no parallel in the chain. That's already unusual for alleged text. Most forged texts don't have such a tight order. Contemporary investigators, a Rabbi Isaac Acker, a believing confidence, John Skeptic actively investigated the Zohar right after De Leon died. He interviewed people who knew De Leon personally. This almost never happens with medieval texts. So this isn't an academic speculation, it's contemporary inquiry. Behavior consistent with De Leon sold manuscripts for money, claimed different merchants to different buyers, never produced an ancient source copy, started access for a life. That pattern matches authorial control, not custodianship of the tradition. The widow's testimony puts the rest. On its own, the statement would be like combined with linguistics, manuscript history, geography, here, such appearance, it locks in rather than stands alone. That's why historians take it seriously. When other forgers get left feet. You're right, many forgers have less evidence against them. The difference is we know they're forged because of external contradictions, eight scripts material. We often don't know who did it, or the forger lived centuries earlier, but no witnesses. Roger de Leon was unlikely in one sense. Roger de Leon is unlucky in one sense. He lived right at the moment when scrutiny and record keeping made exposure possible. Is Roger de Leon held to a different standard? Yes, not unfairly. He's held to a higher standard because his claim is stronger. This is a secret book written in the second century to now and hidden for over 1,000 years. Extraordinary claims invite extraordinary scrutiny. If someone today said, I found Plato's secret metaphysical diary, you'd apply the same pressure. Exactly. Or Rambam's posting. Does this mean the Zohar and Kabbalah are a throne of lies? Here's where we need to be careful and honest. Historically, yes. The claim of Rashbi authorship is almost certainly false. That part does not hold up. Philosophically, religiously, not automatically why many religious traditions function with pseudo pseudo pseudepigraphy, really claiming sacred attributions. Ceremonies for Daniel, most certainly later than parts of the Sibylline oracles, even in Russian. If this is something will be tight. Uh, this creates tension. Different groups resolve it differently. Kabbalists roll down on economic issues. Academic historians reclassify it as medieval mysticism. Some Orthodox thinkers treat it as inspired by ancient. What anymore is pretending evidence is a core. While this and the Lubavitcher Rabbi and Rabbi Morton Feinstein, I don't want to believe you, but this all comes from God. This is Rambam's twisted notes. What I'm saying, this thing doesn't have a dog in the fight. 99 to 1. Why it still hurts? Because if you can see Moshe de Leon authored or heavily tainted and attributed falsely, then you're forcing it to confess attribution to true theology. The spiritual power required historical honesty. How much authority is myth making? Those are dangerous questions for systems built on certainty. Bottom line, no rhetoric. Moshe de Leon isn't treated as a forger because of bias. He's treated that way because he's one of the rare medieval figures where linguistic, historical behavioral, and testimonial evidence all converge on the same conclusion. That doesn't automatically validate all Kabbalah, but it does permanently destabilize the traditional story about where it comes from. So again, give me odds, just really simply. Is it 99-1 that Kabbalah is based on the Zohar is false or like forged? Or is it closer to 50-50? All right. Keeping it super simple and brutally honest, historically, based on the manuscript language, geography, money. Zohar Kabbalah has literally authored by Ron speaking for 1 to 5%. Zohar Kabbalah has mostly authored by Moshe Dayan or his medieval circle, 95 to 99%. This is not 50-50. It's basically 99-1 in favor of medieval language. Important nuance, this about historical authorship, not whether it's spiritual or mystical value. From a religious perspective, believers still treat it as truthful, inspired, and authoritative, even if it's not ancient. So yes, if you're jumping like a historian, well, we all are, of course. The odds of the Tsar is a second century Rashbi document are pretty low. Okay, just in comparison, what are the odds in comparing like aliens existing in extraterrestrial life having visited Earth? Is it 99-1 or is it like 50-50? With all the evidence that's out there of like people who have stuff on video camera and people who are abductees, like what odds do you put on that? All right, same framework, same logic, but I'll keep it graded. I'll separate two very different things. How does alien life exist? Alien life exists somewhere microbial or something 90 to 99%. Complex or intelligent alien life exists somewhere 50 to 80%. Technological civilizations exist elsewhere. Why hundreds of billions of galaxies, trillions of planets, organic everywhere, exoplanets in habitable zones, and I mean, this is all how it's programmed too. But I mean, it says, okay, so aliens are visiting the past 1 to 5% aliens are visiting Earth now, 1 to 2% aliens regularly affect, and that's less than 0.1%. Well, if you, I mean, if the rabbis are going to be on me, they're going to be like, look, dog, you think this shit has happened? It's happened for like lots of years. You're at 1% here. I have to say, yeah, but I think this thing is flawed. They'd be like, well, we think it's flawed. So believe what you want to believe. So, all right, so clean comparison table. So far, recommended by Rabbi, 1 to 5%. So far, evil daily on 95 to 99%. Alien life exists somewhere 90 to 99%. That's pretty good. I mean, that's actually really good. The only difference, the only I think is it has more effect on Earth. Intelligent life exists 50 to 80%. Those are really high numbers. It's way more than alien so far. Alien visitor, 1 to 5%. Um, all right, but that's so. What's another one? Oh, I gotta end this one. I've been doing this for 2 fucking hours. Okay, I previously said over the course of the last when I was a kid that like people didn't say that I said the giant squid didn't exist, and then I called them water pigs, and I meant water bears. Okay, here's what I meant. They were never on camera. Water pigs water, not water bears may have been a thing going back to the 18th century, but they were never on camera. They had to be under like electron microscopes. And the giant squid, I meant to say colossus. Um, they weren't ever on camera until the 2000s. And I'm telling you, like, if you would go out and talk about the colossus squid being a thing, like, people would say that you're talking about the Kraken and all of these stories of like ancient or of mariners like of antiquity, and it'd be like we've got this thing on camera. Oh, another thing, we had seen bodies wash up on shore. The first time it was on camera, like a living one, they tracked the baby in 2007. The Japanese. And why is that important? Because when I was a kid, people would say, "Well, you don't have it on camera, so like, how can we believe it?" And even before that, I'm sure people were like, well, you don't have a picture. And even before then, you'd have like you have a sketch or whatever. And I asked a question yesterday to AI. Okay, so I made like an inversion called the giant squid, the colossus squid, or method called the colossus squid. Okay, can a giant squid and a colossal squid mate? It's a good question. And I don't think we know. And maybe in the future people will be like, oh, of course they can mate. But or maybe they absolutely can't mate. We don't have any evidence that it's happening. But that doesn't mean that it can't be true. Take such a shit. Allegedly. I don't know. All right. Are you done? I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to talk for 10 God, hurry the fuck up. Bitch. What up, baby? Glad that you're here. You can come and talk to me. I'm just really experimenting, so. Uh, was. I was a big guy. Amazing. Yeah, what's new with you? What's new with you, big dog? Do you have a project or anything? No, check this out. Check this out. Wait. I don't know if you have oh, no way. Doug, do you have an iPhone? Do you have an iPhone? Do you see I'm on multiple cameras in a space? Have you ever seen anything like this? Have you ever seen anything like this? Me either. Wow. I did not know this was possible. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Would you say, Big Man? Wow. This is interesting. I did not know this was a thing where you could be on multiple cameras in a Twitter space. So, Joshua, tell me about yourself. What are you into? What projects do you have on? Excellent. Johnson, if you want, I'll help you. Okay, so first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to send you a message, and it's going to help you. You're going to try. We're going to make you into more than a reply guy. We're going to make you into a full-on social media marketer, which is what you're going to want to be. Because then that's going to give you an opportunity to be successful in the future. So just for a moment, the fact that you have an iPhone is really clear. All right, Chelsea. First thing I'm going to do is send you an invite. Okay. Oh, much pleasure, man. Okay, so what I want you to do, look at the messages that I'm sending you in the chat. On that, and share to yo, what up, Alicia? Hey, looking girl. I'm following you. Alicia, if you have an iPhone, you probably have never seen this before. Somebody on so many different cameras and a Twitter. This is wild. Yo, what up, crypto? Crypto, do you have an iPhone? Okay, okay. So if you're wondering, what are you so excited about? I'm on camera in this Twitter space, and you can actually see in the Twitter space, many people aren't on camera in the Twitter space, and I'm actually on two different cameras at once. So, crypto, are you a social media marketer? Spear, my man. Spear, can you hear me? Spear, come on up. Spear, my man, I'm gonna talk to you. And I know you guys are getting some feedback. Apologies. Okay. Crypto, Ken, are you a social media marketer? Of course. Yeah, but you're gonna make more money, right? Absolutely. So I'm gonna send you the same message that I sent to my man, Jesse. Spears got this. He knows what's up. Jesse, can you check your messages? Jesse, check your messages and look at the messages that I sent you. Read them and let me know if they make sense to you. Can you do that for me, Jesse? Okay, excellent. Well, you do that. My man, yeah, Spear here. So Spear, I'm gonna send you. I mean, Crypto King. I want you to be segment, and I will explain how this is. So basically, you guys right now, many of you are just reply guys, which is cool. But I want you to be more than that. I want you to be full on social media marketers, and I'm going to help you do it. And everything I tell you is free. And I've helped 50 people recently to become social media marketers. And so what this is going to do is, if I may ask, Crypto, do you have a resume? Okay, that's okay. You make one. Okay, so what you want to do, Crypto, in your your X messages, and read what I sent you, and make sure it makes sense to you. And if it doesn't, then I'm good about it. But it should be like the best few messages anybody's ever sent. Right? Well, you do that. We've got some other people here. What up, Peter? Peter, come up. You want to talk to the Spear? Are you there, my man? How you going to make up the Spear? You have an iOS device or an Android device?
I have both.
No way, Spear. Go into this space on an iOS device. Can you see it on camera?
I can see you on the camera.
And you can see me on two different cameras, right?
I can see
Oh, just one. Oh, that's okay. That's better than one. Um, so Spear. If you guys don't know who Spear is, he's the co-founder of Network HQ. Oh, my device just restarted. Pardon me, my device just restarted. I think I overwhelmed. See if I can get that device back in. If not, this and that's okay. No worries. You're just trying something new. But for anyone here, my man here, he's a co-founder of GT Network HQ. He's a space marketer. He's a quant. He's a space president. And if I may ask, Spirit, you got the message that I sent you to how to increase your, make your link tree and all that, right?
the message. I did get the message.
Excellent. Very well. Okay. And so you know how it is. Yeah. And to my other friends, Josie and Ken, you do the same. And if you can do it, it's great. You know, I understand that you should make you more successful than you were. I try to reconnect with this space. We'll see if it works. If it doesn't work, no big deal. Okay. It just worked. Okay. Let's see if we can change All right. So cool. All right. So Josh and Crypto Kid, you guys are probably still reading the messages that I sent you. All right. So what is this going to do? So basically, what I'm sending everybody, and I'll send it to you as well. Alicia. I don't want you to feel left out. Oh, Alicia, you gotta follow me. Follow the account that's in my hand. It's with the circle around it, and it's 2xTHO. So what does this strategy do for you? It's going to allow you. Well, what do I say? First, you have to create a link. You don't have a link to yourself. Then what you do is you connect all the social media that is in the message. Why is that good for you? Thank you, Michelle. What is that going to do for you? It is going to allow you to just hold on. So what does this do for you? It's going to give you, I give you a list of different social media platforms. And what you do is you create a social media. What this does for you is give you 30 different places to promote yourself, to promote your client, to be able to get new business from new clients. It's going to allow you to dominate social media and dominate things like AI and search engines. It's going to make it very difficult for people to impersonate, and that's what we want. And then what you do, once you create social media, you come to me, I look it over, I make sure it's good. Once it's good, we say it's great. Then we're going to put some AI videos on your social media so that it's not just plain and it's not just a skeleton. That's what we're going to do. Is we're going to teach you how to join communities, join Discord communities, join Facebook communities, because I'm sure as your broker, your net is your network. Then what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that you know how to show yourself in different spaces, so that you don't come into a space without sounding confident in what you do. You will be able to come in and say, instead of GM to the host, GM to the host, GM speaker, GM to the audience, I'm new, I don't really know what to say. You're going to be able to come in and say, GM everyone, my name is XLC, and I am a full stack social media manager. I would love to be able to promote your content on my 30 different social media platforms. I want you to rank higher on searches. I want you to rank higher on social media. I want you to have a constant view of your project. What I'm also going to be able to do for you is give you more DMs about people interested in your project, more people who are interested in buying your NFT or buying your cryptocurrency or whatever it may be. If this is of interest to you, send me a DM. I'd love to work with you. And then what I do is I give people basically a menu that you can send to your future clients that says, for $5, I will promote your project on 5 social media accounts. For $10, I'll do it on 2. And for $20, I'll do it on all of them. And this is a really great way for you to be able to make money. And it's a really great way for projects to be able to get themselves promoted on your social media and you start to grow it. And once you get a big account, maybe on one of these other social media platforms, you can charge more money for it. But this is just a basic version of what I advise people. And with that, Alicia, I sent you the information I sent everybody else. Joshua or Crypto Ken, did you have a chance to read what I sent you? Jocelyn or Crypto Ken, did you have a chance to read what I sent you? Okay, take your time. Absolutely. And Spear, I do have an updated version. I'm going to send you. I want you to read this as well. Um, so, here is a type of the box anchor. If you guys don't know, Spirit follower is a very interesting person. I love the way that he thinks. He is very, very creative individual. He can truly connect with experience. Right. So I'm sending you the same messages to these other people, and I sent you a version of it, but I updated it since I last sent it to you. Additionally, what I've done is I've done another edition that will teach you how to get a job. Basically, you need a resume, and then it has a list of all of the different recruiting companies that will help you to get a job. And like Spirit, you're already on Spaces quite often, but there's nothing that says that you couldn't be multitasking and working for a company and getting paid a weekly salary at the same time. You can work and do that. The Spirit feel it, you know, read what I sent you, and then let me know if it makes sense and if you have questions. If anybody else has questions, let me know. So you guys should know I stream my life 24 hours a day. And I've been doing Twitter Spaces, video Twitter Spaces, now for almost an entire year, 24 hours a day. So I basically have an entire year just on Twitter Spaces and data, and then I have 4 years of my life on YouTube. Go ahead, Spirit. Absolutely. 100%. Keep in mind, this space is recorded, so you can always go back to it. So what one of you could do is say, "Gee, everybody, my name is Spear. I am a Web3 marketer, and I would love to help you to promote your project. I have 30 different social media platforms on which to promote your content. What I want to help you do is to rank higher in search engines. I want you to rank higher on social media, and I want AI to have a positive view of your project. What I'm going to help you to be able to do is to get more DMs, more people buying your cryptocurrency, more people who buy your NFT, and more visibility to your project. If this is of interest to you, send me a DM. I would love to work. That's basically what you wanted to see, right? Spirit? Excellent. And Spirit, you should know as well. Since you're a little more advanced than perhaps some people, I'm going to send you the menu that I talked about for people. um, So that they uh, main message. All right. I'm going to try to. All right. So look at the message that I just sent you, and I'll send it to you. Actually, I need to make it weird. All right. So yeah, look at the. I'm going to send it to you too. So if you guys look at what I sent you, if it makes sense, let me know. So, read the sphere, but let me make sure it makes sense to you.
Something I used to miss up.
Yeah. All right. So, Spirit, I give you what you need present, what you need to populate it. When you're done, you can and might help you with whatever you want. And also, Spirit, do you have a resume? Okay. So long update. You have like a ZipRecruiter account and an Indeed account. Do you have those kinds of accounts?
Those kinds of accounts.
Okay.
That's the accounts. Next one up.
Excellent. 100%. Sure. And then what you do is at least your resume is there, you're searchable. People know that you're interested in the job. And then what I want you to do is also create the data as you create the other ones that I list. And then you want to search for jobs, for remote jobs. And what you're going to be able to do, you just got to get into a rhythm. Just like every day, you're going to go to each one of those websites and apply for 10 jobs. Say to yourself, this is what I'm going to do. And you'll have a job if you want one. They have friends that advertise on that. They have people who are looking for spaces hosts or community managers or whatever you want to do. And those are things that they know you're very good at. And so I want to make sure that you have the tools to be able to compete. And then what you do is you ensure that you send out a message to people when they're interested in what you do. And you'll be very successful. I eventually so excellent. So if you guys are like, so what is this space? I have literally been doing these speakers 24/7 for since last February 14th. There's a whole year of my life, essentially, on and just recently I started joining the Twitter space with one of my buddies, with the bigger one that you guys know. And what I'm going to advise you all to do, because I want you to be successful. Baby billionaires, if you think about this project, they have a project. I think it's but if you got there, um, baby project for a million. They just started. I'm going to go to that space. I want you guys to go to that space as well. If you keep my space going, see it right now. But and I'm going to head over to the I want you guys to be successful. I'm not able to make this space as big as I want to. Not yet. I will. I've just started to do this. So head over to the base space. I'm going to be over there. And if you guys ever okay. And I'm still here. But
Okay. So I feel like this isn't. This year, heard thing out of just kidding. We should totally. And I get my anti-arena. Okay, like that. How many drinks? One tequila? No. Two drinks. Something like that. And then I got now it's too sweet, like a little dry. So I had one drink. We just went home and we watched. It's like, but it's they're either like goes out. It's like to go out and see everybody else. So it's like another. You stayed up. You stayed up to what? Yeah. But you're a different guy. I know. This six. You. And she had branded Java. She knows. We don't want to Disney. Yeah. All the episodes. That's what. Sure. Really well. So that sounds really and just all week. Like stick so you came in to this town and you and with the What's a jalapeno? Tuesday. So tell us about the so he was able to swap. Level 8. Just the you were finals, I had a huge lead, and then he and Brock Purdy and Christian beat up my so fast. Huge. So far ahead. So first and second. So they decided to this was a rematch in the 2014 fantasy championship. I'm pretty sure I said it last time. Yeah. This time he didn't get back. He was like, here's free to kick off on it. I guess all he suggested 10 minutes in, he's like, we're going to kick off. He was like, I think we should do 12 on Thursday, 15 or something. And he's like, no, so we were more nothing. Even if you have so one of the past it's really like it feels like the accomplishment. I don't know, but it's I don't there's something that's so much to it. And one of them it's like with the worst person he was like starting stuff the Toronto situation. It's like bad. The league. So many countries will space for the past month. That's awesome. We're trying to get jam up here. Bro, that's why the truck comes out, bro. This whole, this people thing, and I'm wondering what it's going to do to the market. Like, I'm wondering, maybe check that. what the implications of that are going to be. But, yeah, like what's the blowback of that piece? Like, they got to put in a around you. For now, we got that, little different present to do. As far as the welding too, I agree. On the market, we have some right now as far as we're looking at NASDAQ. Definitely most people's looking good. I got some position about 3 days ago, and so that's looking good as well. But I think the oil is going to look good. If you have any, especially the oil that we were getting from them was used also made for diesel, which that runs everything. It runs our gear, our boats, and vessels. That's a huge thing. Just because it was a trigger, I didn't know this stuff was on. What's happening? So I'm really close to the guys excited. So players that did a really good trade this morning. Trying to get the team to money. And you guys will help you guys come to the very end of it. So, make another big break today. And but a lot of people look at now, look at the bigger picture, like what they're creating. Look at the bigger picture and make this back in. That's it. It's doing a little bit better than just zooming in on 1 minute chart with the time. It's great for executing like a 4-hour goal daily. What we're getting, our key levels, there's going to be some milestones, there's going to be your balances, like not just no matter what you're trading for that. But it is a little different. It's a little different too. You get used to the buttons. I think it's important for me to the same. Project. Try by these like 4,800 and then 4,100. So we see how it's going to be very similar as far as trading. With some catalog because it's going to set it up differently when I'm doing the trade for Bitcoin or solar aids. We're just going to trade as earlier as fine. So now it's very similar. I noticed something I like that because we can set it up where I see the position of those hands and we can execute properly. So that's how I'm doing it. I'm excited to keep working with you guys. We're getting closer to the box of premium. I don't know if they talked about it, but it's guys, so we just want to make sure that you guys are good. Stay active and the moment you're getting let's go. Yeah, you guys are the man. We've got going on right now. Cam's also running this never again. schools, you gotta call them big millionaires, like, just, get you out there for money. That's just, gotta get with everybody. That's done.
That is our trend, bro. That's not the most coolest thing you could ever imagine. That I don't know what it is. Super knowledgeable, it's super nice, and the help you is just really the best thing that you can get from. I think if you think of the same octane, bro, because we got a very number two in we haven't seen probably.
Just real quick, see. Okay, my bad. Can you take the details?
Just gotta call him.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I'd appreciate if you could do the same. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I follow everyone back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We see the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "is king," and I am making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view these YouTube streams, they're available in my profile. Additionally, the link's available in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at that link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all exceptionally wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponic and vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world peace. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we convert seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
100%. I'm a macro investor. I invest long term. I don't look at things in terms of daily, weekly, monthly, or even yearly. I look at crypto as an investment for the next decade, even into the next century. If you want to give your family generational wealth, pick one of the popular cryptocurrencies and invest in it long term. I can almost guarantee you in a decade or two, it will be the central nest egg for your family. I am also someone who believes that NFTs will be popular once again as we see. There are ebbs and flows to any kind of investment, and NFTs are certainly guilty of this as well. I think that, interestingly enough, the NFTs that may have rubbed you of projects that you think that are worthless, I would hold on to those because perhaps not now or in the next 5 years, but maybe in the next 50 years, those types of NFT projects will find new life. Just like we have art that when it's initially created does not have too much value to some people, give it time. Time plus everything makes essentially more value, just like we see with antiques and we see with art collections of antiquity, everything gains value if it has enough time behind it. Even just like you take like a pot from 100 years ago, or even 500 years ago, or 1,000 years ago, or 2,000 years ago, it all has value. And sometimes time is the thing that gives it value. But I also think the fact that you have introductory early NFT art will make it valuable someday. And it doesn't hurt to have it in your wallet. So anybody out there who thinks that they got rugged on an NFT or spent far too much on NFTs, maybe you did now, but hold on to it if you can. You really enjoy the art so much that you are able to invest in it. Hold on to it. It has some meaning to you. And especially with some of the inventions that were things like essentially frames that allow you to display your NFTs and that rotate art. This is going to change the game in terms of what people are able to display in their homes, and also I think may give the NFT market another resurgence. In terms of meme coins, you know, memes are always going to be popular, and you will always have a basic flavor. One thing that I think if you really want to make money on Bitcoin, you get on Club Fund and you sit there, you wait for any new coin to be launched, and you own a bunch of it, and you launch it right away. If that's what you want to do, I'm not saying that that's necessarily the moral way to conduct business, but if you want to see a 2x, a 3x, a 4x, a 5x, that's what you're going to be able to do. And the strategy, so long as the market allows it, it's a pretty easy way to make money. But I'm someone who feels long term, if you have your cryptocurrency investments and you hold them now into 2030, 2040, you're going to be able to retire on that. And we see what the market has done in the last 15 years, and I anticipate the same kind of growth in the next 15 years. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity to contribute.
So it's not even more in the next 15 years. Surprised at what you guys do. And, there's really the best way to go. We can get so caught up. I mean, I do it myself. I don't. I'm always, looking to have a nice quick profit. You really want to, confirm that you're going to get some profits over the long run and get those big days. It's fun. Multiple times just in this last year. See what you could. I mean, you could walk there, down, whatever, and then that's right back. You had time span of just a year. You can do that. You're going to do good. Make some good plans. I mean, really, it's just a good project. Right? Yeah. Appreciate the insights on that. Really good, bro.
Absolutely. If I could contribute some of the other Discord sounds in the background, and conversation. And then additionally, one thing I want to mention that you brought up, see in the future that we could be seeing is more growth in the market once cryptocurrency has been brought not just to the mainstream but usable in your daily activities, that's really where we're going to see a game changer. And that's where we're going to see all the normies jumping in and excited that they bought Bitcoin at whatever, $500,000 or whatever it may be in the future. And you all will know just as I know that we saw this thing in its infancy and it's just going to continue to grow. So I invite people, if you have the opportunity to set aside a little bit of your paycheck or take a little bit, put it to cryptocurrency and don't touch it. Ensure that it's stored in a cold wallet and just consider it a little bit of a nest egg. You never know what can happen in the future.
Absolutely, bro. Yeah, man. We're gonna see some crazy things here. You know, and just the next few years, stuff like that. That's this kind of stuff. I like talking about. We were here at the end of the day, all of the week, all in the comments, enjoying everything that we listen to do. So that's absolutely appreciate that. Appreciate that. Let's see. We got to take the next session. You know, we got our really fun for this. You know, got like just from us. Yeah. Yeah. Wearing Tuesday and you're right. Thursday, last Thursday. Alright. You guys got it. Right. But still, it's we're gonna take a quick break. Let's only tell you about Legends. It's a social casino. They got tons of fun games on there. They get traditional casino games. But you can also make some sports plays. They tell them about the sports plays. NFL playoffs are coming up. Bringing up the sports plays. But I think they're going to be looking at it. Also, I think the Jaguars might win. Yeah, I don't think the Packers are going to put them up for it, but they got it. Yeah, but the future plays in there and all the Jags play. Marcus code. What did I tell me? Call today all about the code. We use code after our one word. Use code after hour for $100. Guys, yes, right. Golly. I like playing Legends and Float Dog lately. I also rush for gold, but I'm a big sports guy, especially with the playoffs. Yeah, and it's not just football. So for the folks that are on tennis, but they got soccer, golf, tennis, basketball, baseball. And this is a test for you to see how many sports you can list off. Because they have everything. They got everything. If you're going to a rent together, yeah. So we need some plays on that and Legends. You should do. And use our code. Beautiful. Oh, yeah, sales. So become a legend today. She's got a jacket. We got jeans. These are new balance shoes. Jen, what's your thoughts? I don't know. They were good. I've never heard of balance shoes. Shoes. Yeah, it's just missing already. It's not even new balance. And it's, you said new balance shoes. I get it. The shoes are new. It didn't name the shoes. So I should have said these are new balance shoes. I know whatever they think. I should have said new. I should have just done a whole bunch of new balance shoes. Yeah. That's on me. I'm learning how to talk. 2026 year. Kind of a had a victory, but I'm learning how to talk. 2026 year. One of Casey's sins. You know, I think Steph said it's year of the horse this year. 2026 year of the horse. Like when the Chinese calendar, something like that. I think this year is the year of the snake. Yeah, the first year. How'd that go this year? What? There's no way I'm winning this year. I'm not swear who won it. For the folks at home. Those ones got a little space on top for your hole to put speeches on top of it. They're all like flat. After this, what's this in your mouth? Why would it be wet to the touch when you grab it? Where are you going? He's got to walk out his mouth. And we're starting out a little bit. But like this, these are all purely like gross. Oh, because those are like if you're on the road, you put it in there. No, like just like toss it in the garbage. Yeah. Or put it in your pocket or leave it in the chair. What you don't know. There's there. Speaking of which, I have the shop show chair at my house. And we put those outside for Thanksgiving. And just it was like moving it back or whatever. There's like 100 zins in this chair. But You was and I did. Same shit. I thought it was so. Come along real nice. Really chat. Yeah. I got nothing. I really on his face.
Spoilers. After the first one. Swings. What can you let me know? It's about
那会 happen.
Obviously, if he can show up with hobbies, it's a real serious. Thank you very much. I need 7.3 and 2.7.8. I'm like, all right, there's one missing. That sucks. We have a breaking news update on kids trash can. Here are the latest developments. It's fine. This is a report about trash can. It's fine. That's actually great news. No, that's huge. That's our news station. That's good news. We'll keep working on the name. Missing cats, trash cans, every news. When is that? You better put that string cheap jacket on. I'm down. So, did that string cheese come with the jacket? You guys saw it. What brand is it? Jacket. Where'd you get the jacket? Okay.
do just on your phone. I don't know how work is good. Would connect the Miracle app when so sometimes they like that. You should not bring a charger. And you didn't even think about it. Just puts them on the charger every night. And like it's a holder. So they charge every night. So she didn't have everything. That makes stuff really rough. A lot of shit on it. You see a lot of them watch TV when they're really loud, but then also having conversation. So there's just like well, the TV is much louder than it would normally be on. So like we gotta solve this. But it's Christmas Eve. People come around in places obviously close. We get to Christmas, Christmas. It's fine. She's there till Sunday, and we gotta get some worked out here. Friday's my birthday, and I called her up, and here was open, and I was like, can we get a charger? They're like $250. You're probably just like better than what's up or down. These are options, and I hung up, and then they're like, call back, just ask them to charge it. And I was like, that's a really good idea. He's like, it'll take like 2 hours. He's like, yeah, we can. And we were going to go out to Furnish, and it was in Sherman Oaks. So we went out to Sherman Oaks, and when I got out there, he was like, actually, I was like, they're just going to die again. You can take it as long as you return it. And I thought that was so nice talking to Mario. He said, just make sure you return it, which I have already. And he said, leave a review. So I'm writing a review. Yeah. And first I talked to a customer service lady, and she was like, oh, I finally got a hold of him. And I was like, it's a Christmas miracle here. She loved it. And then when he said I could keep it, I was like, it's a Christmas miracle here. He loved it. She used it a couple times. And now I'm really writing a review in the style it was the night before Christmas. Yeah. I thought you were going to say that night before my VP work. That but no, it was the night before Christmas. The house, everyone was stirring, especially Grandma. Under the tree, but that's my grandma's clothes. But it doesn't work. It's really hard. I write the version, but it's just I feel personal. So really gonna remind them. But still, but a bunch of bullshit. I like this as a segment, like weekly reviewing. Just makes reviews. So because you do lots of reviews, and keeping ass to it. We went and got tacos at Tacos Del Del. Really, and we just told him it was the end of the review. But he was also, we were like, doing something easy. And like, he was like, I've been here 25 years or something. He's like, I hate it here. He's like a mechanic, whatever. But it's like his favorite restaurant. He's really good service. Yeah, I love that place. It's a new year. Kind of like, energy. We've got trash cans. That's 10 seconds. We've got yeah. You're the group. When it was an intervention from our would a great suggestion to have another low information jeopardy with Chris. And I really want to do that. Yeah. And I think we have a mom one at a time. Because I was thinking, I was like, we planned something where they're both there. Like, I'd be making an episode of Golden Hour. And if we haven't done it, yeah. There's just been too much going on. Too many contestants, too many things. Chapters there. Like, we should just, this is fun. Yeah. You did a great job making the game look so good. I think we should do that again. So if you guys have access to these movies, we could just, not like for the sake of movies, just because it's fun. Like, we just want to have fun. I agree with that, but also for the sake of movies.
but like it was just a great episode. Like a cook-off. I would love that because I can't cook. I can't cook. I'd have cooking on truck. Should we make something locally and not just be real honest about it? Or you can bring in someone off the street as an honest taste test. Just go try your farmer jacket short shorts. And the street she's like, come try my pork nuts. I also love just the idea of giving just an honest assessment. There's nothing wrong with it. See who wins. And you should also the viewers. What are you talking about? Folks at home, or in the car, or in the airplane, wherever they may be. What segments they want us to do. We're gonna love opportunities for segments. Yeah, so just let us know. If a segment pops in your head, they want to do. I was going to say that I went. You put this immediately, but I haven't even said what it's been cooking. It's okay. I don't want it. We just got a random, like, probably like email from someone about some psychiatrist or something. Like the after hour. And all my caffeine, I'll come out and get this. And I just feel like accepting that offer and never get it. So, what do you do? I never a therapy thing? No, it's like a psychiatrist or something. It's an email. And really, we should have a lot of guests. I can it's part of our life. It's kind of a joke. Really, we don't walk up and talk. Let this guy come on, get a walk, and like, it's so tough. You know, to get I don't know. Yeah, I know. Organic. Yeah. I don't think. Yes. It's only like 10 days now, 25 to 30. Yeah, it was a quick one there, too. Speed up one day for us. I'm gonna. We asked people recommendations. Places to eat for breakfast. Sherman Oaks. Do you have any? Two people said the same one. Blue Jay has any recommendations? Whatever, man. Fair enough. Blue Jam Cafe. Sweet butter. He was saying sweet butter. So we get the charger from the guy,
don't have drugs, but we were recommended. So I go to see butter because of two people recommended it. But in my head, I accidentally put blue tape in the base. It's the drive to sweet butter, which was right next to the miracle place. Sweet butter. Most of their students outdoor and rainy that day, so stay on deck, go back to blue tape. Wait a half hour. Don't want to do that. So far, two restaurants, three different ones. We go down the street to Toast Cafe. Probably told you this. Vegetarian, no cocktails. It's my birthday. I want meat and booze. And leave that place. That's strip number 4. And then we drive back to Silver Lake Breakfast Republic, and they got a hot chicken next minute. And it's really up there. It's my favorite Benedict, so I have to show. Okay, good. Wow. Imagine that. Like 2026. Honestly, what's holding it? Like adding to it? Oh, yeah, I don't know. We should still take down all the pictures you have in that other thing. That would be kind of sick. Yeah. This is the Benedict one. What's it called? Disney. Benedict Cumberbatch. Yes. And then what else? Yes. It's his podcast. I just love his episodes. So you went to the place and when you like to hear our specials, and I was like, what? Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say but ear dancing, but they weren't. So, yeah. Also, most over here, 101. Pretty good shape. You really just have a cardio. I had the lead, and it was just drawing me but yeah, 11. 13-minute game. I was. Yeah, there's one. Yeah, it was a rough training to get. So I got to get back out there. They got to play the French again. I was like, oh, man, never played it in a while. Breathe it out. No. So they do it. And I was like, what? She's like, I can hear you now because I'm George. I just don't speak French. And he's like, so, and I was like, a couple months. He's like, what was that? Yeah. I was like, fuck you. I'm going to get chicken in your ass. Big first French guy. Watch out for that. 26. Playing he has me to play the part. I would never have someone to play the part. I always wanted to get a pickup game. One's so weird. It's too intimate. It's like how, it's like sparring. It's like how hard you actually going to play. So 100% like boxing, you took microphones and shit. Yeah, I'm going to box this guy. Yeah, it's exciting. Yeah, he's like a troll. I feel like that represents like well, it's like anywhere. I'm not bad to but just me small, like just guarding the biggest guy, even though I was not the biggest guy. But not everybody. But yeah. Like that one I wanted to have. So it's like a came pop, you know. And then just sweaty chest. Called brother used to play in some years with like PJ Armstrong because it was very good and it wasn't very good. That's what was like Dylan's thing. Yeah. So I had to make him get with B and J and he used to be Armstrong. Oh, wow. I don't know that ever gonna let her. That's pretty crazy that you would have like throw it over your head, hit it like you should. I went to the old Boys Studios. Oh wow! I met the True Classic guys, and they took over our old office. Oh wow! And so they put everything down. He wants to set up a podcast studio and stuff like that. So I chatted with him about that a little bit. Basically, I'm like work with True Classic a little bit, help him with some video stuff. But he showed me around. buses was walking into like that storage area. Oh, laws in play, but you get perspective. The True Classic office connects to the old Thick Boys office now, which is pretty sweet. We knocked everything down, painted it white, everything. I turned it all down. But like here, that's their entrance. And this, right around here, that's like the main entrance right there where you walk in, and that's Team Back right there. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, that's the Team Back running that was show that they turned into 2 bathrooms. That's pretty nice. Yeah, they close up John Show, turn it into 2 bathrooms. They can do whatever you want with their water. That's all golden hour. That's the old golden hour. Pretty sweet. They're like knocking down walls, making windows and stuff, so they're turning into a common public offices and things. And then here's what you show it. That's all. Yeah, that's just the common area, community area. That's the sink area. That's your old office there. And that's where we have to look at whatever the work was. Yeah. If anything, it's what light, it's party. Like I said, I just couldn't come up with right. It's going to do something with getting related stuff, worship classes and stuff. So we're just talking about that, but it was cool to see what they were doing. It's cool to see that it went to someone writing so as opposed to like a doctor's office or something. So he was like, there was just so much stuff that he has to, like, there was an insane amount of stuff. I mean, it was just set pieces. So it ended up, I think there was just mostly just kind of trash because it was like once you tear all that stuff down, there's no easy way to take it on or anything, but looking at a house or something, it's just all trash. Yeah. Good stuff. Cool. Nice thing. Yeah. Chapters close. Yeah. But with every door that closes, one opens again. What? Sorry, I got to turn. What exactly? 26th year after we're gonna do so many chili moves. It's gonna make your year of seconds. I can't wait. Yeah, keep your list good for that video. Yeah, like this episode, another episode will come out soon. So it's gonna be a sweet episode. Keep your eyes peeled, your ears open, and check your jacket. Happy day. And Eric Griffin is a genius. Just all right, sir, fun stuff. Love you, Jacob. Yeah, you're a kid. Turn on me. Love you. And you're so show us what that does do. That would set. Okay, you baby. Yes, sir. First podcast of the year. It is January 5th on this lovely Monday morning. How are you doing, fam? Sounds like I'm losing my voice. I'm actually just
So my voice is not so done much. His voice is not together today. We are good. How's everybody doing? Just waiting for 2026. When 2026 came out, I think it was gonna be a good year. The one of my business our year. Here we go. Everyone says that like here we go. Obviously my baby girl's been struggling with walking. She was diagnosed with some condition. And then 2 nights ago, I'm at football with Tiger. And we come back, and I was going to therapy with the doctor, but twice a day for the last 3 months. They told us she would walk for at least 2 years, if ever. So obviously I'm about to take in the doctors. The doctors. So, we'll chill. And then Billy just goes, check this out, and starts walking me up. Just like the video I posted on the video that he said, when we do it, girl, let's just start walking around the kitchen, nonstop, around another living room, back to the nonstop. Now, she's not ready to go home, but I'm going to just things to go to the active. She also don't want to know maybe the most sneaky. You know, Donnie has some liability in the way whatever. She said 2026 again. Check this out. I said, let's get on. Turn switch now. Look at it. And I was still standing. I mean, I'm talking. And I'm there a dozen times. Nonstop. And she says, Billy Walk. What was wrong? Oh, such a stress reliever, fam. Such a stress reliever. Thank God. Thank God. Thank fucking God. Music doesn't help. My mother does to me. They were so like, man, we're doing our baby girl this. She was walking for 3 years, and they told her this, look at us right here. And my wife and I were told about the baby because my wife might die. She decided to have the baby. She was like, and now that baby's made. And she always wanted to be a teacher to kids. So I never really thought it. Yeah, you put the fucking blessing, God's baby. Kids know that. My dad took him off. If ever, I'm like, a lot of that stuff, I'm like, buddy, tell me, and let me tell my wife how much more calm matter. If you're gonna do this, ask my wife. She freaks out. She's never in a wheelchair, but we need to know that ain't happening. What are we gonna do? Hot tub or pool's really good for it. Okay. I take her 6 times a day. Choose one of those. All right, see you. We'll go there every single day, 7 days a week until she's one. Dude, nothing better. Nothing better. I mean, just like New Year's goals, the shoes downhill from here because dude, a lot of news. You get a lot of time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's but when it does come, the tasty ones, bad but not tasty ones. Bullshit looks garlic, honestly. I don't know, man. But you got UFC's on Paramount coming, which I cannot wait for. We'll get into one that hits, but they are bangers. Wait for y'all. The only really news is to what biggest thing is we had cables and stuff. It's not that I'm a fan of I think he's the next American superstar. It's so bad to do that. You know, people will allude to that. There's no look at this. He's going to go to law. What do you want me to do? What do you want? Should we just, because he's found innocent. So, look at this. So, I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. I do know he was found innocent. I wasn't intoxicated. Maybe all three bad decisions. I don't know. I wasn't there. I know that I'm going to walk through innocent. That's all. All right. Okay. We got to move on. Kill the seat to fire over that. It was correct. Opportunities. They've given me dudes who have way worse package opportunity than the Olympic gold medalist wrestler who's an absolute freak. So when it comes to that stuff, I get it, but what are we going to do? What do we do? You know, with Mike Tyson? Right? You know, like Mike, right? Okay, how hold the feet over the fire? There's a ton of guys that have some advantage. And okay, people make mistakes and move on and give an opportunity, especially a guy like this. Or you can be able to cry when you see that they do it. Like, that's probably how this ends, you know. But I will say this, I'm a fan of him. Like, because, you know, we have for the bigger team that dominating the UFC. Our path, that would kill you. Now, fucking it, y'all. That's it. We don't have a lot to cheer for in America when it comes to UFC fighters. Some people is good. He's super talented. He obviously has played football. Buffalo Bills to make the team. So, this kid's a freak. And he goes on. Yeah. Rogan's been praising. Me and Rogan talk about this guy. He's good. We love this guy. His talents. There's still, but he's a prospect, so you get excited about that, what can potentially happen. But as I was listening to the interview, he keeps going, yeah, John Jones is my mentor. I could be better when he goes. And I'm like, it sounds like I mean, the guy, I've said this from the jump. Greatest of all time. John Jones, as far as the young he's the greatest I've personally ever seen in practice. It's like octagon on several cards with him. My first UFC fight ever, I was the main event. He was the co-main event. The main event, right? When he won his belt, that's the Pro Cup. He fought Shogun. When he fought Rothschild, we've trained together. He's hands down the best fighter I've ever witnessed. No argument there. But as far as a mentor goes, I feel 1,000 better mentors. This is such a stretch of crazy. You know, O.J. Simpson's a great one. Phenomenal. I don't know if you know this. Twitter world. I don't know if you know this. But O.J. Simpson rushed for 2,000 yards for the Buffalo Bills. With a Heisman Trophy for UFC. He was the biggest prospects, recruits of all time in the sport of American football. That dude, if he was a running back, and when he was playing for the Buffalo Bills, if he told you a 10, you should probably listen. That dude knows football. Well, that's that. You don't want to listen to O.J. Simpson on how to manage your career on a personal level. character. He's such a unique talent that he just goes and he does what is best for John Jones. You only call him leader. He's a one-man army. He's the best one-man army UFC has ever seen. He's very selfish. He makes no sense. That being said, you don't want to take Carmen because the naysayers of the GOAT argument, which was ridiculous, but the naysayers for the GOAT argument is, well, this guy's history, he's been, if you look into it, there's an argument for this with the PEDs, right? He's tested out before the DC fight. He came back and beat the shit out of him. So some his personal life with Thailand, shooting a gun during COVID, the hotel in Vegas with his wife, it's called the cops, I don't think he might be out of the air anymore. So for Gable Stevenson, it's like, buddy, I wouldn't take if a guy says don't harm. If he's training with him, it sounds like Gable training. I think John's in the corner or something like that. Maybe as far as playing, he might be able to help you, but you got to understand. I personally seen John Jones show week before the championship fight and have the toughest fight of his life. There's only one John Jones. So if you go, John, what did you do to get ready for the first fight? Partied. Showed up week before the shit. I don't know if that's the best advice. I think I'm wrong. I don't know. That's the smartest advice. No, there's only one John. That's why he's the GOAT. The reason why he's the GOAT is because what he did inside the octagon, he's out the GOAT as far as outside the octagon. If you're going to take into consideration of the talk accomplishments inside the octagon, outside the octagon, it's Mighty Mouse. That's Mighty Mouse, which GSP. Those are guys that would be great mentors. Mighty Mouse, even smaller, would be a much better mentor to advise you on as far as how to handle fame, women, family, sponsorships, life outside, UFC, expanding your footprint as far as expanding your business reach, stuff like that, relationship advice, game planning, how to approach a fight like a professional. I'm going to reach out to that guy, or GSP, another great one. Inside, outside the preparation, cross your T's, dot your I's, with the small things that lead to winning fights. That's the blueprint. That's what you want to do. John's a wild boy, which is why he's a professional guy, because you got to be absolutely delusional to not train for a world championship fight and then you can win it. There's only one of him. That's not the guy you want to listen to. That's just not the guy you want to listen to. I'm not a financial owner, but I don't know who's helping out that stuff. No one else. But I'm saying as far as dealing with fans and dealing with BBC, dealing as a business, whatever, John was the first athlete in UFC history to be sponsored by Nike. If you remember that. It was a big deal. Jones knows off the gear. He lost his sponsorship because of the stuff he did outside the octagon. So the guy can tell you what not to do, which is good. But you don't need to know that stuff. I think you'd be much more advised to listen to like Mighty Mouse or Bisbee or I'm going to guys that really were pros. Not only inside, but outside too. he can learn that. Yeah, my question is, how long has Jones been out of trouble? A couple years. Like, somebody I have to deal with mistakes. I mean, there's not a bigger than Mike Tyson. You're talking like he went to prison for rape, convicted, and now he's beloved. Loved. I love Mike Tyson. You know, so I think we can talk about like he's done a good job managing that. Inner peace. John still has work to do. You know, if you're a young Irish kid, it's Conor McGregor. Now he's Jesus, God, more power to my own. But this is new. So if Conor for 5 years, 6 years, no issues, then give you some respect for the man. When I was doing this, I was keeping the ball. These are the mistakes I made. These are the traps you want to look out for. Once you're outside of it, learn, accept your responsibility, accountability, then you can give advice to your fighters. But if you're in the midst of the shitstorm, or you're shaking things out of it, now's not the time, dude. We give anybody advice. It's more than John has completely changed. He's given advice on these traps. Don't do this, don't do that. I was crazy. I didn't drink this. It's a terrible thing you did. So it's that. And the verdict's still out on it. You can get it twisted. Like, I'm all for him. He has the potential, you know, as an American anyway. So usually I think he's the guy. But the truth is, we don't know. He's like, as you should be. UFC is like pretty fast, you know. It sounds like the UFC decided we need it, you know. Just wait for the opportunity. It's not, that's not the racist. So, again, even the UFC, especially the weight division, there's still that they can tell us that Rothschild should know in UFC. You know, once you start playing like actual guys who've had like 2 years in the UFC, for the veterans, even though they might not be winning these guys, but they pin them and they feel the lines, they won some, they lost them. He starts looking at his competition, and if you can find out what the prospect it's tough to tell. It looks promising, but we've seen that before. Yeah, he's a little different. Just talking about the greatest American wrestler ever. Super disciplined. Right? So there's going to be more emphasis on him becoming a world champion than somebody else is. What you have to know is when guys do come from that pedigree, they do pretty damn well. I expect nothing less for him. Somewhere outside that's tough to see. Where you start with the outside, definitely outside. Yeah, take it slow. Take it slow. Because that heavyweight is the worst division ever respect. Nelson first, you know, circumstances. Then they give me 2 guys to get my feet wet. Like, top 12. These are the heavy divisions that you went to. 10 to let's take a little break. I'll keep it all things for Housewives of the FC. Brought to you by Progressive Plans Podcasts. Progressive love to help people make smart choices. That's why they offer true auto code that allows you to pay the Progressive car insurance quote with the rates from other companies. So you save time. We can enjoy saving the best rate for you. Give it a try after this episode at progressive.com. Progressive casualty insurance company does not deal with all states or situations. This is very based on how you buy Progressive. Let's give it a move.
Free movies and TV shows. Movies like fans, the very young parents and ghosts. With free. Stream now, never.
You're welcome. Because the scary thing is paranoid does what's most likely to happen. Thousands of people that make them open the brain. They think the beats are down right now. Place me to fight for the anti-wrestling. Costa, definitely. For Costa, just take it out. Smith, Lewis, and the other. It's like making out there, man. So when you get on the paper, you're ready to go, man. You're ready to go. And he's young, too, so like, man, it's a marathon. It's what you get in the slaying. It's what you get on the super. There's not a lot of contention you have to go through. It's tough. I think he's massively flying. I realized how young he was. Still early. Question. Of course not. Dude. Like, hopefully, it's all the mistakes. Of course, it's just it's what you do. Yeah. I don't know if you're trying to everybody. How do you say that? Also, John's just let you know. So maybe the plan works. Maybe he's like-minded. I'm going to fucking sit down. Which I'm not even crazy. Yeah. Crazy. That's just what I literally have to do is this. I don't know this guy is okay. Yeah. What do you think of him as like a still young expert? What do you think of him as a superstar? This person, definitely has a way to go. Do you see potential? Like, yeah, I think he has. Remember, if you're playing well in a big division one college, playing basketball, you have immediate training, workability training. They bring up the help here, which is actually answer. You look at a kid from India that goes next month. That kid's been fucking coached the Gales. He says everything right. Doesn't fumble want to do about it? Looked into it. So shady. So shady. What the fuck should we do? What do you want to do? She not. What do you want to do? So did she not look at life anymore? Here's the opportunity as well. Yes, but he was not excluded. We can't deny him the ability to make a living based on some she said, he said, she did. That's not the problem. It's just not. So that's true. Okay, stuff is going on with his driver is going to try. One was like, you're going to try about a driver's license. Yeah, no shit, if I do. It's tough though, because when you go to countries, like I can't touch this, that's not his people driving. Because when you go to those countries, you have no way of the land. You always have to have somebody else sign of that. The driver was hot for the team trip, yeah. Everybody knows lay of the land is pretty crazy driving out there. Yeah, so he was hired local. You go into a country like that, you have to know someone 100%. Whatever business company they use, send their best guy. It's fine. It sucks. It's natural. So people that passed away. There's 1,000 bucks. It's fun. It's not hype, and the casual is right in the top 15. If you go to any region, bucks and promotion, once again, Tyson, it's how see coming up. It's nothing came back, just my job's really that's hold right now. But like I want to fight that Josh, but maybe the end of the year, 2027. And I thought this was pretty fun. This is a happy thing. Typically looking like an absolute. And there's so it's so great. He just has that thing that some people have. Just Tactically Vasa, they kind of have that same sort of. He's just a fighter, through. He's never been different. It's just it's a Tyson Fury. People call it fun. It's the Tyson Fury. Don't destroy my and even like yeah. What are we talking about? It's a big reason. Like you imagine Babe Ruth on him? Yeah, worse. Most likely in LA. But yeah, but yeah, it's a way less. Just really less fun. One. We don't want to. Good for longer builds back. He's going through some tough times right now with that. Speaking of relationships, though, data, Tracy is are like together for them to how do you mix that? Yeah, some people speak the same language, so there's Portuguese is kind of similar, but the funny thing about this is I don't take it as getting flooded with people. Yeah, he's like, that's Tracy and Tracy did post a lot with my sons. How can we take some? Unless you're married and you guys have been together for a long time, then you know, especially so it's something that you can get from him. It's fun. Like he's the same changes. Yeah. So if we come to understand that schedule, seeing each other and training him, no shit. So that's why we're it's always great. This is hard. A sec. I always accuse them of whatever bullshit. It's just when you like in the dude. That's just so funny. I don't think much of them or not, but there's tons of much. Yeah, I mean, he's already. There's no more view. People don't know more about people. They're already getting more money. That's the difference. Let's talk about what he's going to do for 500 guys now. Review going away. I know guys now that are making more money. Because people should just pay more. Whatever we're fighting. It's like John Jones, Robert Johnson. Big deals, they did. So I got out making a lot of money. That's not the reality. Yeah. It's definitely kept me a good time. So, and they get more money than the current pay-per-view month where like it's dead. Nobody illegal trading and stuff like that. So yeah, making more like the same they were on pay-per-view. Good. So just kind of the standard. Just at the bottom over too much. Nobody thinks more. It's still the same percentage, like 18%. By the time he did. Just troll like me. He's such a great guy. Have the choice, like, listen, make judge of that sort of penalties on the ground. He's just getting beat to death when he fights over it. He didn't even get the chance to try to fight. He was tough and I'm trying to get back to him. He's the one who waved at him. Yes, it's very he was like, no, I'm severe when you're lost there. I grabbed his arm and the ref was like, your arm's broken. You don't kill him. That's a little different. Oh my God. It's not. Yeah, fucking more. You know, I was thinking that makes sense. He's a smart dude. Is it just because he's doesn't want to back down from is it just I mean, it's obvious that Josh Coach wanted to stop. I can understand if like, I can beat this guy with one arm. Yeah. Just none of them. I know it's like nothing. This thing's like bird life is fucked. Okay. You just wait. It's fun. You know? Here's a double down. Yeah, the red zone area. Just play checkers. John Evans talking about the UC White House. He says like 6 or 7 good. Like the first season goes coach signed to 12. John was like 14 titles. We don't. He said 6 or 7 fights. Of course, you can use things that you've done before. When it goes to that, let's go fuck. Six or 7 times. Interesting. You come down. But then, that's what my way talking about the intervention. You can fight for one card, and you're the White House card. It's going to be the biggest card of all time. And they can confirm it. So he sounds like and also ambitious, but probably like a way more moving in a direction in which he might see 6 or 7 units like tested on the White House law. You think they're going to go 325 in the game by February 1st. That's right. That is the first undisputed title in the NFL. Right? And then you think of pay-per-view, a number of issues meeting over and then June 14th. A lot of these champions are going to be available. They're not going to break the heavyweight title for the best long as they've got. They're going to be on the way up. I think you'll get like Josh. What you are going to get from your second quarter is like Joshua Man versus Tanzuro Tyra, right? But Zachi, we're going to fight on the way or on Let's Spinning. Why would you look out there sooner? He's already said he wants to wait for the White House, right? Ron Willis, William Urias, there's realistic potential. Well, you go for that one day. You go for yeah, that's why he's calling for John. He's calling for you. I think it's actually total choke charity. It's like such a huge thing. You see, like super tight, or even here. I'm at John's privy. And a few videos from the Gibbs interview room. He's like, yeah, I'm getting in the White House. John, if John does fine, I think. Just dating guy, he got on the fight. Biggest deals in all time. And his fight with John, camp together. All sides going to John's fight with I said that round from John. And 6 or 7 So you probably won't be really happy pushing it. So you do an intern. Snatching. That's the first thing you see about Joe Rogan. So, you know, he likes to marry his wife. Sorry. But Joe Rogan, he's tricked by the AI thing. His life with someone in the picture and something or whatever he's doing. Famous. She's like, Rogan's just like, oh, that's just rich man. That's watch that. So he's part of the lawsuit. She's like, gosh, going down the long road. Okay, try and include. Good luck with that. It's more for definition. You would go after that AI. Rogan's response on social media. You could probably go after the platform. No, and Rogan obviously apologized. Dude, but I mean, I guess within Rogan's position, too, before he claims, but on there too, you know, when those people do it, like, you know, it really changes somebody, you know, because he's the whiz guy. So he's usually really good. Good if it tricked Jamie. You know, that's for sure. I mean, I was familiar with like bro. I mean, I wouldn't know like this is a dude. Looking in detail that's her brother. Yeah. But monster. Yeah. I got you. You got Brian in the early. Anything. Yeah, stop. Okay. So the Trump family's investing $20 million into computers. Right? MMA. Like his company. This is the what is it going to do? Yeah, good for him. I think too. Honestly, it is one of the top fights as well. It's Jan. Well, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do a new belt like the Donald Trump belt, like a different. So I guess it would be a BMF, the legit title fights, and then the White House belt. Yeah, the White House belt. That's like the flag. He said, like, you know, badass belt, you know, that makes up. I don't know. Give me the fight. don't know. Yeah, good for this person should be a lot of they garnered this jiu-jitsu. Collar choke. Can you keep her belt on? Take her complete belt. She used her. Can't. Just. So it's illegal. Illegal, not illegal move. The other ones are just kind of apparently there's reports that how long they've been saying this. Okay. You know, there's 54 million. Yeah. All united. Side report, but then I don't know. She UFC boxing she lost. So I'm not sure. This count. Yeah. Oh, 16 weeks. 16. It's also declined. Show. All right, kids, that's it. Love you guys. 26 is beyond great for you guys. Mine's freaking hot. Baker's hot. If you enjoyed the show, if you want the show ad free, get ad free content, go to patreon.com/TFATK. There's no marketing there with myself on there. We got behind the scenes stuff on there, full stuff. Shop show, Smart Kid, ad free, push it, extended longer episodes, right? It's just $5 a month. That's it. You can get that keeps on giving it to patreon.com/TFATK. Okay, love you guys. Be there, man. Be nice to you. See me at the cinema. All right, that's it. You can see him as the GOAT. John Jones is the GOAT. Demetrius Johnson. Amazing dude. Fedor Emelianenko. You can say all these names. You're wrong. Here's the greatest mixed martial arts. George the unquestionable MMA is nothing short of spectacular. We will try to thank you for everyone you ever faced. Just one thing. handful of people who started approaching this in a truly professional fashion. Something I go, I'm trying to understand why did I look like I was at the big where I'm at. It's a risk. Way close to that you're kind of following this. Anything that you can't go, you know, the life trauma, like it's had a lot of controversy. I'm gonna say this way. This entire career and legacy was clear. Sir, honest. The best fighter in the world, UFC watching that went to the best fighter. My goal was to do this. And I'm just here to answer one question. A lot of people ask, greatest of all time. Right now, and I got just getting knocked out with a 9 and 4 strikes. That's the thing you'd expect for someone in the run. The greatest of all time. It's the most humiliating fight career. But I want to leave on the table that there was a lot of very good story. I was many times. Before I heard on the well, and the surface level, dismiss the first few years compared to names like John Jones and Khabib. I've always believed the 3 greatest mixed martial arts. So it was me. But if you want to understand the GOATs, we have not got a young Dorsey had no chance, even as young as he as impressive as he was wrestling was with the time he was 19. It was his first national opportunity. Before I first I was here in Europe, I saw very well. I say what I know. Like you know, I did I know and when I was very young. You know, I because I started when I was so like Georgia started martial arts for karate to stop police from stealing much money. That's what I did as a wrestler for sure. Because I was still I was playing when I was young. I saw it as a facing the medical warfare that facing these martial arts. I was looking at myself in the mirror and I didn't really get myself. I didn't like what I saw in myself. I wanted to change my environment. And martial art taught me that if you want to change your environment, you want to change yourself, you need to know yourself first. By becoming a second tag black belt by age 12, love yourself was going to be easy because to have no mountain, GSP wasn't just dreaming too big. I was very, very young at years old. He was asking for money to take us. Somewhere they go, they change them. Whatever, and then when it came to that, what I wanted to do, I said I wanted to be a WWE wrestler. Because MMA didn't exist at the time when I was young, and everybody started laughing. They were laughing until I took 5,000 people, you know, and we used to tell me, oh, I would have to be a fighter, you know, you're not strong enough. When I see the first UFC, when Royce Racing won the first UFC, that's when I was like, that's what you know, like that's, I see myself as Jesus, people, this program that we made for 20 years. I thought that UFC, I watched it first, I watched it, 5 or 6 right in, where I'm from, my country, and go ahead and remember, fight it. My first fight that year, and it was the because I ate 30% of his Remember George? He invented that access. He's remember like saying out loud, right? Like, 9 million views on YouTube. And use my hands fast. He finished this fight even sooner than this. Sufficient instead of strikes. You'll get him next time. Down there. It's like, I get energized. He's gonna beat me up 100 times. This champion was developing a well-rounded skill set. At the time when I started these martial arts, it was not something that you could do with making living. I was the same thing that would like a sport could grow to a certain level that we can GSP brought him 2002 with another first round finish and his first taste of the top defense. Nothing case, it is clear GSP was a dominant and defending champion in his first year as a many other candidates did win non-tournament prior to the UFC, and those that did never defended those titles. The UFC along the way champion right that first international in 2003, GSP had 2 more fights as champion. He brought him in his toughest day in the second round, and at the end of the year, he had his toughest days. There was a guy, his name was Heinz. Everybody knows one of them is striking the middle. At the time, Rod. An impressive choke for a veteran, but it also had an uncanny resemblance to a reason finish by his soon-to-be rival. Against UFC finished every minute across the rim before into the UFC. And although you might see these weren't tough competitors, it's no slouch that GSP didn't have many options. In Canada, it's just like that TKO, right? Yeah, it was big. More than that, finishing your opponents in the regional scene is kind of what you were listening to in the future. However, the greats only GSP and John Jones can say they finished every man they faced prior to the UFC. I was going to show you GSP's first interview as a UFC fighter next, and that video is not available in my region. But don't worry, I'm at NordVPN. I'm sure you've heard that the internet is a very dangerous place. I mean, you can be searching for something very personal, and everyone can see what you're doing. And thanks for GSP. Oh my God, I searched for a lot of things to make these videos, but NordVPN keeps me safe across the internet with a single translating to online and protect my traffic with robust encryption. It's easy to protect yourself at all times. Follow my instructions and go to NordVPN.com/Squirtle in the description to get into your plan plus 4 months free. And with a risk-free 30-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose by trying NordVPN. That's a fantastic deal. I'm calling you NordVPN. Just VPN is a calling GSP. Just some friends we need like to beat a mother. They're both more than just that. NordVPN's protection shields you from malware trackers and the database notifies you if your sensitive information has been exposed. And my favorite feature is that it allows me to access content that may not be available in my region with a single link. Get all these benefits and more exclusively in the description at NordVPN.com/Lightning. That's NordVPN.com/Lightning for a 2-year plan. Thanks to NordVPN for sponsoring this video and allowing us to see GSP's first interview as a UFC fighter. Bonjour, je Amazing fighter. Very explosive.
Just want to know my fans.
He was very driven champion. He was also very self-aware of his abilities. Just like he fights me. You have to fiddle. Your mind becomes an obstacle. I was fighting this ninja. I used to have even in this third round, I cleared this for sure was it was with the first fight that for sure like this. So I saw big the first time I was like, wow, this is the most stronger sport. I can overpower. Martial arts. And it's the start of when I watched the fight. I sat down and I watched the fight. I realized something. It's the fight. So, it was my not tired enough. He did it for me. It was not his fight. He's trying to confidence was not there. And it taught me something. I should never want nobody else. Everybody is a human being. We're all the same. What's that fight? Wait, I thought that that's what that's what they did. That's what we have with the experience. I couldn't say enough good things about him. GSP was just 23 years old. He was legendary champion and just his third UFC fight. Great fighters like John Jones, Magomedov, and Alexander Volkanovski didn't fight for a belt until at least 38 UFC fights. GSP was just 4-2, and had he taken a safer road than an adult with more than enough fights, he may have never suffered his loss. But it didn't matter. He had the right mindset. He just wanted to fight back-to-back years. I'm very proud of him. On their little fight with my fans. Just 3 months after that loss, GSP defended his team in Copenhagen Welterweight Championship for the last time. Practically the first round to work, and it's just reinforced that GSP is better than pretty much everybody. And soon after, he signed an exclusive contract with UFC. Auto, or in the sense, I think we're now for an actual really big albums. F you, French shake. French shake. Yes, you. George St. Peter, congratulations. You just told me you were circulating this fight. You couldn't breathe out of your nose. Dominating this. I'm supposed to. I wasn't ready to fight, but it does not matter. As much as I'm afraid. No way to perfect. I feel, but one thing that is not another can work. No matter who I'm fighting, I'm gonna go out there and I don't care about all the I feel is city. I don't care about the I need to do myself, what the other people think that does not exist. The only thing that exists matter is the objectivity. The things that you need to succeed. These need to be done at all costs. That was the most dominating scene in the RCL. Again, one of your closest opponents. Are you different? It's much better. The answer was yes, he was getting that much better. He was one to do first opponents. He didn't fully make the turn to the man we know today. It's no choice. Second UFC lightweight champion, so you know I wasn't chasing his body. I'm gonna go on my knees. I ask the UFC manager to give me the full title shot. Please, go on to him so bad. Didn't get a title shot as a result of that plea. He had to fight BJ Penn. The first fight that I had was my first fight with BJ Penn. He's still a martial artist that I had before. He was the perfect fighter. And BJ Penn was one of the greatest fighters ever. He was the world heavyweight champion, future lightweight champion. He came back and I saw him in the mode and the first one because I tried to fight him and he said, the fever. He's good everywhere. He had every level of weaknesses. If you don't believe it, my own. My first one was I keep it standing out from the outside, you know, because the faster than him, I'm down and then so I got beat in the first round. I got it. That was everything. First round, so I had to switch gear. My plan B was now I'm gonna wrestle maybe. I switched gear. BJ was a massive deal, and it was a split decision. It proved that GSP could be champion. So now it's time for GSP to get up close and personal. I'm very glad you won the fight. Performance. That was probably the most polite call out ever. We have to talk about the Ultimate Fighter. The fourth season of the Ultimate Fighter gave the successful UFC welterweights the chance at a title shot. What made it interesting is that GSP was one of the coaches, and everyone knew that GSP Mystery? She doesn't care if I win the fight. She's not even gonna care about it. I know the voice that I'm giving you to another guy. Oh, this guy is going to be bang. Wait, it's mortgage. They don't care, you know. The universe is freaking small. Nobody cares. I'm the only one putting the pressure on me. Nobody gives a damn about it. So that's why they help you to perform now. Trust me, you're gonna want to see those tears. Those fighting. That's Sarah at the time. Nobody really gave a chance to beat me because the whole time was against him. You know, I remember it was the biggest were crazy. Sarah, the ultimate fighter, I was guaranteed title shots. I was very confident towards the end. I was fighting. I had no business being in there with him. So when I became champion, I beat Matt Hughes. I was on a high, you know. Now it was the opposite. I had too much confidence. I had a lot of people telling me, "Oh, I was a new kid on the block. You know, like I was very young. I was just beat the edge of Matt Hughes, and people kind of like was telling me, "Oh, look, I have." And I started to believe it. Unfortunately, Sarah, like I was not scared enough. When you that is the only fight that very, very shallow mental experience. I felt like it was stiff. I didn't like it was weird. I get myself first. My coming got dizzy. Very high. That's what was great. So I go because it was like 10 to 1. Long points of distance. First time I had right so I wanted to get back to him as fast as I can. But it was very hard. I made a mistake to try and get back into the fight right away. And I tried to jump back into a war with him. Wow, that was almost. So I got watched. I didn't know where I was. So I turned on the side and I hit that on the tree. Never understand. That one mistake. Excuse, by the way, I want to thank you for things to my fans. Those stick with me. GSP's totally died. Almost brilliant. He murdered by his one of the greatest artists in New York's history. Most people would not be able to recover from such a humiliating failure. But George St. Pierre is not those people. And there's still a lot more story for you to see. Everybody out there. But to truly appreciate GSP's determination to win, you have to understand that he's surrounded himself with. By this point in his career, he had pretty much 7 years old tournament and trainers. Kickboxing champion for striking, but even other legendary coaches. Together, great. Got to show you that John Potter was rated or underappreciated jiu-jitsu coaches in MMA in the world. Joe Tanner is regarded as one of, if not the greatest fighting submission wrestling, and George is not that ability to train with his head. As a guy that needs to cover his mouth, he would jump on it, pass, drill, to yield, 9-2. On the Friday. And then late Sunday night, Montreal, man. I've always said, Julius, me, accolades. Freddie Rose, James Tony, and other boxers become the best boxing players ever. Last but certainly not least, we have Faraz. Faraz is a genius, legendary genius, knows everything. Faraz Sahabi is one of the greatest minds of mixed martial arts and was GSP's main coach for the majority of his career. And some might call his methods a little mad. Faraz is some of the experience with the dodo. Like he was worse than him, like knocked out George, sparring out things that are, yeah, man, exactly. But Faraz is worse than training. George was like, showing him sing under the killer. It's strange, so he gave a speech. The first guy to double him, the first guy to put him out, I think knocked him out. It's crazy as it sounds. These were the right guys to have to sign them. Faraz and John, to me, are the most competent people that have to help nobody to find them. Teachers, and I would say something about Freddie Roach. A group of trainers like this was not only essential for GSP's building, but he was immensely prepared to dominate his division. Right? I stay away from the people that are in my circle. They bring that closer to me. Faraz, John, and the fighters. Yeah, it's like going to war. Bring, wife, your kid, your family. Bring the people that you go to war with. This mentally perfect, which GSP was now on path to win his belt. And unfortunately for Josh Koscheck, he is able to be the way. I'm very prepared for this fight. To make sure Chicken wing and Koscheck wasn't expecting it. He out-wrestled the wrestler. Phenomenal wrestler. He brought out the game. Himself on his fifth. The majority of the battle with George St. Pierre is really charging at 0 above So George St. Pierce is the perfect opportunity to not only compete for the interim title, but to also celebrate his idol. I'm very glad that I got back to the clubs. I'm very excited. Saturday night, Jeff put him out. It's news. It's making us like, I don't know if I'm in this, but I'm thinking about it too. I can't so good at it. You know, I want to be back that door. With George, I was going to be a kind of film that I would rest of my family and see the best George Shapiro that George Shapiro record. Are you up next? Are you ready? Like, yes. 1 minute. That's the one I made. I don't think it's in the mirror. That's what I do before I fight. I'm putting myself on the reasons why I think will myself. You know, like, something stronger. Something like clean. You want to see myself more confident. Beautiful. I'm strong. I have better trainers, I have better training partners. With all these skills, training camp, training tests, I can train your he's young. I think that was what I was having with the way to do it. Yes, it's a good connection, but that doesn't mean that victory. Thanks to the UFC, that it's a good honor. But the record is not settled. I don't care, I don't care about the building. I'm not going to consider myself champion. That's why I'm Pierce mindset and demolish the man who came to your first loss for a second time, earn another belt, and only face loving other loss to have avenged. Look, you never lost a title in front of millions of people, and you probably have to do that. We can all resonate with nothing but the idea of humiliation. Training weights in which you were humiliated. I was terrified with her. Every fight that you know years alone. I was not so much afraid of her, even though it was a possibility. I was afraid to be humiliated. I saw this for a second. It says, you're not focusing on everything. You're focusing always on what the best thing that happens. You do it. As a moment, I complete that feeling. It makes you very uncomfortable. It's very, very stressful. It's going to make me very afraid. It made me roll the thing. That's it's going to be very sad. Anyone that represents that every day, every race, it's about every great. One day, it's not like it's work. One, so you're more afraid. Every fight is bigger and you got more to lose. I should not be afraid. I'm afraid. There's no courage without fear. I'm afraid of what there is now. That was sounds crazy. Yourself in the defense there. Was that the greatest moment of your career thus far? Yeah, the greatest moment of my life so far. It was amazing. A dream come true. George St. Pierre relieved himself of unfathomable humiliation by detaching his ego and fighting with the champion. He was always distant. Hardly beat his brains at UFC. Inside, what inside? Even as much as the mental advantage several lost, it seemed that he was even more determined to prove to himself that he could not be good first time defense. The almost in order to in my first level defense, the one that said mistake is blemishes on his record. There was a certain he did meet, but it was wanted to challenge his become the first 17th division champion in U.S. history. Tomorrow night. Was on the line and so much redemption for the first fight. After the first fight was controversial, this is a revenge fight that he said, you know what? I gotta go this fight. I gotta win that first fight. I want some revenge. If you would like to get this 3 or 4 of these times, DJ says we're gonna fight to the world. For some reason, maybe known as the best fighter in the world. Two guys in the front, both hungry, both champions, going into a fight, wanting to finish each other. And I said, this is one of those fighting that at the time, every fan couldn't help but wonder what is he going to do differently to put this atmosphere. Let's say we're equal. We're the same person. Difference between me winning against you or you winning against me is identical. And I want to know where I can take you out of your comfort zone and I can bring that fight where I'm best. Program like a computer to react against that specific problem. I bring a lot of speed, reflexes, everything. When I fought BJ Penn, I had the best reaction time fighter you have seen. I knew that BJ had a very fast reaction time, very recent time. BJ was so fast, more like a sprint. So when I did that second fight, when I fought BJ Penn, he didn't flinch. I knew I broke him and he didn't the first round. So all that reaction time, I used properly. Very tough guy. He got overwhelmed. That's how I beat him. For the belt, I was fighting. Another stuff has been said. I have respect for you. Respect is BJ would dissipate rapidly because the aftermath of this fight drew a have some controversy. The BJ situation with BJ and GSP with in GSP's corner, skate and everything else. I'm just saying, he was he's fast on his back in 20 rounds, which BJ was an intentional time to GSP advantage, but now he can shake this. I didn't know what happened. That wasn't the fight, so when you're not fighting, why did you reject the result of using extra Vaseline? He was dominating the fight, so to win the fight, he went into the trainer. It was a very good trainer. And the residue on there was the right thing. It worked really hard. Trust me. I still they're fighting. I can get my reinstate me from number 2 glorious man bypassing the fighter and realize he's passing off his hands. So you know, definitely. There was an official hearing with the end of the GSP was the leader, and GSP took him down, killing BJ. Falling apart. Fight. entry on his this way of controversy. Now, look, I'm going to be honest with you. This video took a lot of work. We're not at the most interesting part yet, and I'm not at 100K subs. So if you can subscribe and share this video, let's see how enjoy it. Greatly appreciate it. That was the GSP. GSP's next sub was against Thiago Alves. Terrifying, really good artist. But spoiler alert, UFC 100 in his third top. So breezing through this part is because the most interesting part actually happened in the corner going into the last round.
I go push my ear. I had a doctor, and I heard that exactly. But I'm gonna see that because
Street, but this is actually one that was necessary for pushing like GSP, especially when things don't go well leading up to a fight. When I think I jumped and stopped the power to fighting that hard. Of course, I was sure it was like the round. Okay, so if I kill this conflict, so I said, okay, you can do next round. Not a single, just take a moment. Do it in the next round, not knowing. And then against the Jesus Christ. I was really, really grateful for the other guy that was a girl. I was very, very grateful. We took the beating. Yes. I know, round 5 was on fire. GSP's confidence. Even though he was hurt, he the entire fight. He went for the finish multiple times. But this is when he started to turn on GSP. Have to win. And that win is not just win in fashion. Beats one performance of that spring. I wanted to finish. You impressed with every fight you have is going to be it was a dominant performance. He wanted to do better. Like I was saying, he sits up here and he just told us he did better. It sucks to be GSP at this point because once again, his next turn of offenses, he shut out Josh Koscheck for a second time and defeated Jake Shields. GSP was clearly in this position. Getting finishes was proving
He's not going doesn't seem to have that killer instinct. Would you agree with that?
for not finishing till it's there's been a lot of talk of getting together and you and Anderson Silva catch weight.
It's almost be a time where maybe we could see the dream between him and GSP.
George St. Pierre versus George St. Pierre, Anderson Silva. Take on Anderson Silva. If he could cut down to 170, with the GSP would do it. Absolutely. I wanted to GSP being dominant with weight champion of the whole Anderson Silva wasn't never anyway, the one thing about this fight's a fantasy fight. Other things have to happen before this fight can I don't like the idea of never once talked to Anderson about like George I've never said, hey, let's set up a fight with this guy. Hey, I'm fighting Anderson Silva. They catch weight. You go down and end up in a big old and also this George and UFC. They didn't want that. They didn't want that. They never wanted to do it. So this fight, they will blame the UFC. So my knowledge is fights are far too unpredictable. But his next fight would be anything but toughest within the damage that I get. He was facing former WEC welterweight champion. It's time to catch up your breath, catch up your senses. It's the loss of serenity experience that made me survive that kicked the head. He messed around by beating me, he yelled me. I give everything. No regret. Is a testament to his greatness in emerging from only 2 months. GSP never lost to Matt Serra. He might have cut his old weight short. The experience to overcome something as devastating as that. And above that, GSP would have known the humility to understand his strengths and weaknesses. I don't have the power of wrestling. He does with fights, even if some people don't find him impressive. And he's in his eyes on Twitter. Crazy wrestling. That's why a lot of girls think like 2 days later. That it's actually going to be in October. Original TS Brothers of course, they were very friendly. person. You know, George, he takes it personally. It's freaking sport. Yes, the need to is for now to fight. It's nothing personal. You want to fight. Maybe he hates my guts. I don't know what he's gonna do. I don't know if he wants to fight me or he might really want to fight you. But he's not a hype guy. I mean, that's fine. You know, I'm afraid of you. I'm scared of you. Those guys are scared of me. Yes, it's true. I can. When I went to do it, I really had no idea where all the money stuff because that he had to figure out that he wanted to fight me in the rematch immediately. So that's a good chance. He shut down in a communist fighter. He dominates all the best. He did have no excuses. He said he might fight that guy. He was on his way. He was some kind of weird ass stuff. My rap was the commission was true. So the alien abducted me. I got when they give gamma ray to increase my strength like a performance enhancement. What's happening? So before I put some glass. Still had a crazy hard fight. Allegations aside, he was really intelligent. But there was one man who enemy fans genuinely believed could beat his team. And spoiler alert, they were right. He's the number one contender for a reason. He was and only ever suffered one loss. People convinced that Johnny this was awesome. It's like, oh, you're on you're on fighting against performance and ethics. You got to get the sport and stuff like that. You want to talk about doping? The system. It was not my goal. I wanted to elevate sport because it's the it was a very dramatic it's the life of an individual. Basically, I agree. It was perfect. You know, when we say it, you can look, I agreed to do a test. But then he said, I did not agree because also the UFC told me to not agree. The UFC told me. Why did he do drugs 6 years ago? The last 6 fights, the last 6 years, I won. When I done UFC has funded the Athletic State Commission of that don't do so you don't want to say with them Johnny but it was people that were against it. Yes. And it was the evidence. I don't know what I do. He took the test. I wanted to be the best here he can be. If that's something, that's something. I'm confident I'm gonna win the fight. But unfortunately, there was false confidence. I wasn't free to talk about it because I thought that people would respect me. The first round he came out, he tried to establish the team, which wasn't working. He was trying to recover everything. felt like it was like a feeling of claustrophobic. I was like, I couldn't breathe well, I couldn't sleep well, I had too much pressure, personal progress, so much stuff. We did get the tape down, but in the first round, I didn't get the tape down. And I thought I could life from now. The first round, before I got it, I was waiting for the pressure. And people would be like, oh, like, when he has to complain, he's rich, he's popular, he's the kid. There's some people who were like, when he has nothing to compare, but I felt like I had too much. Besides the first round and the fifth round, that's the only few times he got a takedown. The third round, he was bloody and blue. I didn't feel bad. I was trying to perform. It was conditioned. It was catching up. Round, I took him down and down, I don't know what, a minute, something like that. I pretty much everything that GSP was controlling me, I did to him. I just beat out the best fighter. You know what I mean? I just look at me. He did George C. All he needed was for the judges to make it. I absolutely won this fight, and some people took it away from me. The biggest man you saw. I still don't think he won that fight. Listen, everyone, it was a lot of talk about what's going to happen. What stuff in my life was happening. Bring up my glove for a little bit. Make it quick on my day. You owe it to Johnny Hendricks to give him that opportunity. Stuff going on. I like this my personal life. I speak to you about this. Right? Just big, but personal, some of my things want to be very. I do believe that God is hand raised that night. However, it is also worth noting that Hendricks had something to do in his fighting ability with the introduction of Usada in the UFC. He was basically unrecognizable as a fighter, which that he had another American and she will be on. We have to remember that great fighters like Khabib and John Jones also got the controversial victories, with John Jones beating Dominguez and Khabib in a very similar situation with Gleison Timo. That's neither here nor there, because after Hendricks, James Purely pushed his title, including his title welterweight champion for good. When he took 4 years old, I wasn't the defending them sizes. It took up GSP disappeared from the octagon for 4 years before he started to get the itch to come back. If you took 4 years off, how many years did he realize? I think I'm ready to go. When I see USA and the drug testing program, and I want to come back, but this part was there. That's one of my things. So do you want to come back and fight? I just get out of the. So GSP wanted to come back. He just needed to come back for something different. 4 years, that's a long time. So my question was, I gotta come back. He's coming back to World War. To come back for something that excited me, something that was different, something that was unique and new. You know, and I want to come back to do the same thing that was realistic. Something. So Johnny told me, he said, you always have to be big criticizes when you are fighting the war. And if you are very close, if one of the two, if you want to still chant in place, they're just going to tell people say that you can bring your cerebral technically, you know, and necessary base, which make that fight boring. It's like, the funds I was playing to be treated besides us, like the dudes have come back. Let's do grace. That's what when it came back after 4 years, they didn't want to come back. They wanted to take on a title that you would pass it. I'm sorry, fight for the what exactly? You got a job, you get a but it's just like that, and I your weight class thing. It's the right. I'm gonna try to help you against my goal. That's for you. Those win the news. It's the right. Just doing about 5 months. I was French past when I wasn't training, but I loved them. And there's one of the same fire. Pose any sort of unique challenges to you. It doesn't pose any unique challenges. All he does is hold the line. Longer, faster, higher, better, emotional, strikes, and wins in the ball before bringing it to the place. The more you do expect that, rounds up, rising into that. The GSP fans, come on, John. This is in his breath now. Relax, come on. When we did that, first we had a stare down and kind of we go by the back, kind of the back door. So there's a camera. I think it was a camera. That's what it was. So there was cameras. They're about to ask us to just take pictures. And then they take them coming towards me, and then it's like, oh, so that you can see what's there. Back to me, I know it's just don't you ever put your in on me again, because then I go to this and I'm like, is it what? Proportion of the whole that particular incident. And he's going to be frozen like this in the lizard. The wolf. Okay, now bounce. Wow. That's what best that you find between who comes next match with us. So we come with next to each other when I look at me and they start laughing. And then I start like, yeah, I know. See you later. You see what so many times. First, you don't succeed. Try back again. The seeing is not. If at first I don't succeed, I'm going to run up and cry like a little bitch. Why am I investing as opposed to considering what you mean? Why would you do that against this dude who's bigger? You know, what is a better way? George is a husband. He's a husband. He's a great fighter. Yes, it's never been done before after 4 years. And if we do this, we don't want to be the first to do it. So that's why I'm doing it. He's got another 7 before, so he's like, he would see you. So he's not going to be me. This is nothing for sure. So when I'm going to her, it's going to be the movement. So he won't see it. It's like, words reach. When he came back, this was really interesting about that. 2 words had said, I'm better martial arts than it was before. And he looked at it. And I was thinking, when he came back, it was like, you were saying you're better than I was. You might be better than I was. You got to keep on going. Right away, you feel right back in the room. And look, you were showing things, especially different things, different movement that we hadn't seen from So some unconscious rear naked joke was one of the tightest, most cinched up rear naked joke I've ever seen in my life. Ever. George.
I see a lot of people saying it. Moving up a division every year because of the called for his full time.
With a fighter in UFC history to win belts in 2 different weight classes, an astonishing feat. But his body wouldn't allow him to even eat. The reason why I relinquished the belt is I went to do some physical tests to see what's the problem of real condition because the captain, the problem I didn't know what it was. The test, I've been testing everything for it. That's where I came. So I'm sorry what to do after that because I cut out stuff. Say it makes aware of this. Some of your nights up 10, 6 games, the landscape. We said for attention sponsors that they kind of stalled the division. I'm saying to myself, I said, for the fighters, always did, getting pushed. The division, people went because me, and I don't around you, everybody knows that the surprise announcement retirement. There's no one else confirmed that me to do it in full contact sport. That's how you should retire. You should retire. Done. It's very hard to do. With a tremendous legacy, a few close to including men. Most flawless. Basically, it was my father fights. I grew up watching his fights. We're watching wanted to come back because it was, for less serious things like eating. It's a program that never been so for UFC. He refused to be fighting at the other. When Khabib fought Justin Gaethje, I think he took everybody by surprise by his camp told me he was going to Colombia and he retired. And you know what? It's maybe better like that for all of us. So we have a good end. You can compare Jesse to beating John Jones, Demetrius Johnson, the legacy of George speaks for itself. There's 3 shots of it. For three of them hit. Me. Right? George's special, which senior kid based on which of the series there's a criteria it is defeated is times. George St. Peter, he took 4 years off and joined number still. He's the greatest, if not the greatest of all time. He's the greatest of all time, without doubt, in my opinion. You've got those 3 guys, in my opinion. And which one you can come down to? It's more about who you are, it's who you are. It doesn't about absolutely. John Tanner is absolutely correct. We never agree on the great team, the greatest of all time, but if you made it this far, you probably resonate a lot with his peace journey. Any good kids in it, that would have a dream. Right? And the first team, the war fight, because the team was one life. fight. For me, it's unbearable. It is unbearable. My friend, people they love. My life is not my life. Because I love freedom. I love the confidence that this gives me. I love the training, the camaraderie that I have. I love the science. I know that I have access to things that most people do not have access to. I love that in order to preserve them. But I despise this. I like to when you win your it's unbelievable. It's so good that it's it's funny hearing that from you because you would expect to hear that from someone who is considered one of the greatest of all time. I mean, you're considered one of the greatest of all time, so it would be very hard to argue your approach. So successful when I did it. Every fight I did everything I needed to do it. And I trained hard and I did something that I trained smart. I'm the best at what I did. Those don't hunt. So I gave myself the right confidence. I was afraid, I was terrified. But I was confident. You never slept well before? Never. What do you do? What do you do? Sarah. Had many good moments in the sports. That's time my brother was able to avenge my loss against that Sarah. Time I lost, I'm very why I lost, and ensure that I never make this mistake. Please, I'm doing MMA. I wanted to be a professional fighter. And when you told me I couldn't do it, and I used to feel you will never be a fighter. You're not tough enough, you're not strong enough. I wanted to fight in the most prestigious organization. You told me I couldn't do it, and I did. I wanted to become U.S. champion. You told me how it's impossible. And I beat him. And I beat him. I'm not beating him, but I beat him more decisively because I have confidence and all the skills that you feel confidence is that someone who has a lot of money is making out one of the wheels. The third game champion, I wanted to make sure that I had security enough money to pay for me and my family. I wanted to pay my other goal was to pay my family bills. It was a most beautiful day of my life. I reached my goal. My goal is to be that's right. That was my dream. I want to live that again. Usually in the also, one of the kids who come to us, and I think it's important for me as a kid to give the things that will be ready to not just by being who you are, by your personality, your ability to just be good. Just how happens. Almost change for the performance enhancing testing. And I'm glad I did. Didn't do everything. And also I wanted to retire on top. I don't want to retire. Because retire, the best fighter history of the sport of it. That's how I want to keep everything. Everything as an end. Just start reading. Thanks for being the strongest man in the world. That was my dream when I was young. That's why I did UFC. I wanted to be the stronger man in the world. Everything that I greatest ever. You really speak for kids that know something you care about. Just want there is a point, right? It's a very subjective thing, and I realize what there is and not exists. Something that does not exist. That it's an illusion. Makes Marshall advocate what I needed to achieve. Absence is fun. No one the same job and when I was on the important notion of my that's my goal. I think that's the only goal is thank you to my members. If you like this video, please like and subscribe because it was never supposed to happen. Pursuing greatness as some shit about that was the impetus for what I had to get back into the beast with those. Was talking about some poets on in the highlight, just like nobody else. Completely unique style, very technical and very well thought out. And in that interview, he realized the first line was that Alex one time. You gotta understand, Alex Medina is one of the most greatest kickboxers in history. It's not just dangerous power. It's sneaky. He's really technical, creative ways. Medina kicked off his career in 2012, and over the next 4 years, he definitely had a competition in organizations. Everybody, but it was the way he was doing it. The power was different. The style was different. It's a weird style. Hands down, weird movement, super technical. I was like, this guy's terrifying. I was long before he had his first meeting with Israel on his well, China. It was a tightly contested battle where the Medina earned a decision victory to Adesanya's fight mystery. By the decision, and many fans argue Adesanya was robbed of his victory by the judges. There was a bit of controversy. I won. So naturally, both these fighters were the following year. But if you were looking for a truly satisfying conclusion, you would have been disappointed. Israel Adesanya was winning the fight. More notably, happening very badly hurt in the second round. I mean, it was a but the referee stepped in and gave Pineda a standing count, which gave Pineda just enough time to recover and deliver his signature left hook in the third round to knock out Adesanya. Two, it's like any Pineda in the second round, down. You might think that an knockout like this would be definitive in squashing this rivalry, but far too many questions surround his knocks. Nobody knocks out Izzy. Izzy was fucking this dude up, and they should have stopped the fight. Izzy was fucking that guy up to the point where he just in the corner covering up. I'm shocked they didn't stop the fight. You could have maybe stopped the fight, but if he goes on to knock Izzy out, maybe the argument is not. You gotta let guys fight. It bothered Israel Adesanya to the point that he was mentioned 39 years later as champion of UFC. You see, Pereira had a hard life. He grew up very poor in Favela and dropped out of middle school to be a bricklayer's assistant and later an entire shop worker. He was in a dead-end job surrounded by people who formed with alcohol and became an alcoholic over time. And it was a shame because it was around this time that Pereira showed a lot of early promise as a kickboxer. According to his trainer, Pereira's love of booze prevented him from training for long. His body didn't hold up, and he wasn't mentally clear in his battles. However, his trainer Vera knew that Pereira had to trade one set of spirits for another. You've likely seen Alex in a indigenous attire before his dance, but you probably don't realize that it was his code moving throughout to his ancestry. Connecting to his indigenous roots gave Pereira a revival of his mind and spirit, and for him to realize he didn't need alcohol as his cards any longer. Pereira became Poetan, an indigenous word that means hands as rocks or stone hands. It's no spot. Got boom on their hips. With 10 ounce to everybody. Like literally everybody he's this new and improved Pereira stepped into the competition in glory. Becoming not only the middleweight champion, but also the light heavyweight champion. He just gave it to his fighters do their own. They reach this they're a champion. And he does it in two different weight classes. He owns 2 weight classes in glory. His simultaneous 2-division glory campaign was historic win. Barrera's takedown defense, he wanted to make his way to the UFC. There's a lot of good fights in the UFC 185 and 205. What incredible foresight by Joe Rogan. Pereira had already used his boxing history, so why not explore the horizons? Like God said, I'm moving on to today. I signed with the UFC. I'll be fighting at Madison Square Garden in New York City on November 6th. I hope I got all you guys support. When that guy was going to fight MMA, yeah, this is going to be some he's an extraordinary dude. That's right. Alex Pereira had only boxing and was highly motivated to come to the UFC because of his comments. Somebody tell you that you were going to be a more and something, knowing that he's had struggles like that. I think that's too. At the time, Alex made the full-time move to MMA. His brother Sonya had only won 5 title fights at middleweight. He tried to see champion like that, but was unsuccessful. Jan Blachowicz. On the other hand, Alex Pereira was practically baby in the sport of MMA, barely dipping his toe into the sport while he built his kickboxing legacy. In his first MMA fight in 2015, he was predictably submitted via predictably because he was a striker. Grappling was a completely foreign art for Poetan, which is why his next 3 fights. He scored 3 knockouts, which were in the first round. I mean, imagine those guys thinking you got some scrub with a losing record, not knowing he's put the hands of the race. Low intensity. Keep in mind, a 3-1 MMA record is grounds for a UFC signing, but a 33-7 kickboxing record, 21 knockouts, and 2 victories over the biggest active star in the UFC was enough to get the UFC's attention.
The second inside on to the UFC conversation of who's the best striker in the UFC had another element.
That's 100% the case, but when you click on this video, the conversation on the biggest injury for also another element. That's right. You deserve the best on your side. Your serious injury can be released, and insurance companies won't play its claims. So Morgan & Morgan will fight to get you the money you deserve. It just got to the months. Morgan saw verdicts of $6.8 million, $12 million, and even $26 million across the United States. Remember, all law firms are not the same. Big companies can take big losses, and Morgan & Morgan is the free reason. They just bring you. It only takes a couple of minutes to have a case, and you can start a claim with America's largest firm in just a click. It's so easy. You can claim now with Morgan & Morgan at www.forthepeople.com/final. That's www.forthepeople.com/final. Or just click in the description. It's absolutely free unless you win. Thanks to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video. Now back to Pereira's UFC debut.
There's a guy that's this last guy to knock him out. His name's Pereira. He's one of the most terrifying things happened before. He hits people and it hits them. It doesn't, he sizes these people, but he hits them. It's like he's a good way, in the right way. I'm telling you, he's got and he was 31 when he was in Madison Square Garden. And you knew that he was able to win a cup when he would rush the knees. He went through the hype of it. That's crazy. Poets on you to deliver. Andreas Michailidis came in with a great game plan to smother and outgrip. And he exposed his down. But to the surprise of many, Bennett was able to weather the storm and back to his feet. What's interesting is that Adesanya was watching Bennett's debut and being this perpetual rival's eyes to the screen. Because he was a right on. And I guess you can say, let's think alike. So grab us. You're right. It's good. A lot of people say you might have the Adesanya kickboxing background. What is the future tonight? I needed him in what's the clear path now, right? A lot of excitement around you. Obviously, the link to Adesanya is always going to be there. Do you want a fast run to the title? Or do you want to take time to develop more to this? Well, of course, yeah, Jim, but I'm evolving, getting better. Yeah, I'm 34 years old, but I'm getting better and better. Pereira made a great impact in just his first UFC fight. But like he said, he was 33 years old. So whatever he wanted to accomplish in the sport needed to be done in a very short window. With a force like that, nice run. Alex Banner, of course, kickboxing world champion. The guy who beat Israel Adesanya twice. You remember what he said about it? Did you say this was the remember? I did. He's Joy. This guy had to be 15 whenever he was making 85. I think it was him. His hands are as big as a fucking one of the fights I said it was 226. 226 and he 185. His fist is like both of them put together. Racial features. He's like this long arms, this big giant hammers at the end of his wrists. He's different. Who did this guy get? It was like this mythical creature we couldn't believe was in our sports. And we could do was speculate to how this second fight was going to go. And they had to show up all week in terms of how people get this fight. Like people think Runo's the next victim of this guy. Runo's an incredibly violent fighter. Just don't have the many Runo's wins. We haven't seen a whole lot about him. Out there. I think he's going to go out there and try to some respect for him. It was a good fight. It was like real so intense to do. He didn't get a finish, but in a fight, he gave a point part of the performance. That's a big respect he needed in this new sport. I mean, right? A lot of people showcase what it is. Feel there's a lot of sign because just start worrying about your name. Yeah, feel yours. The point that he took it out, and it's something right here. He's a bit because he knows what he knows so far. I greatly admire him in his house. It's just two UFC fights. He fully believed he would make his way to the UFC's biggest superstar. At this point, Israel Adesanya had 6 middleweight championship victories, an explosive rise to become a fan favorite. Was the biggest name in fighting. However, his roller coaster to his popularity was reaching its point as fans began to find him according to his recent string of the city. Fans also didn't like some of their shows. That's the puppy. You think like Benito was destined to come but it relied to the Adesanya storyline so much so that the UFC stars were able to fight on the same contest. It was in 276 against the psychotic future Official prediction: Sean Strickland versus Alex Pierre. Guys, I'm taking Sean Strickland. You're genetically gifted. If you're a normal size, South sucks.
Briggs, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Tree, region. Games with the anti-game, and I would like to see how the Sunday versus Sean Strickland in the outside. That's crazy to say. Just a potential. Onside, CB pointing, and of course, both of you need to win on Saturday. A potential fight between yourself and Mr. Ladasanya. It seems to be heading in that direction. What's your final message to Israel as they get ready to attempt to defend this title against you here on Saturday?
Saturday, I still got to play straight way. I'm 100% in my rooting for Israel. And it was Sean seriously. Sean was gigantic,
scary, funky Brazilian. Every step he moves towards you guys, you see it's like recognition, like it's a different kind of power.
Alexa, you want to do a quick night of
any interaction with the person that has got this hand raised both times. I watched it both times. The first fight, it was a bad decision. First fight, a lot of people see how hands out. Both of y'all look surprised. We know what happened in the last 2 fights. I forgot about it. I totally forgot as well. It was the first time I was fighting. We're looking for a fight where is it left foot, right? Like I said, I would have had him out of there. I was just yeah, so there's one thing to fight someone that has beat before, but it's just intimidating. Yeah, every time he looks at his, you can tell he's looking at his stuff. You know, he's like, looks. I've been around this. He's a big guy. The guy has power. Like in UFC, but I feel like I've pressure on Izzy just because he won't have it. This time because I think Ferrer's gonna do his word and really push the biggest he's on the. What's his weakness? What's his weakness? He was to me. He told me everything. There's a lot of people that think. Thought I wasn't perfect, including his son and his team. Originally, he said so on that he wanted to fight me. As soon as I started to fight people, they changed the narrative. So things around and they said, oh, maybe. I started to run around. They said, maybe I don't want to say something again. I think I kind of screwed it a little bit. And he's a little bit unbalanced psychologically on this. He's got bragging rights. Because trust me, they can't save you either way. But this one is too good. This one is probably too much. Maybe he's different. It's really hard to hear. It is. In almost one of his real last fights, he has a distinctive striking. He won't have that outside. And I think the top kickboxers at first still a killer. I've accepted this as like he's one of the guys who I've fought recently. Once he feels me, he's not going to try to shy away. He's kind of putting it in like this is going to be on this fight, and his team thinks this is on this fight. And I'm being with power. This guy. It's the most dangerous. That first round, 0-2 it's just tough. It's just tough. Down Izzy when they were like, he was checking these kids. Like, this is dangerous in every way. He touched him at the end of the first and had him run. Rocked him in the first round. Got him in real trouble. How cool do you think you are getting him out of there in the first round? First round was 30 seconds longer. 5 seconds more than it would be like 50 seconds over. He clapping. This fight was very dangerous for the parties, both of these supposed kickboxers.
You know, both of these are like, this is going to be a kickboxing fight. Only a kickboxing fight. Here we are seeing some great grappling for you.
His first takedown in UFC, and his UFC. Izzy was winning the grappling stages. Down on the ground. So you know what to do as a wrestler. Mixed martial arts impressive, but Israel Adesanya didn't account for the last round. It was like One of his trainers was like, "You're losing this fight. You need to get him out of this round. You have to forward. You have to throw punches. You have to throw combinations. Let your fucking hands go. You're going to be a world champion in 5 minutes." It was seriously.
What was going through your mind?
Like, what happened?
Like, he hurt my perennial nerve. So that's why my footwork wasn't as sharp as I wanted it to be. Kudos to him for investing.
Incredibly quick rise to the title. MMA, you are now the youngest champion.
A year. Yeah.
Thanks for supporting my work. Thank you. The sins that everything I was hosting some of my work. Fight, sir. Congratulations.
Can you compare one UFC title to a glory kickboxing title?
Well, we think the bigger, to me, those two titles for my career, UFC.
You got two of the belts.
Where do we go from here? Do you believe you were just going to rematch you one time off to one and all?
Champion faster than he lost in the bedroom. Only the men he specifically followed from their previous sports, but he championed fast sort of this. Not speaking English. They became favorites. And we got to enjoy his personality. Alex Pereira's was a motionless, stone-faced persona. And does he smile?
We all shout out an emotion, and then you have to do it sad, angry, straight, happy.
Yeah. He actually smiled before he just didn't smile. Now he smiles. He embraced all the memes of like biggest going as far as to his for his Pokemon Japan to like stop animals, right? But then he's putting a Pikachu dragon on media. But it just seemed to haunt everyone aside forever. It's just like, I was like, what? I was like, no. We got a romantic to Benita's relationship.
This is the boy,
Benita started to support fans and show us his personal sense of humor amongst the day. Showing him with a calm wrestling DC and sharing some context. Select Ferrer kick my leg. Let Benita know she has a soul cipher motherfucker sharing his chickens. Just engaging. What Alex Ferrer did, we all reach a club. What the fuck? Coming. This is Alex. Just trying to make a video here. I need more subscribers.
He's not good, man. I'm just a jiu-jitsu guy.
Guys, please subscribe so I can get 200K. Make more videos. Was the stunning realization that he knew.
Hi guys, it's I here. I first Miami guest this episode.
Move the scale one way or the other. It's going to be a psychological fight. But I know he hasn't forgotten any of those three fights. And I think that's going to be a psychological fight.
This is the best. Yes, it's going to be. Last fight. You're safe. This guy, I know every time I fight this guy, I'm beating him. And he has this special ability to recover and put his foot in the gas. So I have to find a way to take him, which I will.
I'm not thinking about those three fights as a former champion.
might stay, but when I those 3 fights, I'm not gonna do things the way I needed to train for this. I'm prepared for this new fight. If I get it done better than he's ever done it, what if I beat the fuck out of him? Recién a montar a su this fight, like I said, this is my this is it. I put everything in my back. I've done everything in my back. This man, this is intense. Power that just know he really time to talk in this. I'm gonna show up my experience. Mindset for at this point, though, my heart says it has to be. What is most important? Is it about the UFC title and being world champion again? Or is it simply being world champion? Anthony could finally take really early. And was mutilating Adesanya's leg even earlier than he did in the last fight. He would have kept going. He was done. 35 short calf kicks away in the fight, forcing Izzy against the round two. He's not getting Izzy fight where he fought it out, but in reality, it was Izzy who had been able to out to the third. It was time to set the trap. More shot. Cast the ball. Man, my shot. Which is the one thing in the same that he lost in history. I still now, I don't know if he beat that because he thought it was a devastating termination for Fitz to get close to this moment. Speculate how much further he would decline. We have to take props to Adesanya, but it's undeniably finishes and celebrations. And the same things, Joey. We might have won us 2 and that's 2 times. Was absolutely display that they goes down. If he didn't like it, he slayed it. Really in the physical text, but a giant is fine. This guy wins over him and just knocked him out. Took his time. In particular, it's a lot more about the psychology than the physical. Just kidding. He sees a lot of play to into a combat, setting down 3-0. And to beat this man like this, I think you can argue it was one of the biggest wins against history. I think it was Is he lost when attempting on a double champion? And the stakes were even higher than that because the UFC made it very clear that if anyone won, he would be up to challenge for the UFC heavyweight championship. First round, you don't want to do almost time. Check what's it's clear. Try to knock him out. Something stand up and get his money. So the end of the round, guys, so the victory stay. Second round, first round, this is 50-minute fight. Which controlled Alex for 7 minutes. That sounds pretty damning. But the third round, Alex Pacquiao led and better shots. But for many fans, it was a toss-up, and some fans really felt that he won. Like the judges said. Rothschild. This is the first fight back for Rothschild since he suffered a shoulder injury. That's his first shoulder injury. And then third, if I was the first one year ago, they still were going to fight. You're going to have Rothschild's a meaningful favorite. Jerry Prochazka was the unorthodox Mexican monster who captured the light heavyweight title against Benitez's friend and trainer Cooper to share on the break. With a strong shoulder injury, forced him to vacate the light heavyweight title. These two knockout winners were on the line to the big light heavyweight championship. This guy is fighting for the UFC championship. Third time, bro. He's only been here for 3 years. You're not rested fighter. Welcome. So you got it. Also rested fighter. So I think that it's going to be a very special fight. The fans are going to give it a show. He has stuff along the grappling. He's going to bring on the table. He really is an unconventional grappler. He makes it well. We know what he's going to do. He's going to look to you out. That comes down to light heavyweight, whereas Alex is obviously middleweight. Jerry Prochazka. I think he gets that. And I think the ability to knock him down as well and to knock him out. We've watched both of these dudes drink themselves through the water and find a way. And this is so exciting. I think this is a toe-to-toe fight, and I think it's a finish of one of these. He did see Carrera on 205 against Jan Blachowicz. It wasn't quite seen. It wasn't quite screwed. Listen, I'm not ready to tell you that I think it's a better fighter. I just think he's going to fight better in this particular match. It's his third time returning to the garden. He's got an amateur record, but he's also got world championships in different sports. He's so special. I'm taking Alex for knockout. Jerry Prochazka will knock that out. He's won weight class many times throughout the entirety of his career. He's a more well-rounded player.
The fight's not going to go for this. Somebody going to get that.
It's such a special moment. Believe me, I am really happy. I don't smile much. I am. Gary's in the deep. Gary's like doing all kinds of weird stuff, right? In a Lexus. Just don't. Like I'm going to. And what he's doing. I learned anything was okay because it might to this point. It's like damn good at checking the picks. It's already heard. It's already heard. Look at that. Show you that he's going to do it. And had Yuri on wobbly legs
in their fight, which meant very bad news for Prohaska.
You fight Pereira, he's got your leg beat up, you're switching to southpaw, which is what Yuri did. Yuri's not southpaw. Now you're fighting your replacement. It's unfamiliar. You're the most dangerous man in the world.
Yuri was able to survive the first round, relying on his grounding, which to his credit was even better than the defense. Yuri got a little overzealous. Pressure to the cage.
Punches. Once he dropped on my leg, I start punching. A little bit fit away. It's a good story. This is an amazing accomplishment for you. 11 MMA fights and claim titles in 2 divisions.
This guy is now champion in 2-weight division. He is 2 of the 3 as a headliner in Madison Square Garden. He's got about 76 UFC fights, maybe 14 more champions. It's crazy to think what this man has done.
Alex Pineda acquired 2 UFC titles in 2 years, the quickest anyone's ever done, standing tall among some of the most legendary fighters ever. But in a moment that is entirely his to enjoy, he chose to share it. The man forever time too.
You know, I never knew how to call anyone right, but I think, man, I think a fight there that's interesting for me. And it would be interesting, I'm sure it will be for everyone. It's a person who somehow engaged me when I was in a bar drinking, and he sent me the video that I was going to stay in a bar, but he rescued. This is no reason he can only be back in 10,027, and so do I. The way he rescued me, I want to rescue this guy, because he's a gentleman. He can't stand still for this long. It's not just not yet.
Alex Pineda came into the sport as the supposed villain in his own assignment.
Literally just collecting fucking
He's world titles in 11 fights in 2 years. It's insane. I think there's a lot of elevation about this era as a reflect on Pineda's career. Really, the man who revolutionized this sport has really done that. Never won 2 world titles. That guy.
Did you ever imagine when you started your UFC journey?
Rewind the first few years of my career, even support myself as a fight. The success,
or villains. 2 sides of the scene. It doesn't matter who's got who's the Joker.
the timeline. You know there's a bad guy. I think he's gonna be that good champion when I'm a legend.
As much as they were at odds, they created each other, and they both needed each other to become great.
Who was just instant Brazil. He had to open his mouth. Talking some shit about I want Izzy to rise. If Izzy just shut the fuck up, he can stay where
Be what the second line was.
at the day. Lord knows who the fuck he is.
Thank you to my patrons and members who like this video. You will love the others on my channel and subscribe because I will. There's one key difference between them that you'll understand very deeply. Of course, that comes down to what this country is.
Like right now, you're being less stage. Probably enough to do it.
Y ese es mi objetivo bastante. Y los días que me quedan. No voy a let you know when it happens. It's July 11th, 2015. 18-2 Conor McGregor just had the performance of his life, knocking out Chad Wiggins to become the interim UFC featherweight champion. And this guy came from nothing. Now he's a champion in 5 UFC fights, 20 fights overall. Now you might ask me, how many fights did in 2015? 10. His debut. He was just 18 years old in 2015. Despite that, he was very talented. Súper nervioso. No quería ni sonreír. No, yo decía que porque no estudiaba. Took his book, crucified him, grilled and pelted him, and ultimately finished him in the first try. Hold on, I'm here to explain things in simpler terms here. Just like the Bible. He's legit. Nervous fighting me to work out to the fight 1 month later, and it looked very similar. Suelo y el lugar de tu brazo, pierna, el cuello, o sea, no es nada. Can be rare they can choke this opponent in 3 seconds. 15-year-old was very, very good, which begs the question, why was he so talented? Cuando fuimos a pues que fue por donde hemos empezado todo. So, martial arts, 3 different countries. Ilya's origin story is very complex, but the road to greatness often is. The story is very interesting. In Germany, your parents are of Georgian descent. Hasta los 6 años en Alemania, no tengo mucho recuerdo. Hasta los 6 años. 6 years in Germany, his family moved to their native Georgia. Training with Greg. Yep. Siempre quería hacer algo que le pudiera dedicar mis ganas. Así que el objetivo era compartir cosas tan training always was to become a champion. I have felt absolutely in love with training, but at the same time, his family had to separate. I would try to España, y pues con la niña de Rothschild, hasta los 15 años. For 7 years, Topuria grew up and wrestled with just his older brother in Georgia until he was able to rejoin his family in Spain. Y por casualidades de la vida, nos hemos encontrado con el gimnasio donde entrenamos hasta el día de hoy, que es el kilómetro. Además, llegamos a competiciones national competitions desde 15 años cuando fui al gimnasio. Me venía dentro y se me pasaban las horas sin darme cuenta porque era feliz haciendo lo que estaba haciendo. That's been an issue in the Minnesota. Who was your first favorite fighter? Like, who was the one that kind of drew you to the UFC and everything? TSP. Oh, yeah. TSP. He was first I wanted to be like you. Porque no me dedico yo 100% a eso, así que mañana. In school, was it early on communicating with the teachers, the kids? Yes, train all the time, man. Like you're telling me, wow, look, I'm not sure it's a good idea to abandon your education to your routines. Give me here 110%. It's all 100%. The rest, it's definitely not something you recommend. But you can't deny the results. It was the point street first professional train by taking down baskets and bringing each of the to point of plays like he bent the house on the first round finish. But that trend was unsustainable, even though it was a to the point it was naively overzealous against fucking bloodless pigs taking their least initial attempts at winning markers, guillotines, and short chokers. Don't get me wrong, it was impressive, but he ended up on the bottom for his carelessness. He almost considered himself. He was clearly getting tired, but ultimately, he found that guillotine was irrelevant because he knew that each it was a good experience like this and solidified that real was the way that's made had to offer. After 4 heavy fights, millions of Puerto participated in an unreleased Spanish MMA show similar to the Ultimate Fight. Europe outside of Spain. You don't hear a lot of people coming out of Spain in mixed martial arts. But the show completely fell apart, and nobody knows that it happened. But it put Ilya in the right mindset to find his own opportunities. Ilya did not believe it. Alexander Gustafsson's champion Sweden, and after he observed his skills, he managed his sights on and began looking for fights that would turn him into an international threat. That not only earned him his major black belt, I recall so gained him significant notoriety and filled it to the point that he and others believed he was ready for the UFC. Yo pensaba y estaba decidido. Cuando se lleva la gente de ese un año, pero yo tengo todo para tengo la edad, tengo el equipo, tengo la familia, tengo todo para sí, poder estar bien. Speaking of the top, he had a firm opinion on external action. Keep in mind that at this point, Conor McGregor had already developed Jose Aldo and pressed to become the UFC's first simultaneous double champ. And had a pretty radar boxing veteran, Floyd Mayweather. You might have missed it. Ilya was light years away from Conor's achievements, but he was heading in the right direction because 2 months after his last fight, he was in its cage orders to come for the vacant bantamweight championship. Never again. Ilya says that because he couldn't make the weight and was ineligible to win the belt. Most people would take that as added pressure to your fight on the biggest stage they've ever been on. Preparados durante meses y y tienes que meterte a pelear mejor de ti, es como que te ven el miedo es ayuda a alcanzar Poder no hay ni una duda que viva nervios muchísimo en haber yo soy súper Case in point, his next fight was another dominant performance where he took Luis Gomez down, grounded down Gomez like he did money, and then submitted him with a built triangle underpair. Dominating your points for the UFC is a sign of potential greatness, but when you only showcase a grappling skill set and you've never faced adversity in the cage, it's hard to know if you're Just keep going. Thanks to more this video, and now back to the stories of CDP. It's a has not been looted in 2020. Period. He is taking this fight on a week's notice. He is undersized. He's looking to early for the race. Here's some salamis a little bit too quick on the feet in the first round to get finished. Has a bunch of finishes in his career. 23 years of age. He's a two young guns going at it. This is not easy. He's saying this guy's going to bring out you need to watch him. He's very good. He was he's got a great smile, which is fighting between some against him. Que llevo en mis combates no necesario. Millions of euros out there. I'll crack it. It's allowed for a win. It's allowed looks like it. Absolutely. I just think real is not good. Prospect on these notice. It was his first decision victory. Not to mention he had called it right before, but he didn't matter. He didn't even get a push on his fans, straight to the cage. Just one millions of millions. Real potential. And if you can be a guy like Yusuf Salam, who's on a win streak and you see at the time, you're going to be David Jackson. So we have millions of people here. I don't really the opinions of the single. Ron picks and roll. It's a great. That's what I'm going to one of the strongest. The punchers and shots like that. Especially division. I love style of the shots. From this fight, especially in the entry of boxing blades of the steering of your Jackson's liver and body, maintaining perfect motion. And one last part of this standard. And there was people started to take down. Landing shots and victories, not going upstairs afterwards once they Jackson was destroyed him. Annihilated him in that fight. It was amazing. Some of the names that are in your radar that you like to champion yourself with. Acquired his first UFC finish. Fellow UFC fans hit the door and looked. He lured to slaughter. Versus this week. Prelims of UFC. I think these are some great skills to the table. He's included Rabbi, of course, and he's a nice good for sure. Like everyone's talking Ilya Fabre was facing Brian Hawley, a specialist in jiu-jitsu master who never won the UFC. But Ilya did not care. He stood on the ground by his standing as he presented the danger on the field. But there's this continuing narrative it's just like kicks, nothing else.
Down and puts him in that first round. He had a regular slide, but very up. We have like close to 20 black belts. This guy still was a 16 last night. And so for me, he still was way from it. Everything I can.
I believe into Furia. He's going to go out and it's a first round KO. This was a very interesting match on paper, but going on, it was very strange. Dance around the cage, getting to Furia with a range of kicks. And really quickly, he started spamming his huge inventory rules to answer critics. But so Furia was very patient to control the ground exchanges because his brother,
You're on some all people excited about using you'll be in the future. They're at 145.
Tremendous result. You got off exciting guys. Congratulations on the spectacular fight.
Ilya still went through proof that night. Coincidentally, on the same night that Conor McGregor lowest of low to Fury. Destiny seemed to try for Fury. Unfortunately, he was active from 8 months when canceled in early 2022 due to weight issues. So the UFC told him if you want to fight soon, it might have to be 1 week class up. Accepted a short notice play without its giant overdose. I just told her with Norwegian vintage.
He's very
He was pretty fast, but the movements were great. Me esperaba la patada, lo recibí, It's adversity. Jesus, it's vicious. Didn't expect to finish him in this way because the game plan was to take the fight to round match. We have to change the game plan. He learned that Detroit doesn't care about disrespect. Everyone early was worried it wasn't is this a is he as good as that undefeated? Season to Brooklyn finally to the race match. Finally, with a clear path into the Wait, this price made you strong. Strike. In the first round, I want to myself. Really threw off Bernie's. whole question. They always make the mistake. They don't have it. Bryce Mitchell is 100% ready to go in there and bring his ass. I'm not capable of it. I could go back. Y levantar la pierna. Arriba, tocar o en el cuerpo. Strike, even if when it started, they were different to go. Minutes, I was tired of this. I was something I thought, get tired, and I know that whenever I want yeah, passive position. And
What's the deal with the roses that were thrown during the walkout? Obviously, there's a lot of roses going on.
submit you or all you for 5 straight rounds and then warn you with 14-0 after limit. That's what's down and only one. Against the big fight, I want to genuinely think you're over. Subscribe, share this video with someone who enjoys something and is happy. Let's get to a minute together. Let's get to a minute. Anyway, so we're gonna climb the featherweight scene. If you could finally plant his flag, even though this guy is fighting featherweight of all time. This guy is going to be easy to play. I'm gonna show you this kid. Maybe they don't have to be. This is what I'm telling you. Very hard time against hope. Es que lo ha hecho la entonces como la voy a llegar al punto.
He was very confident in the lead up to this. I mean, he said things like, Alex doesn't stand a chance.
I'd be surprised if I like him. It looked like he was going to be an easy fight, and unfortunately, fans were unsure of Volkanovski's return after his recent knockout loss to Makachev. He's going to fight. Man, they can see him the most. Now I get to bounce back in. Undefeated. I wonder if Volkanovski would have any lingering effects from that knockout. Last fight, about his mental. But I don't necessarily believe they're superior as the man to be Alex. I don't know if she loses this. I think he's supposed to be some match. Shots. He never fights to the fine. Weird. Do you think if you beat Alex when you beat Alex, it would be a rematch?
Rematch. I think he knocked out. It touches it there again. You feel like this is the last counted out.
Let's count it out. In parts, Alex was 35 years old. He historically had losing frequent champions. The whole leaned into it as a joke. He did it because he was nervous. Dangerous. What's going to happen? Someone catching me. She's going to be very nervous. I told her don't dare let her stay out. It's me. He was so sure that Volkanovski was levels beneath him. He made his confidence very confident. You're he says that not to make this Volkanovski yet. He's already a world champion. His confidence was on talking this. Where's his confidence come from? Hard work. Dedication. Hilarious. It's going to be a thing. I believe that you can get them doors. Maybe I think that's been kind of like the media origins of everything. They get all the arrogance trust myself. Taking a fun. no reason to. He respects. He's ready. He's fighting for them. Good luck. I respect him as a person, as a professional. How long has it been on your radar? How long have you been at least in thought thinking about planning and strategizing for? I didn't prepare myself for him because in this training I was watching him since the start. I was in the sport watching since a long time, so I know him better than any fighter. Prepares him. He's a good hero to remember. That's one of the greatest in the field and great champion.
People are talking a lot about how popular you are and these places in here.
To be honest, I don't care about that kind of things, you know. I just want to be happy.
If you paid attention thus far, you know it was just trying to build the fight. But with everything said, there was no looking back now.
He could be but he hasn't been able to prove that. He is period. He is either the biggest stock in the history or an absolute superstar. I think if you know some great stories,
And to see him become champion, I certainly felt that way.
no one's supposed to watch out for him now. Or it'll be like McGregor never be out of. That build up for McGregor going to win. It's like that. It was more of a lesson to our game. What did you say to them? Really? I answered everybody. I thought that game was pretty fast with his jabs. The first one was to know a long combination, not just one, two punches, or five punches, because it's one of the real hacerlo no sé si medio maestro le haga dudar en cualquier situación, puede ser complicado, que por la izquierda, bien marcial, won the title. He looks like a guy who completely won the field.
It's some momentum reminiscent of Connor's championship performances. But there was a big difference here.
Al final, todos los momentos que he vivido, lo que forman a la persona que soy.
All the talk, Liliana is a very humble person with a deep respect for Volkanovski, motivated by something very different than Connor's monetary.
Soy un champion, un libre champion in the UFC.
Became a massive superstar.
este mundo, yo creo que el objetivo de cualquier ser es ser they can say it's a members and you like this video. Love me, host my channel and subscribe because it's cars for kids for education. This fun stuff. What's wrong with everybody? There's a way he was doing it. He was doing it when he was garage. Guys, he broke for the record for most consecutive finishes. Hernandez could always provide a finish at any moment. He's about to pound best fighter. He had achieved that against some of the best fighters. Got to think it wasn't even him. I think he's a great any combat. That was true. Until 2013. You make no Anderson Silva. I just try to do it every single one. Enough of you understand his my best experience in my life. But today, I feel you know there's tragedy. You know there's a very career in between. There's this dirtbag named Anderson Silva. I'm talking about his pressing little act. I want to beat him down. It's gotta be toda a minha vida. I understood that the reason we love him is the reason you first professional fight too. And I fight 4 times the same day. Anderson Silva finished his first professional MMA fight after 2 minutes with a suffocating clear chicken choke. When I finished, I just told my professor in the that's crazy. I never go despite the observations, Anderson took on foundational governments for his second fight. Instead, you never know. Such a fight. The best is a sort of point grace is a black belt. Is it funny because of the drill belt? Because something fast and I win the fight, and then that's a start. I fight Brazil a lot. Michael was even Brazilian after promotion. In fact, Anderson participated in the very first big event. When I have my first big, I don't have a map. Set my target and my energy to get something for my family. Anderson spent the entirety of the match on his back with no sign of any grappling skills, leading to his first loss. 8 dominant and humiliating loss like this while they have a family to take care of is enough to make you wonder, did he choose the right career path? I guess I kind of want to start it off going back to like initially into fighting over, right? Because I know that you wanted to be a soccer player. As a young boy, Anderson loved soccer, but after trials, he was approached by the boxing trainer next door. I come to try to play football, but I'm too old just and say, okay, take this stuff and let's go train. It's like my first contact with boxing. When I was with boxing, Anderson's lures actually came much earlier. He doesn't. Eu comecei a treinar 8 anos de idade. But it's not capoeira. It's my first contact with martial. My brain was my brother's training would die, and I say, whoa, one day I start training. Anderson became infatuated with all martial arts, capoeira, taekwondo, even jiu-jitsu. I started training with my friends because in the time I don't have a money for jiu-jitsu. It's just training and that's want and look anything to feel like a superhero, even rejecting a career path.
My students for comic the same my brother and my but I feel is not for me. Or comic my life very natural, because I don't have too much options. Same my brother with daddy or when I grew up in the city, it's a very famous city of MMA fighter. And the time is the name is MMA. And a lot of guys fight at the time for these shows. And the other guys, it's crazy. Maybe I can't do that. I never realized this happened in my life. Professional fighter
Anderson won his next 2 fights in finishing both of his opponents in the first round, which opened a lot of doors for him.
And no Japão, fighting different country.
Anderson got the opportunity to fight Shuto in 2001. Step up from that guy. A decision against the experienced fighter. A few months later, he scored another first round before returning back to Shuto for his biggest yet.
For the first title, that's my hard fight for me, because it's the first time I realized I fight for respect. My country. The 2 fights
Brazil.
Brazil. And I started the national president, and I say, well, it's about country.
Sakurai is a Japanese mixed martial arts legend, and at the time, was the Shuto middleweight. Anderson was a round winning the exchanges on the feet. He down Sakurai, taking his back, landing a vicious ground and pound, and attempting submissions on the ground to ultimately win a decision and become the Shuto middleweight champion. Silva stayed busy by returning to Mecca and snatching another quick victory before moving up to the big leagues.
E aí eu acabei pelo price. Eu tinha uma pequena desvantagem, porque eu peso 80, não tinha mega categoria, era 95 para cima.
Between 2002 and June 2003, Anderson fought strictly in Pride Fighting Championships.
Eu tinha vantagem de pegar os caras mais pesados e era mais fácil, né?
Anderson applied a ruthless head kick to slit open Alex Stevens' face and win via doctor's stoppage. Anderson was so good he could handle Alexander Otsuka in 2022 and the deal with him hit the next day. And then he fights the century.
The guy is a big guy, and I started to doing something no more. Everybody said, with this guy, and every time the guy come here and destroy the guy, he say, bro, I'm here to work. It's nothing crazy. You think wrong. As a leader, so don't worry. I got what do you think? I said, you have to do crazy. I never say that.
Anderson decision victory against Alexander Otsuka round out 2002 and a fight against Carlos Newton, the former UFC welterweight champion and submission specialist.
I'm very lucky because in the time, mas a minha vida financeira realmente mudou quando to come more professional fight in the jiu-jitsu. I start fighting high level.
Learning under the legendary Nogueira brothers, Anderson Silva, the edge he needed with the competition.
Precisava melhorar a minha técnica, e aí eu comecei a estudar muito mais. E chegou num momento que ficava mais fácil. O cara eu tinha visto ele várias vezes, ele
Anderson entered the Matrix by knocking out a former UFC champion with a flying knee. Before his fights were over, he was submitted via triangle choke at Pride 20 and won 2 more fights in Brazil and Rio before setting his sights on the UK.
Then he went over and fought Cage Rage. He fights Lee Murray in
cage rage, and Lee Murray was a killer.
Lee Murray was the British champ. He was the but everyone completely.
It's true, Anderson made a decision on prospect Lee Murray to make the middleweight champion. But Anderson stole the UK's heart. Lee Murray was the guy who was involved in the biggest robbery in the history of the UK. But hey, that's a story for another day. After becoming cage rage champion, Anderson returned to private a final time, and the result was less than his own.
The leg scissor evil. Leg scissor. Just dominating that fight up until that moment.
It was a heel hook underneath. But that's neither here nor there. Anderson needed to bounce back and defend his rage time. Holy shit. He was standing in front of Jorge Rivera and letting him punch him in the face. You got to see how good Anderson really was in his prime. Anderson challenged Rivera in the second round. He defended him. He was his first name was serious trouble. Lucky for him, trouble might find him because Anderson would have finished Curtis for his second cage rage title defense.
Cage rage. Because I never put my body like in the seat. What was the cage rage?
Was becoming a hot new thing. Anderson does what Anderson does and took one minute to fight and rub him up later. And I couldn't get it going. Well, I got this fight right. Anderson did Yushin Okami to earn his first loss. And he goes over and fights Billy Freeman in cage. It's a crazy over and over. By the time he was coming to the USA, I was like, dude, get ready for this guy. What's hey, what's up? You're going to come over and be one of the greatest careers in MMA history. When he came to the UFC, he was already in his 30s.
My first fight is very Chris Cleveland was finished. It was hard to imagine how Anderson was going to beat Chris Cleveland.
It's an hour. Come out. He made money on that. Japan or somewhere where the competition.
I think he might live to regret those words, Chris.
Regret those words he shouted. I mean, he might take it worse than me. It's rage. That's terrible. I know you and your dad are carrying around both need of rage and rage is making it easy. One of their biggest skills of things here for Father's Day. The rich woman can hold on to the golf cars and even swiftly from the lake. You're strong and your tech attachment to never lose your wallet. It's the perfect gift for your dad, spouse, or brother, but it doesn't stop there. This is the rich key case. Securely stored to these keys in confident case that prevents your keys from jingling. Remember, rich wallets and key case watches and backpacks look just as good as they function. My favorite thing about Ridge is the consistent durability. I use the bag to go yearly, and now it's my go-to for traveling. So whether it's wallets, key cases, watches, backpacks, or gift that will last a lifetime, up to 40% off using my link, ridge.com/Lionel15. That's ridge.com/Lionel, or just like the link in the description. Thanks to Ridge for sponsoring this video, and now back into Anderson Silva. When Anderson Silva first fought Chris Lehman, I remember the odds were like real close. Oh my God! And the time Chris Lehman was so passionate about Chris Lehman was the Ridge Street and Anderson Silva. Just lost 5 months prior. This was an undeniable news. All the things that you would tell a fighter or a young fighter not to do. Actually, what we're doing. It's perfect, right? In terms of like, you want to see like the effectiveness, like high level timing, speed, and perfect technique. Yeah, it changed Rusted against Franklin and a pretty impressive champion, but we just didn't know. Years here, like it was his first day. I'm just out there, and you realize that I've never seen Rick Franklin. Just take this to directly to you. I want to thank Brendan Shaw, Brian, for 2 years. It's been great. Thing that I can't believe we've been doing this show too with the shop for that long. Also, thank you to the cat that watches. Thank everybody. I don't know how much longer we can do 10 with the show. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to do a bigger show. It's not good. Right? At the very least, so it'll be every week. And then we'll see. May and April and May. But you know, it's rough. So I mean, I'll just put it in there. There's a time limit. Yeah, it's like, how do we feel that in the 10 minutes sometimes? Yeah, and then like every week, 10 minutes, that's a lot of stand up for a week. It's a lot of 10 minutes. You know, and I've never been a neighbor's kid myself. I mean, honestly, I don't even know. Like, sometimes it feels like chasing myself. Exactly. You know, you've been looking at places in Minnesota. You know, you always talk about the Minnesota State. I think you're right there. Right? You know, there's a lot of cool people up there. Tim Waltz is up there. He's like always making it up out there. I think it was. You're gonna put your house up for sale. No one's been buying them. How are you gonna give your dog away? It's like, that is, it takes 6 months to do a truck show, and that's something that we're thinking about. Here's the thing, we start with the time. What's the over-under on the rib chairs? In Austin? I don't think they can do that. But, I mean, they have a thing that lives everything. I'd love to see what the shipping. I feel like I think Sean is better than the shipping. He's gonna get a lost buying shit. No, that shouldn't even. Whoever sees here, it's not moving. It's just like almost. You know, it's like equipment that you have, but the no like dust and shit. right. I didn't even have this open yet. Jesus Christ. The first one is posted back in the desert. It's called Cowboy Hair. Yeah. Oh my God, dude. Unreal. I still want to hear it song. Oh shit. Yeah. See, we predicted this through everybody. Yeah. You think we're going to go to Austin with that? Oh, really? No. Stop it. Stop it right now. Fucking God. Control. Those pants are cool. Yeah, those have dinosaurs money written all over them, Daddy. I mean, that's like crocodile diesel hat, but it looks like a symbiont on Instagram. So everything everybody's wearing. Yeah, man, he's got the shoes. I mean, this is very staged. Where do you think he bought it himself? Great question. It's gonna be a great week. He's an honest robber. Where he's just buying shit. Like he knows his like tailor sizes and he's like looking at the pictures and shit. It's just like I don't even have to leave the house, Daddy. He probably does know his sizes. Because he was a candy shop buying clothes. Hey, can you help me out? He said he's gonna help them. He's like, oh yeah, I was like, I'm buying these fucking sugar candies, you know. Yeah, it's too card. I mean, yeah, I think he probably does know his sizes because he's the shopaholic. He has a lot of shit. Yeah. So he's got to know his sizes. Unless he just goes to stores. He's like, yeah, can you help me? That's my big podcast. Byron King. Oh, we're good. I mean, you're good. Oh, we're good. Can I have it? Fred. I think they're being robbed. That is crazy. Yeah. Yeah, we're a couple cozy. You and I are a couple of cozies. Here's the couple things I want to start this podcast with. Not interesting. We're just out of podcast on the cowboy. We should do that. Yeah, we have to get cowboy hats now. Cool cowboy shit. We're moving to Austin, dude. I'm telling you, one of our lives, bro. Why are you fucking fake, dude? Why do you not want to put this? I don't think you can. With or without it, you do. We know most of the rules. See, somebody gave it to him. Yeah. That's another thing. No, please don't hurt me, too, man. You're going to need this most. Yeah. That's all good. If you are a cowboy, you can hurt me. If you're born and raised in Texas, you're going to cowboy boots and bells on your foot. That's it. If you from Aurora, Colorado, and you work with horses, if you are a guy who lives in LA with those pants and you're wearing a cowboy hat, of course you're going to wear that. It doesn't make you a cowboy. It does make you right. That's fine. But I like that was given to you and improved his refit. Does it match? It's a proper. I get bullied at times. The thing is, nobody can bully you. At the end of the day, you're fine. Because you have cauliflower here, and you're also not. You're not old bread. There's a lot of Aurora bread. The real bread is back. I like that. I'm not wearing this hat if I'm
listen up. I don't want to say, listen, you keep that to yourself. You don't want to say that within earshot and say, why not? Because you might get credit. You know what they're talking about. He's doing this crazy thing. This something is going on for so long. You're busy right now. He's saying all this. He's like, what? Take yourself. I want to say that with the ear. He plants the feet. He's on the like, he's getting ready. Why not? Because you like grit. I wonder if that started off ironic, like how we go, yeah, and then we can't stop. Because I think it's funny, but I'm doing it ironically. I don't feel like he's doing it ironically. Like okay, so I think it is ironically because he's saying, like, this is how we talk. You know, develop the funny. But when he's doing different voices, man, he doesn't really go like, this is his politics thing is so funny. Like his voice, like he talks as if he's that dude from the meme that sticks up in the thing and just kind of like, he's stupid bullshit. I guess what I do is, he's an idiot. God help him, dude. Let's see what else we got here. Oh shit. Okay, so I was like, those people are sick. Why is it? Oh my god, this is okay, so this is supposed to be mock kids farces. I know this is a heater stuff, but I really like the show. I made a highlight video for the guys to play. They don't know where else they might see it. Please be nice, maybe you'll like it. Something so good is going to be so good. You've actually missed one's family. If you want to reach the heart out of it, say my opinion. My critiquing, my own critiquing, like I said, or critiquing a podcast. Not matter. It can be the same as a profile. Okay. Even homeless guy. I used to think giraffe was a giraffe. Polar bears live. Santa doesn't have to eat my polar bears. Fuck, dude. Why? That's not a real hole in his pants, right? That's CG. That's whatever it's called. Yeah, whatever the fuck. That's not real. That's not real. But they're gonna look in there. Fox is crossing the river in Germany, and it just goes. No, sir. That's amazing. That was
like cryogenic freezing or something, but it's just a frozen fox. Nice. So much Disney, right? Disney. It's actually not finding. For sure, the song of the it's so funny. I'm out there just it's still in there. What do you think? Just the greatest hits. Sounds good. I don't think I've ever seen a fox that right with you. I feel like I have, dude. Let's see here. The next one is posted by Glitch Doctor. It's always been a blue collar truck with some sure shot, obviously the shot. Just it's the cat we have. It's the new thing, dude. How many of the do you think is weird? I just pretty good at trucks, fish, and start working. You know what I mean? Fit all that in T-ball. Like, it's a lot. Yeah, it really is. That was so much now. You pull the biceps, so he's already ready. Or am I feeling like everyone that was performance bicep? Maybe. Let's see here. This is posted by Jim. The sweet burger of boys to a baby every day. Why don't I was she said that it's got to be like the greatest hits of all they have in most of them. Yeah, I like the show. Episode is what they had. I see. Well, they should all be more there, right? Because it's more like I remember when he said they were going to do a bunch of like best for the final today. I think so. I think that's what people are making now. Best of right, and it's like the classic, like, random celebrity that he's friends with, but not really friends with. Sandler. Who do you think was Carlo Anthony? He was Carmelo. Oh, you thought Jay was Carlo Anthony. Some guy in the elevator thought that shot was Carlo Anthony, I think. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the other big thing that's this actually because Prince Park, but not Crystalia. They didn't know Crystalia. They only had it out because before Crystalia was kind of like it was barely a person. He became a person. They met him. But, yeah. The real Chris. Yeah. Let's see. So Dave Chappelle, he told Dave Chappelle something. Yeah, Dave Chappelle thought he was I'm a big place. I was trying to go out. What is I doing that? I think just tell those black girls what the fuck I tell them to stay down. He's right around like what the fuck? And he's like fucking narking. What the fuck is this thing? He pulls up and he's drop dead as Josh Parker. You tell him because Josh Parker is one of the Josh Parker. Josh is one of the best people on earth. He fucked up. I can imagine. She got Kelly your first. Thanks for listening to try this. That's so funny. I'm boys with Travis Barker. That's how I know Gordon Ramsay. He's great. What's the best show in life right now? Jim? That'll be awesome. Jim. This was like 2 years ago. This is when they thought the show was going to be El Paso. Every day. My ass up. I don't know how to jam with a band. Music, you play music. Oh man, bit of a pain in the butt. He made that happen. The show. I'm painting there too. I have no clue. I think probably. I don't think so. I think Sean probably knows something. Right? You know what? You think Sean would know about the show? Oh yeah. You're right. Yeah, that's incredible. I've been like, I was running my bike and this guy was running after me. He's like Chappelle Leaks. Travis Barker at the show. Thought it was a yeah, let's see what the next one is here. Posters by complacent, exhausted, leak resurfaces with a clean one. I feel like Papa's comedy road. New, isn't it? I feel like this is old, right? Yeah.
Stand up better than Brandon. Yeah, for sure.
No. Well, I know your boss.
He was on his I was on there like a year. Okay. He fell out.
Because he wanted me to sign the NDA. I didn't sign it. Group chat. They were talking crazy. They was like, okay, just they were saying some things. During that pandemic, everybody was really getting canceled. Brian Callen, Chris, that meets. Like it's so funny. Yeah, this show is awesome. The fact that they don't know anything about Brennan Schaub and stuff like that, immediate disrespect with the Schwab thing, is always all of that Schwab. And like that's funny. And then also just the way this podcast is like direct. Like this looks like it's like, hey, and then you're like, where are you going? Where are you going? Okay, cool. Next stop, 8th Street. Hey, were you at falling out? Like you're paying attention to the road. Yeah. And then the other guys are just on the bus, like paying attention to the conversation. Not part of that. We know a guardian almost as fuck. Possess them, fix the mic, like the story. He's like, I don't know why, but I feel like I have to fix the mic right now. Because that's what like, yeah, they all know that it's they sort of know why. They don't know why, but they know that everything that Malik has said up to this point, they don't know like his job is like coronavirus comedians getting canceled. Gotta make sure. Oh, they were doing. Yeah. Like what he's hearing. Face is like no. We will be on the podcast. We will go to British. British. I was like, that's fun. Sorry, I mean, all you gotta do is he's on the back there. But I really gonna take him. Let's see here. So, it just looks fake. I mean, if you really stop like that, maybe. But it's not like it's for everyone. I mean, technically, he's still running because he never crossed the finish line. It's like, I haven't lost a race yet, never crossed the finish line. It just blows to that thing. The boss. Hey, they've been money. He lost it. He's not going to pay me his name. It's regular. He calls me names. Let's see. This camera shot is great because it's like, where's Joe at? And he comes all the way back. It's so funny. Like, it's gonna hold his hamstrings or shit his pants. Yeah, it doesn't even seem like he's saying it right now, but now he's building the line. This is like building the line. In fact, he's disappointed. This is a fool's approach. I'm gonna credit him and figure out what's wrong with him. I don't even think that was like full opinion, to be honest. I think he's like kind of keeping pace, and then when he's confident that he's not going to just go, then he notices that Brett's not there anymore. Slows down. That's not my control. He's like, this is the best you can do. I mean, it's just this horrible. Right now, the left one is I told it when I was Bills. This is way more. This is way worse. This is way worse. Damn. Yeah. We had another dream, and then you're pursuing all these dreams at once. Podcast. I'm pursuing this podcast, but also my other dream was to write the Rabbi documentary. Where I'm still kind of like, as a kid, dreamed about directly Let's see. This next one's who to act. I wanted to Texas meeting. Come to. That's from is it this is made by Harry, right? Okay, I think. Let's see here. Take 4 of clips. Meeting during Will Smith the same day. Huge fans of the hybrid. The car. Hopefully, it's electric. Yikes. Let's see. The only person I've ever been saying I have to. And I was like, how are you going to do it? You know, doing it. Man, you think this guy really has a holy shit, it was great. Awesome. For Showtime, for Floyd, Connor, suit and tie, get ready to go on stage. And I was like, oh, fuck, we're going to try to do the press conference. And it's, it was the first day. Wild, so arena. And I'm like, this is crazy. That's crazy. things. Right? You know, what do you do? Pulling both your babies in the six, basically. Right. Okay.
There's too many saying. Meeting drink is a peaches. Like, dude, we're in Toronto. That's facts.
Running through the six with my bows, I think. Original version of the song. It's a song. Pull it! Pull it! We bought woes!
That reacted as how I reacted.
Drake run through the six. I gotta get a picture.
I could be on Marshall.
Never heard of it. That's fucking funny. I was all nervous, and I hear it in the corner of my ear. Hey, Victor, that's a chance. I was like, I checked. What up, dog? She was like, yeah, I'm down. I was like, oh, fuck. Yeah. You were also there, bro. They were like, oh, it's the hybrid. And they wanted to talk to you. Like, don't fuck you. I'm like, very cool, man. You need somebody to get a photo. Phones. It was an Oscar party. So there's no cell phones. I've been to those parties. And Will Smith asked me to. Will Smith asked me if I did private training. Will Smith was like, in my face. Yo. The reason why Chris Rock. Take him out. Different vibe. I'm gonna hold mitts for you. I promise you. What? The time was incredible. I'm like, oh, I don't like it. You want to put me in whatever the fucking I Am Legend. Who
I am. He's just like the vibe I get from this. I forget his name now. They're all like they're big in the locker room, right? And they're making fun of the guy that's dumber than them. They're like, oh yeah, what'd you do? Yeah, and then afterwards, some stupid shit is hilarious. You know, see what they say, but we can look at it more often.
3? I mean, I don't know. Whatever the fucking I Am Legend. You get there, he's got a latex. Fast. You're gonna be a. I wish I could. Is that what he wants to say?
I think, yeah, I'm making since he's an actor, he's painting interesting aspects of a story. You always look about the most famous people you've had in a story.
I gotta write that down. This is posted by Gup, Green, oh my god, we're honest. That's
Me, Brian, who are getting arrested.
I think that's
Her foot. That's so gross.
Zombies too. Yeah. Alrighty, let's see what we got next. Love seeing the community in the comments. Able statistician 1. Can't believe that this dick says going in Canada. Whoa, pause. I didn't know that. The crossovers there.
Yeah, should have come sooner, probably.
Yeah, it's Jack together for sure. That's crazy. So I think whatever that cat is dating porn stars.
Can't believe that's the. Oh my god! I didn't catch that at all, dude. I had it really weird. I'm so stupid. I thought that this was a video about cat. I'm so glad it's not. I really the weight has been lifted up these shoulders, honestly.
You're watching cat porn?
I don't think cat porn exists, hopefully. But I just was like, it's just my brain shut down. It was like, porn, and I was like,
Can't go there. Just let it go. It's like a porn star. That's look, judgment here. It's yours, Daddy. Posted by Busy Middle 8108. It's called Season with the Compliance for y'all. Let me know what you taste. A while ago, right? It might be new because of the positioning of the short shots. Those are magic words, right? You'll create a there's always something in front of feet. Imagine that space they have like for sale, about like a fucking portfolio of people in front of these rich geeks. Behind it, right? What do you think is the most expensive place to put it? I think rain, probably the rain position. Yeah, because I really like we didn't even know that was anything, right? We're just like sure. Yeah. There's no mistake. I mean, I can't be the only one. Basically, dude, Basti, he's been obsessed with so we walked in that. Someone who knew I was around town came up with what? No. And where that? So somebody walked up to me on everything. Okay, that we went. Basti, he's been obsessed with bats because it's Boston, so we walked to get. Okay, we're confused now. So I know for bats, which are scary creatures that fly in caves, but also bats. So it sounds like I don't know how you're obsessed with the baseball. So it sounds like he's obsessed with scary bats. I'm overthinking this. I think they probably went to get like stuff. Right? It's easy. Yeah. That's my bad. Like that's the team's fault. Mm-hmm. Whatever nuance. So they were going to get bats, stuffed animal bats. With your name on it. How would he have his name on it? Maybe it's like in the store. I was like, I got a template. I can put your name on it for free. They make hats in the store. Engraving it. There's engravers because they're not getting. They're getting. It's a lie. Or a cowboy sitting in his house every day like, where did you go? Get him on here. Name on it. And the first thing he was awesome. Or his rings just got him a hat. Yeah, I mean, I don't think a word of that. Well, that's your takeaway, dude. Believing Bappa, the new documentary. Let's see. Posted by Miserable Number 104. It's called "Look What the Cat Drew." Scorpion. Tim plays in Milking. And who's that at the bottom? Brian. Brian. All right. Oh, my careful, boys. Oh my God. Complacent. Let's see what this is about. Hey, find me the fucking evidence. It's also like, well, with all due respect, cold plunge, like a lot of doctors doing cold plunging for no reason is not necessarily good for aid. Information that really doesn't do. Or was that theirs? That's not dude. Let's see. What was it? I also could be the door. Sure. Athlete with information that really much. Unreal. Or a cable moving. Get some D4. That's the one good thing about a new studio. Like, shit's not gonna. You can actually make I'm laughing at that. The new studio. We'll see. That's one of the fucking salute. They should do the new pocket ending up. They walk into the. This is the fun. Do you think they have like it's on the wall now too? Yeah, this is great. No sneakers. He's already wearing boots. Oh yeah, Kalen was born in boots. You know why? He's sneakers. Boots. For sure. This is a legit. They're gonna bring on assless chaps. Talk about assless chaps. Maybe. I can say it as it does. Brennan chop beef jerky. No more nicotine. I don't think they'll have you have the nicotine. True. Let's see.
And we could also make you wonder if you're just working at home. Trust me, I know my workouts so tough. Trust me, you don't have enough inflammation where you need to sit in a cold room. Right? Right. How do you want to make it tough? Get the go run. Yes. Come on. Yeah. Some cold tubs for real athletes. Dessert. That's your thing. Or is that just a trend? Is that Zumba for today? No, it's real. It has, without a doubt, it has great physiological and mental benefits. I do it every day. Definitely.
A lot of fights. Yeah. And knowing me, I'd be in I'd be like dogs.
All day? Sweetie. Don't tell me not to do it. If you tell me not to do it, I'm gonna do it. I have been accused the gold.
So great. I love the ending.
And Callan of sexual assault and misconduct.
It's like part of my after my monster workout in the morning, just like honestly, like that's why I never get angry because I do so much. Like I'm exhausted and the energy, like I definitely feel this game out of the cold one. But now that he's called me a big old pussy for getting a big old punch, I'm like, yeah, what are we doing? Yeah, that's true. I say that too. It's like, oh, does it even have any benefit? Like, they're fucking nutrition up there. All cold and shit. You know? I don't know. Let's see. This is posted by White Trash Went Class. Comedy is like looking with our boy Brian Callahan. They never supposed to say that's the correct way, right? That is right. What if you're look down? I mean, just don't let the documentary about it somehow go. It's a documentary that they have. It came out on April Fool's Day, so hopefully it's a joke. Yeah, let's see. I picture something. Does his getting a Tesla spin on the golden hour? Completely exhausted. Okay, so he's waiting. Still thinking that he's gonna get it. Maybe, but I don't think so yet. It's a lot of build towards like being a Tesla guy. He wants to be like a spearhead of like promote Tesla. Oh yeah, that's definitely happening. But I don't know. For me, because I'm also doing this with my Tesla, so I'm sure I would just take a V8 engine and put it in easy size. They're like, and then buy a Jeep that's a good like oh yeah, can we take it? Where's that? Guys, this is a dream car. You want to fucking with them? Cars, so I want to fuck with my car. Usually, I'm terrified about taking a second to take a breath after I say something. And it happens, I'm like, oh no. Okay. Yeah, that's what you think. That's just whatever, you know. I do. I like oh, it's I'm in my mind. I think there's certainly some genetic violence in me. I mean, for instance, against myself, I look like a violent person. If any these really small hands, you know. Trying to that's like a lot of team pickups. That's my because I was assistance. Like there's the width of my shoulders, like there's like they want to find out history and my ancestry. Oh, I just tried to think of these little guys. He looks like he would be a good Game of Thrones. Lord of the Rings. I don't really know the Rings now. I was. I agree. Yeah, I mean, dwarves. Let's see. This is posted by Nicole Phillips 247. When you realize that you went from doing over to having moved to Texas in hopes of recording a podcast, it's just a picture. I don't know this. How would you caption this? So you couldn't afford you to see, you know? Yeah. Tell your you folks squirrels. Yeah. Where you go? You see the new looks like it's Joe in space. This is also a complex situation. Getting rid of this sequence every day. This will be his new style for a few years. That's a good like back. Yeah. What do you think? Yep. So what he's dressing like that. Yeah. This is on camera. Completely exhausted. She dropped a new band going for it with Papa. Is his brand ticket. This outfit is what for let's see. Sounds like a station. It almost feels like before the video started, it was like, all right, you got like, supercharger, and I'll go to. Oh wait, what's funny? No, turbo. They're the same. It's the turbo. I made that mistake before. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna stay here again. I'm this guy. I don't even know what a turbo is. Your phone's always there. Anybody that has it in there, it's going to be totally driven crazy. It sounds like Rusty. What you want? Okay, this is the base. That's all it. Because I don't fuck around. Big ones. Chance was so bad, I just don't trust. Fruit and Tifa case studios. Not going to eat it. I drink sure shot. Oh, yeah, true. You've Cat 5567 talking about hankering for a hunk of cheese. That's really great. Too real. He doesn't look like a weird yellow film over. This was by Kaufman, electric cowboy personality. Let's see.
Would this make you get an electric car? Get an electric car? This was the case?
I almost want to say about my whole narrative anti-lights, but now that the lids are fucking cars and fucking cars are conflicted, like extreme. Hate for electric cars is kind of because rolls are going after people. Cars. Look at that. That's a beautiful car. You know me. fancy thing, but it's so funny. Like, we just stop using this and that. I want some pay me, dude. Copywriter. He's like, I want it. Fucking my sex. We're gonna fucking stab each other outside of the park. Alright, let's see what's complete. This brings flakes on a new house in Texas. Perfect. Good podcast. Good first. Yeah. You're excited. Yeah, I get excited about all stuff. I mean, like, what? Hey, to win one house. Did I win? Oh, dude. I love my house. The night was like this. Got a little tight in my seat. By the way, I had to take it right away with my boy. Yeah, you gotta chill. So I was in the middle of that flight. I was like, and I'm happy for my boy. I was like, tight. Damn. Right. Is a part of it, right? So he's got to talk about how well Brennan is doing, or else people aren't going to take it. Let's see. Next was electric cars and incoming gravity mix. Okay. So a lot of fucking clips are going to get cut out. And I'm being. Next time, every time. This is posted by successful communicating 45 to amazing Dr. Bobby Goldbar. Sorry for your loss 2.0. Alright. I mean, this is like, right? Big boy, right? Yeah. That's something to think about. I don't I want big my coach who's been these two dudes. He's whispering in your yes. These two tuxedos they put the money into the hotel thing. And they go, well, once you knock them out, we're going to call you and give you the code so you get your money. But if you lose, we're coming back and getting the money out. Right? I'm not going to stand up. I didn't go my way. Back in the locker room that night, crying my eyes out, thinking, guys,
fucking lying. Yes, I made no sense. Yeah, that's your take. I just saw you. Talking about the best. Oh shit! You see that title, dude? Go for it. They'll bring up Bobby to us to date us. What the fuck, dude? Danny Kaufman too posted this. This one. There's no way. I mean, there's always been a way. You're right. We should be working. Yeah, we should be writing jokes and dealing to them every day. Anything I can do. I'll give anything for another ring up. Here's a joke. You know what I mean? You to me right now. A little bit. That's what we do. Yeah, that one. We got people. Yeah, that's we don't know. You guys said that we have people at the mothership there. Some stuff behind the scenes. We know some people there. What's their names? Yeah, we're working with other things making us so much money that we have to come to other comedians that are already on your regulars. Yeah, and they are giving money to others. It's like a break line. Yeah, already regulars, interns. What's like about emails? I don't know. And he just found the question up. We'll see the bucket small, right? Yeah. You know what I mean? Whatever they did. What do you see the next video? I'm excited. Fantastic. It's great. It's killer. It's killer. And, there might be a world where get you back up and do it. Yes. There is a when you take his when I it could be like, oh, all right. So he's like waiting for whatever you ask him to do it. Just like a little bit of honesty. We should start like, I'm staying in California. That's right. I think we should start a petition. We should start like a.org thing where the should have to stand up again. Let's fucking do this. Let's do it. Here's the thing, should it be? Because you got 40 kids. Okay? 0 kids. Right? I'll play some 40 kids here. Okay, I'm listening. Do we say not to be stand up? Dude, because if you get enough haters, yeah. And shit's filled up, he's like, fuck the haters. And also, you have to be liberal to sign this petition. Again. Yeah. I'm not talking about a bunch of things you can see that. I don't really do something. Yeah, we're not going to watch trash. You know what I mean? Hate, smart people. Don't do this. Yeah. Yeah, those are plus it's good. Yes, I know. Yeah, he should stand up again. He said, you don't have problems. Good. You might have problems there. All right. Let's do it. Well, yeah. That's the last clip for today. All right, that's our show. See you next week.
tuning in. As always, trying to patron and trying to win. This week we watched, oh my goodness, we watched Lucky, my birthright shirt. And you know what? If you want to know what we think about that, you know what you got to do. You got to hit subscribe to that Patreon. But anyways, we start live on Wednesdays. What the fuck about here? G-Man. Watch them as a timer. But it's my family. We got a lot of Q&A posts from the kid episode next week. It's supposed to be an answer to one of our guys. Shout out to him. And Q&A. Papa admits that TA has been ruined. Let's see.
77 wants to know what they this podcast over.
Let's do things different.
Listen to the team. I didn't catch that. Get it past it. It's working. Not yet. Sneaky little shot. Sneaky little Brenda. He's always 2 steps behind you, dude. But it almost sounds like it's an improvement. You know, it's like letting them people like they're these people that totally kind of fucking Bobby Lee's trying to get to you. You know, you're playing this whole thing. You know, what do you mean? Brian's sitting right next to you. He's on it. Well, no, that's it for you to that motherfucking team. He's like, I dropped shred the evidence. That would be so funny if you said they shred them through the beers. I got rid of the evidence. My lawyers were telling me that, like, a really good cigars. They're fucking, you know, I'm not going to show you. I have proof of everything that happened, but it's not worth it. I moved past that. Yeah.
Him taking leave of the apps was a bad idea. Just doing the show with random people, it's a bad idea. We need the money at the time. I think we should put our foot down. Today, in 2025, you can do that with champion you, right? Like, you see guys that get accused of bullshit. It's like, you know, we don't believe it. But back in 2020, 19, when we're going through it, I was like, what do you want to do? The only way we can do it was to put it in absence. I think you'll ruin the show.
Referencing women's life. Yes, the bullshit. You know, some of that bullshit stuff. Your eyes on the thing. I didn't see that. I was thinking about, I made like, oh, shot fire to shot bell. You know, it's a way more important thing is that you're trying to say that women are bullshit. This looks like this is a tactical boy thing here. Just like, yeah, basically the stuff you would have changed is the stuff that other people did. Yeah. Like, not allow these people to fucking do this to me. If you just follow this guy, I think problems. Show up that person. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Oh, come on.
I think that alone is the whole. Now, I do think there's a place for spending to come back, you know, but I would show for fun.
God, stop saying that. Yeah, self-fulfilling prophecy. It will be. It is fun. It's not only is it self-fulfilling, it's also like you have to say something a lot. It kind of starts to sound like you're not being truthful. You know? But no, you don't want to do it for free. You want to do it for the way they pay them. So, yeah, it's close to free. Yeah, but the magic minds like full. So like what they're doing.
I'm seeing you guys have been doing for free.
Right.
You said it well.
Business. That's so sad. It's like a comedy show, and they're all not seen this. Yeah. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of like us because I mean it's like super funny. I'm not saying like learning it's funny sports or whatever, but it's like we will shoot our shot into things constantly. Like I mean talking about something totally different. If I was the Department of Secretary of Agriculture and they were asking me about farms, I'd be like, listen, I'm always been a farm guy. You know, and then they'd be like, why did you do that? And I'd be like, well, I'm not like Brandon Shock. And they're like, can we stay on topic? It's because we allow other kids. And he just keeps going at it. It's really once you get in a little taste, and then you cannot stop. You have to keep doing it. That's what I'm going to you. So I don't want to know. That's a good strategy. And that's you're in it. I'm friends with them, but it's only two friends. You know, that's fun. Just like, come on, dude. You know, but yeah. Cool. We do. That's a fucking job. I think it's that's very funny. Spending $8 million. Yeah, it sounds funny. Both those things are amazing. Never seen that. Sounds like a street princess. What think comics look like? Yeah, they look like her face. She can't be all that thing because her face looks like that. You know, I don't like comics. She's too much. This was supposed to be Vicky. What do you think? He's going to Papa. Yeah, this is terrifying. Let's go to the next one. Get this off the screen. Nobody knows who you are. I know it's your green kid car. Completely exhausted most of this one. Why is it not opening? Where is he? So just to explain, it's like that's it. But look at it. Would you want that? I don't want to orange. I just don't. I don't like color. I like how it's written energy. I don't like I'm not. I see why it's so practical. Like it's huge. You know, we'll find out in 6 months. It's a long time to be he's got a mod it. Crazy. He's okay with it. New persona uploading. He's not a son of lessons, but just redacted. We did use stuff. Spider Man is cut. Like there's Snow White is like the worst movie of all time on IMDb. 7 weeks. Wow. James. Oh, wait. Let's see. What's the next one? I honestly forget sometimes that was it as one point. That was awesome. Yeah. One? We'll see if we go up to 2. 10. Yeah. We're going to get a 1.1. What else? Did I do like 25? That's so funny. That is so much fun. Like, you produced by Thick Boy Studios, too. It's really performed with Brandon Show. This teasy. Neither does his. Okay. Cool. You know what that's a reference to? I think it's in reference to Luckily. You say, like, my life don't be better for friends. That's such a weird thing to say. That's so much. Yes, well, it's not like he's talking about like Bashar al-Assad. That's a good other comedian. Some random guy in like Germany. You're like, yeah, I was making friends. Like, oh, we wouldn't make our life better. Yeah, like, if I'm talking about supporting Hamas or not. I wouldn't help Hamas. Like I said, that. Actually, it would not help Hamas. My life doesn't get better for me than my friends. You know, the other is. He's a great guy. You know, whatever that associate you came up with the comic store. It was never that close, but you know, he's such a talent. He's a great podcast. Okay, well, I was telling you guys this because he's always been close to his brother. I was like, me and we didn't talk like we were good brother. Some of this was cool, but it's not like if I tell you, which is the truth. I don't talk about it. So it's, you know, we were never that close. Really close friend. I fucking can't get enough of this shit. I fucking love it. It's so good. It's so good. It's like fucking eating a delicious cookie. I fucking drink when you're thirsty. You're in the desert. You want water. You're like, gosh, it's not. Let's see. More support than I started. That's so fun. Oh my god. Adderall. Yeah. If a doctor prescribes Adderall, oh yeah. You have to do that before you go. Yeah. Here's your prescription. It's just like I remember my mom. He works my brother. They were telling my mom like this and that. They were talking about like you can't do that. You know what I mean? I have to do this. So you talk to them first, and the first two look at them, like flashing. Alright. Exhausted post of this one on him getting a cyber truck. This looks like a whole team. Why does it do that? When you want people performance, I don't have too much of a problem with that. don't get it. So it looks like it's really funny. People have done that. It's a lot of work. So just tossing it. Cybertruck. It's like it's a disaster.
Rogan's, the obvious thing is that you're right. I get it. You're gonna worry. He's gonna find not this time. Okay. That was crazy. But the thing that gets to me is with this Rogan, the common sense, like the thing is why. You're gonna fucking put another engine in the Tesla. That's one of the stupid things you said. Yeah. The risk is related. Like, it's crazy how perfect, they're not. I'm just gonna hit this right here. It's crazy how perfect Mark and Brandon were for each other at one time. They both like to talk. Sure. Yeah. I wish I was a fly on the right. You're talking. Yeah. It would be fun to take just like two guys having a good time, friends. They're probably both guys that could be friends with anyway too, right? So like they're out there, like talking, another guy hears them. And he's like, oh no, I like that too. And then they're all talking about trucks, Tesla stuff. Like when they're out there, friendly and like it's probably a great time. This is gonna be posted by Macho is Almost got a virgin. It's always good to visit this for the people that are taking it or on the street. I get those people the same view of things that I critiquing my art, critiquing my center, critiquing the podcast. That's so crazy. That's just funny. Like, this is what the man thoughts when you're stupid. Seriously angry at these people, man. And this is what you get. The lowest thing to him is a homeless guy. Of course they live in the book. After this, they get it from him. I will say Charles Barkley had said at this take, he's like, I was like, oh, Barkley, no. It's the whole LeBron James team, his mid thing. Really? Charles Barkley was like, basically, they're just making things up on the internet. And I'm homeless. Like a kid. They're making PFT coach chicken. This is one thing that because like you could probably before should have gone like thank you live in your mom's basement and they might not be it. But now it's like a deal. If I can say that
Work it takes to pull off something, whether it's just work a podcast or a business or merchandise or it just does not matter. And I always said that other people they start to discredit people even more.
my son, I don't know, maybe like for his
Just it does not matter. And I always said that other people they start to discredit people.
like about my son, like in the future.
Because the type of person that would take on YouTube, I'm not leaving a message to even bring that account to be that way. I can't shit with those people. I don't know those people. It does not matter to me. So when people let that affect their mood or their life, it's my fault. It's crazy too. Yeah. It'd be the same as that's a good stuff. Even a homeless guy. Homeless guy was just he's like, no cheating. Profile talking shit. It doesn't matter. tourist trap. Chris wants them to do that. What the fuck? Why did my computer do this? That's good job. It's just like, yeah, it's ridiculous.
You're in the process of moving this entire operation of violating top Austin, Texas. When that Brian decided to move way too early, get out there, Brian just moved way too early. So there's a little here and there.
A little here and there and there. That sounds like a theme. Yeah, something like that. Sounds here, it's not there, it's everywhere. Random versus a tourist.
Studio. At the same time, we have things of episodes where we get it messed up. Like, this is what we're doing now. So we appreciate you guys. We're doing our best to give you real episodes. We're not for the most part, but every now and then we gotta do the best stuff. So enjoy the best of fire the kid. Thank you for understanding.
You're right. Did win the team. Yeah, it's they gotta get most of the stuff. I've been there before where we kind of fucked up or corrected it. So not on this podcast previously, but on other podcasts where it's like, all right, it's not what I said, but it's not deal. Hey guys, what's up? Episode Thursday, but actually, we can have you up as the big residency. Let's see. Yeah, Chris Lynch is next to 11. I feel like I saw this one. Wait, I saw it. I had a bunch of them. I wish it was a Tuesday. Yeah, I saw that. I just. You're upset. I'm still continuing. He's in. You're gonna put your middle finger on the little E, the top chord.
E, F, G. No.
G, F, G. It was really good, but now he's got these fucking two jerks. Because he doesn't. He thinks that the alpha is how the guitar works. Yeah, I could work in those conditions. Yeah, I can't work with the torpedoes. Yeah, you know what I mean? Anyone with like any semblance of talent is a torpedo. Which two guys on the street would be a torpedo.
So Michael J. White also has a Spawn set. Super nice. Maybe two.
Or something. You hear him talking, he's like, it's one of my best friends. Like, whoa, we're like, it's great friends. I really don't know, but who's your friend? You know, who's your friendship with partnership like this? Like, even then, stack that over. Like, it's not so complexity is awesome. 225 makes 40. Strong.
Oh, it's your Oscar.
But yeah, okay, so we're just been haters, fucking homeless guys. I mean, but you know, it's still funny. Yeah, it does sound more believable. And then that's amazing. Way less than I think it's because it pays less. All right, that would be funny, like because he's near him is like wow. I mean, something else.
20 something. First time I do 315.
He's gonna kill us. He'll have like we're not gonna die. Where is the money? This money he can do that. He bench 40 times, 220 pounds. He can punch through the strongest part of our body. So they kill both of us. And then, all right, make sure you got it. But is he? Dude, can we just move around the chairs? This is my last hope is that we can protect ourselves with the chairs.
Like to do. Jesus Christ.
Honestly, that's Brennan's best. I'm like, yeah, I'm proud of myself for being really strong. That's good. I like that. All right, we're gonna these guys are asked about the general peace situation. This is a I think it's some of the what we were. It's weird to see someone talking about our boss like this. I think it's weird. Like our boss. Yeah, like I don't know. I just do I have to defend my boss? It's weird. Yeah, he's a really dark dude. He just gives us a lot of money. Yeah, he's just like, you know, we gotta treat him real every week. Keep doing it.
Do you guys think you ever fixed the relationship with Bobby Lee? And who gave you the info about Patrick Kelly that caused all of that?
Bobby didn't fix the relationship. We really don't think you'll see us together in something in the future.
Right.
And apologized for accountability. He's a great guy. Going to the tire stuff. It's over. It's done. It was a huge mistake. And he's our boy. I think he's really funny. Excuse me. I apologize several times. And I throw myself in the mercy of the court. I mean, I've see Bobby. I mean, I'll see George. I think he's talented, but you know, I'm sure he feels the same way. It's like, I like to get better for me. You know, it's so all good. You know, I think he's a great guy. Yeah, I've always. You came up with really good. I was never that close. I've always appreciated such a talent. I guess. Look, man, there's a lot of things that put him in that mix with him. And I was working on that information. And I take full responsibility. I didn't even play the information. I take full responsibility for that. I was literally the information I got. Even if I was
I didn't even think the information. Yeah, I think the information is that they were controlled already. And so the cop still takes the paperwork. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Imagine it. To me, it was like Brian Kelsey's it's his own fault. Brian Kelsey, that's your French movie. That sucks. It's like, what? Well, you suck. And I'm in front of Bobby Lee. You're already stuck. You suck, Brian.
I always say it was mine. He was when you spoke to him, he was always my friend. Always somebody I cared about. Didn't deserve any of that. And a little bit. And you know, like I
No excuses. No excuses. And I had a bad moment. It was in a bad way. I was personally and emotionally in a bad way. I was in a it's bad time. And also, like, what are we doing? No one's going to do this. Like, we just want things going on. Like, whether it was a good person. But like, if it happened now, like, if we're in such a better spot, if someone would have came to us with the same information, like, fuck it, it's a weird time. It was so stupid. It's so stupid. I think you'll see. I think you'll see. He's talking to himself now. The dog drink things are smart. I've certainly been Bobby in the future, and I just really love him. God will make Bobby a deal. You know, it's not like, dude, Donnie had seen him. It just seems like it's Bobby Lee. Yeah, there was no apology. He's when you like to documents, weird, it's a strange, crazy. Alright, let's go to successful dig. More successful mom on 7521. Another open house, don't worry about the most realistic word is it. Brian didn't say anything about me because he said that made some mistakes. Just Brian counted me mom saying, this is crazy. That is a pain in there. In fact, my shit was turned off for the same thing. Brian's the book of the home against the house. It's not just 252K. Did you really know that? But here's what it's this. Yeah, and there was this almost getting things. We're not stalkers. We're not going to go as much as I want to. I would love to go. I bet you that'd be so funny to get a picture of the real estate thing. Is that of us, like, don't want these guys in. You never said this. And maybe this is the time where we do have to bring our rule. I'm not going. Okay. I don't know. 3,000. Oh, fuck, you're right. Same. Here you go. That's too crazy. I'll never do that. Yeah, no, I don't know that. That's not just, as much as I'd like to see it, just out of curiosity, I don't know that in any way, any facet, make it so that's like a fading or person. Exactly. I need to avoid that. But I ain't gonna be I'll definitely make them to die at his house and be pretty funny. It's like meeting the really fun. He has a bowling alley there. That's very good. They're finished. The shocker strike skip was my ear bumper. That was it. So, the text signal thing, she was on it. Oh, yeah. But I don't even know what that's all about. Well, there she is testifying about basically, if you want to hear what, it's, vaccinating, take on it. There was a text thread for signal, which I guess social media had, like, well started, where he accidentally, or somebody accidentally put a journalist from the Atlantic on it, and then, so they kept texting each other, like, hey, what's up, do we go for right forward, and that, all this stuff, like, I'm a numbers guy, where are you guys from right now? We're at the right end, emojis, and he accidentally, the Secretary of Defense, texted to the thread, the war plans for bombing the Houthis in Yemen, and the journalist was like, not sure it was a real thing, but then that bombing campaign happened, so like, oh shit, fucking, story, bro, and he left the picture, but then wrote a story about it. But she was on it, saying, like, hey guys, we're here, like, oh man, I'm ready. Oh gosh, all I heard was fucking, she has the storm thing in her hair. It's interesting. It's an interesting choice. So she really is like, looks like a superhero. She looks like a comic book. Really, Tammy, or Rebel. She's got for all the homeless guys when it's stop regular. Wow. I can say for a fact that it was because I used to me and Joel used to talk about no way. Like that shit was so funny. Well, dude, it was funny at the time. Yeah. And I didn't listen to it in the box days. I did listen to the Lee episode where he talks about getting classified with Down syndrome. Yeah. Like around that time, maybe episodes are on fire. They had like Theobald, Crystalia, what's his name? Lee. Mm-hmm. And Will said it's like all the time. Yeah. And then I just stopped listening to it. And then fucking I found out about Reddit and I'm like, oh my god. And I was all the like stage stuff where like beating up a dude for Triscuits. And I didn't want to fit that thing. You know, at least another show. Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't know the full story. I used to listen to TV. I knew that. And I used to listen to Big Brother Breakdown because I was into UFC. I had no idea when that stuff was going on. I had been doing vlogs. Like those little clips of it. I didn't even lose for the game. I became aware of it because we put it on. You'd be surprised. And I saw people on like Facebook. That was a while ago. They like, since say that running around that. I'm sure I said that was before the show. I didn't realize like that was haters me. Because I was like, there's no way I'm going to say that. There's no way I'm going to make that really bad, but not like what I know now. I have no idea. I was shocked by myself. I was unprepared for what I said. And I still am not. And then Mark coming over the second time and was talking about it. I was like, oh my god, what a bad guy. Yeah. He's just always been a bad guy. Yeah, he's just not a good person. But hopefully, I will say he's fucking hilarious. Yeah, he's a great entertainer. Not only is there people that are talented, like I said, everybody here, and we unfortunately have met it. I feel like it's calm, it's the ride, does not notice that it's successful at 45. Like internship college. University. Check out the Rabbi University.
How much has Rabbi to Rabbi?
No matter how much you search, you will never find something free. Yeah, you won't. And I always wonder, what is he have an accent or something? But his accent is just, he's like an accent of a sort of that's why it's different. They're all people that act like they have accents and he's the yeah. They told me, hey, I got the lead. Was a rejoice. Right, University. Wow. Yeah. Like the curriculum spelled like that with an bubble at the end. But it's not. Let's see here. Majestic nobody posted this. Majestic nobody 5542. I'm skeptical. So this is part of the video that he had posted. What that's in reference to this over here. It's for you to see. Oh, maybe the weddings are actual 45. Like those are some 45. Oh, man, why did they have to God damn. Oh, like it's, yeah. I think he's saying the actual place. Oh my god. He did say strongest fuck guy on this podcast. Wow, dude. Big week. one story of fever something like close my chin. Let's see this. Yeah, joke here. Just laughing. Were they shit? It's like, from what I understand, unbeknownst to you, you signed something at the club. Yeah. But somewhere in there, they're allowed to take your material and post it to the YouTube. Maybe if anyway. Yeah. I think that's why I heard Dave Bell talk something about that. So they shared probably using it, so they shared the slips of him in a green shirt. Secret. Yeah. Yeah, you know about that. Yeah, I remember those days. That was what I watched all the time when I first moved here to Chicago. Fucking Fed Creek Live After Live. They really they corner the game on like kind of stand-ups. Do you see it on YouTube? Or a Kevin Nealon show like this. Yeah. They you know, Laugh Factory. They maybe fucked up our comedians with their media content, and Slater. It is loud. Everyone's like, project. Tortillas, it was a sour cream, guac. This stuff. Fucking right out. Fee for what about that piece? I mean, if I was, would you be mad or would you be like, would it be funny? I mean, I would, now I would at the time, maybe I'd be mad. But now it's hilarious. Like, I want you to do my homework. That's what I'm saying. But it's just like, I do that. Honestly, I'd be a real asshole if I called it out. I fucking do that. I see the shit out there. I drink his real shit. Showing up the haters. Okay, so this is that video. Showing 16. I think he speeds it up so. How does it fit? I mean, that looks like a plane to me. It's crazy. That was boxing and stuff. Maybe they just live in this is all nice. Pretty impressive. Already, well, this thing's supposed to be haphazard, quick as breeze. Delusions are out of control. But there's not a lot of haphazard. It's also not that interesting. See, that's what we're almost done here. They're going to kill us. True. Because you're busy doing things that are also not interesting. What are some people telling you about? With their kids. Like, unless it's your kids, we're on the same baseball team, we're in the same school, and you really don't give a fuck. The guys in the world is not that interesting. Drama team, recycle. Like, we're all doing the same shit. It's really exciting. Really? The boys went coming up, 12. Yeah, well, it's a problem. The boys are clicking all cylinders. Hey, I can't play. On spring break, they're chilling. He does into it. One is the obvious. It's like it is the same thing. The other thing is, usually is interesting. I fucking was at work and I started going to hospitals. I was like, what how's these kids? And I was very interested in your answer. As I am with most things like that, it's interesting to me. So I was just very stupid. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I think it's interesting for the podcast because he thinks it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's like he has a few things that and he thinks people want to hear that he's interested publicly or like that people think that that's not interesting. So he's like just kind of representative, but it's also somebody that is fucking a weird ass brain doing this weird a brain is that well, what are you gonna do? What else do we do? I asked the place and exhausted, posted this new original version of Brain and story of the world as 4 years ago. Did we already watch the we watched it? Alright, let's go. Pull him some sort of garnish on the station.
LinkedIn where Greg Poppy was filmed. Wait, is that where it is? I think so, yeah. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's where Greg Poppy was It was fascinating. I'm particularly close to that because of the for other things having to stand up like special on Showtime, and then putting up this like special interesting. It's like death by a thousand self-inflicted paper cuts or something. It's
See if you can find it. Fucking unbelievable, man. I'm super impressed. Wow. No shit. No, just Russian. Yeah, they're all with that. He ran that rushers. I think it was a joke. Oh, joke. Bits. There. Damn, dude, you that once. And I don't know. I'm not much. I watched it occasionally. I think it's Russian boring. That's my. That's the Russian fighters. It's our show. Yes, we had a good time. Rihanna will be posting some stand-up specials over there, and she earned access to this show. Get it? If you subscribe. Damn. The Patreon much, but treats them, elephant in the room, the Charles Beer special. Did he like it? We also do early access for this show, so if you want to see this area, do that. That's not why they're here. No, you guys are gonna put a shoulder out there. Yeah, we're here to share good. You guys are here to watch Tim's shop. Start the timer. Play the game. Alrighty, so the first one is posted by Caterpillar 7539. Looks like Papa also lost the race to the mothership. Because she probably right there first. That's a bad man. I bet you was there on the tours, you know. Yeah, I'm sure he's been trying to tell like before. He's like best friends with Roger. If anything, he was the first to get up to cut that part out. See what's next. This one is posted by Grace 85. No ring on March 4th while taking place on video. She probably took a few minutes over that on the video. I'm saying, Cody, you can Photoshop it out, right? Maybe they Photoshopped it. It's fine that she's takes a picture and posts it. I was like, who's this guy in here? Oh, they're at Disneyland. It's a great place to go. Why not take a picture when you're outside the bathroom? Right? I mean, no, you don't understand female creatures like that. They love taking pictures. They don't like taking pictures of themselves. They're like, oh, just help them here. Yeah. I'm sure this is what the comments are crop down backwards, right? Like when you let's see. Oh, what the fuck? Someone taking a shit. Okay, here it is. Oh, very fancy. Let's see here. What's next? Well, ain't that just a picture of nuts posted by talking about caring. It's like that's a boundary, dude. You're gonna take my name because we are fucking. You know, food, making food, you're a big traditional. Yeah, and if you're in a truck, it's like how do you fit in that thing, right? And if you have a test, you try to hide it, and I find it, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. I'm gonna keep traditional. Right. Like, if there's a fat kid on your team, you know, it's like it's a runs. Like for years, where's he gonna be? If you don't get it, and he's in the game, and you want candy, in the candy, dude. No, we keep love inside to ourselves and let you show us your birthday. So Rogan's, I would rather do it. And like, honestly, I just want the transfer of names to happen. I don't care if I have to change my name. I don't want to change my name. Get the fuck out of Toronto. You know what I mean? First name. I'll take the girl's first name. I don't give a fuck. Girl, are you saying her last name is your first name? Anything other than Gerardo. Message like if their last name is ISIS or something like that, like ISIS, I'm cool with that. I'll just they're gonna change their last name to Violet. You know what? I think ISIS this is totally out. I think that's gonna be the last name or first name. And like I honestly don't think it's a big deal. I mean, ISIS is dead. I mean, we pretty much killed them or something. I think if your name was ISIS, your last name racial. Okay, but his name is Sharif. It's hilarious if he's aware that his name is like if he knew, but that would he was trying to just even trying to do like things like he's weird, he's gonna come out like making fun of animals and then he goes on and laughs about it. Like doing the idiots thing. You know, he did his character where I proved that he's I don't believe when he's born it's all about the money. We're moving on to share for rich. I don't care if you think it's stupid. I mean, it's thrilling. Honestly, Reddit is going crazy since the 5 minute days. I'm sure I would never say unironically ever heard of that. Yeah, Rogan's a fucking word. Alright, let's go to the next one. This is Papa Dude Truck by the Simple Schmucks. It's pretty fun. Check it out. Just this is everything for sure. Yeah. It's I don't know if you're okay. So, 7 minutes, 30 minutes. Let's see how long we make. Does that make sense? No.
Is what you're saying, and I guess when he asked me to welcome to the truck, he wasn't wanting to sexual about some years, but he needed like an escort. He was scared of the hater.
Annie, come on our show, please. Annie, you gotta come on. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, literally, it doesn't make sense for you not to at least, talk about it. I'm not going 2 minutes to show. Come on, Annie, for us. It's not from here's the thickness. This is low-key the best song I've ever heard. I really like R&B. It's getting all of the classic R&B like tones and stuff like that. It's good stuff. The lyrics get me. Really? I'm gonna think of a little too deep for me because I wanted to continue on it. But the song is great. I like the way it sounds. I think you gotta like. It's not how we really feel. Computer. But I'm sure things just run. Yeah, I guess so. It's also literally just about Ariel. What do you think? How are these things going? That verse, like, okay, I'm talking about like, you should just eat me. Oh, don't admit it. It's not your amazing. You gotta make it. You will come to the place when you this is not the game. When you talk about playing in the end, reason why our dad's never just like this. I'm sorry. The reason is it's protected. Dads wouldn't do this, even though they love this. That's the reason my dad did Caesar blonde. So there's that. Danley has Caesar blonde. He looks like Caesar blonde. He bought a what is it called? That's Caesar blonde. This goes on and on. Looks like the ending is some talking. We'll see here. You can't sell tickets. Tickets in the crowd. Stop that. That's the thing. So much. So much. And this was dude, I get that tomorrow. I've had a great fucking life. I've had 9 lives career-wise. I played football and it was such a good time. Then you see, oh my God, the things I did, it was so cool. You joking me, dude? He doesn't get it. He's a fucking the master of cringe. This is, I think, around the time where I was like, we can always talk to this show because music is mine. Yeah. I mean, he thought he was losing his mind, but then he did start getting drunk. Oh my God, the best times ever. I'm so lucky. I'm doing cool shit. Doing cool shit with this guy. We've done cool shit. Nothing. We've done cool shit. A lot of sharp tools. Honestly, you wouldn't put it past the music like anything. It's action. A lot of great creators. And he's trying to eat. Nothing is better. It's true. Oh. And these are batons. What color crayon do you think is the most delicious? Tickle me pink. Pink would be good. Unlimited love. Different. Alrighty, let's go to the next one. Sorry for playing a long song. We didn't play that. This is posted by Jesse. It's so good. I'm a good guy, man. Part 3. Part 2. We stopped that shit because we thought he was going insane. I did. That's so funny. Long email saying, I will never do work. I'm not flying. I just don't know what you're doing. We don't have service in the military. And you can read that. You can I'm sorry. That's so funny. I used to play with that. What is that nice? Did you ever think about whether that's a nice thing to do? Where you can talk. Nice little. It was that nice. When he was yelling at Bobby, he was career way. Nice. always say, it's crazy. He's such a nice guy. Not like, well, I feel you, but I will be unfazed and on skate with the dog. It's funny. That's kind of funny to be like, I will be unscathed, like saying essentially that no harm at all will come to me. I can kill you. So why not just if you're so confident that you're fighting it, like maybe one a few punches, you beat them up and or just don't fight. It'll be like me talking to a 6-year-old. I'm like, listen, if you stand a chance, all right, I will be unscathed because they're 6. But I wouldn't do that. If you're so confident that you can do that, you shouldn't do that, right? Maybe. I don't see you. Let's see. This is posted by ABTV12. Is the actual. You see this? That's really funny, but I feel like that's true. I didn't even know that thing. Like the word connection. So this is a dude that this is a troll. What's he doing? What's he doing? Stand up. Oh my god. Yeah, I just noticed that. Dude. That's why would there's too many layers. I don't understand this racist thing shot. Feels like staring at a picture of shut up, look telling it to the purpose. You want a picture of Brennan doing standing at an ass. And on top of that, he's got a motherfucking sword on bird with Brennan walk on. I forgot that. Somebody on the Patreon message me about that. I forgot it was the sword on bird emoji. It's one of the hardest workers I ever met. This is like when getting get shot doesn't have a lot of shots. So like you read it into 4 of them. I think it's possible that he was actually down. He's like, oh, here's a picture. Like go to his pockets and screenshot it. One picture. That's this one. Maybe that's the background. Maybe he's like it's just a bonus picture. Yeah. Or maybe he was just that tweets. And it's that's because the Tiger Billy people talk to us about that. I forgot. The IRS tell us what to do, like the inherits of the Tigers and stuff. We tell them to stop giving us money, but they don't. No, I don't. Let's see here. This is posted by various concept on 615. So how long before he buys a Cybertruck after shooting on Tesla in the last 2 years? We talked about this last episode. I just don't see him doing it. I don't see him doing it. It is a truck, though. But that's a fucking guess, so we know. Let's see what Photoshop, post by ETI, 1986. That's good. Yeah. I don't know why that thing's doing that so much. That's funny. You're like any post on there, that's like this, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't watch it. I have it on my queue. Maybe. Let's see this. Okay, that's recording. Posted by 3. Landed on chip part of this. So, we'll take a look at it. Stay up there in the description. Just after I fill it, I expose it. They updated the description after I expose them. Now, like, one picture of it. Yeah, I don't know, but that's interesting that they're doing that. Yeah, they're going to do it. Alright, so I surprised. Okay, so this is we're going to be watching this week, I believe. It's last week. Kreischer's. Right? That's last week. Kreischer. Okay, his special came out last week. Yeah, but we recorded Mondays, so it wasn't even out yet. Yeah, I heard this that too. But that's, we're going to do that on the page now. Yeah. This is posted by C and Dr. Venus. We'll be doing a special on this week's Patreon episode. Looking at worst thing to go copy. So look through Netflix. When I came across Martin's special, I've never seen him do stand-up, so I decided to give it a shot. And it's not much. I don't want to see it, dude. I don't take this guy's word for it. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Immediately he piece of art. I'm trying to find anything about Leon Wood's work. This especially mostly is the point of humor. Bert plays the mothership social right now. You see the shorts are absolutely jacked. All right. I mean, I'm still intrigued. I'm watching it. If you're not like me, don't want to watch it now. I don't know what it is. You know, but it's just, it is. I don't know if the cringe is the correct word. It is the correct word, but there has to be one. I just don't understand how it could be worse than this. I can also watch it. Here's the sorry, so we all know who he's talking about. Also, I'm changing a lot of clips. This is a new one that I don't think they're very, they don't make me laugh, but I don't care. I don't get upset at something that they had me. This is going on. It seems to me like it goes one fun. Just couldn't. I'm friends with a few people, so. Rogan is insane. It's like his stand-up is just as bad as everybody else. It's not. It's nowhere near funny. None of his questions are good. He's just not good at stand-up. And he's like, yeah, friends that are bad. You're bad. You are bad at stand-up. That's like that saying. You are literally a motherfucker. This is posted by Muffin Zero. Drakamiko's new drop is about being annoying, which he is. He's trying to figure it out. Meanwhile, all the fingers on still climbing that podcast. I think this is the new song. Have you heard the new song? The Burt one? Yeah. I like these on this song. Because it bothers me. Dude, so good. Yeah. Part of it is like he raps just like a rapper would, like in a different, I don't know how to describe it, but Bird just funny way like that. Yeah, it's great. this is supposed to be shifty. It's hasn't updated the Golden Globes YouTube channel. So this is the Mercedes tradition, the gin that the cats. Isn't that the cat's mouth? Yeah. Come on, guys. It's hard to predict this. I haven't uploaded a Spotify episode in 3 months. This is supposed to be 9:30. What? Dedicated mom like a selfie while the baby plays the role in the background. It's the same thing, doesn't it, guys? I mean, like you do a bit, you commit to it. Don't you guys get it? The ring is it's for the ring not being there to be funny. Yes, it's never had a ring. They're not ring guys. Neither her nor shop. Number guys. Yeah. My finger. All right. This one's called 24 views. That's 6 minutes, 24 views. The first 1 power stroke swap. Okay. I mean, we're trying to break it down. Just like, it takes a rough months to make this episode, so it's going to take 4 months to get like 100 views. That's a really good time. Dude, that's like half the battle. I think the title first.